My father tried to force me to give my lake house to my brother at his birthday party. He slapped me when I refused. The room went dead silent. I turned to my family and said, "No, this is mine." 30 minutes later, a powerful woman entered. My father did not simply destroy my brother's birthday, he exploded it. 1 minute, I was raising a glass. He then grabbed a microphone and declared that I would be donating my lakefront home to my brother. As if my life were up for auction. 25 people clapped like trained seals. I stood there, holding the key. He expected me to hand over. When I replied no, his smile faded, and the subsequent slap silenced the entire room. My cufflink rolled across the floor, stopping at someone's foot. However, it wasn't the smack that altered everything. It was who picked up the cufflink, and what they said to me next. I've always been the solid member of the foster family. The son who arrived early, remained late, and cleaned up every mess but his own. People assume that being the eldest makes you a natural leader. However, in my family, it meant acting as a buffer between my father's pride and the consequences for everyone else. Stability was both my blessing and my misfortune. I built routines in the same way that others built hobby constructions. Discipline and predictability. My buddies taunted me about being the man who had a backup plan for his backup plan. But that's how I got through a house where love was conditional and approval demanded performance. Growing up, I learned that I didn't need much. My father rewarded quietness over honesty, and conformity over effort. He valued authority, control, and the illusion of accomplishment over the reality of it. He started his company from nothing. At least it was the story he told at every holiday gathering, and in his head. That gave him the authority to direct everyone's lives. I assumed that meeting his expectations would gain him respect. Instead, it simply made me the most useful tool in his toolbox. My brother Lucas was also aware of this. He was the dreamer, the spontaneous one, and the charming one. He possessed the kind of magnetism that earned him forgiveness before he ever apologized. And every error he committed. My parents' justifications cushioned the blow of lost employment, failed company ventures, and wasteful spending. He's still figuring things out. Mom would sigh. He has so much promise. Dad would add, but what they really meant was, don't worry. Ethan would handle it. So, I did. Quietly, habitually, and automatically paying off Lucas' credit card debt, co-signing a lease that he backed out of 4 months later, and sponsoring a company that turned out to be a glorified gambling weekend disguised as market research. Lucas would thank me once casually, distractedly, and then repeat the process months later, when Dad framed it as family responsibility. You get on his feet. I became the financial support for a structure that no one else wanted to sustain. Mom wasn't doing any better. Her adoration came in carefully measured proportions, always filtered through presentation. She was genuinely concerned about how we appeared as a family, whether at church, fundraisers, Christmas parties, or her never-ending list of charitable events. She ironed our reputations more carefully than our clothes. When I started college early, she notified everyone at her reading club, but when I finished first in my class, her sole comment was, "Don't talk about it. People don't like show-offs. Honey." When I bought my lakefront house after years of saving, Mom smiled for the photo, but later whispered, "Try not to make Lucas feel guilty. He's sensitive." I carried all of that quietly. I worked hard, established my own firm, and maintained my distance, but not far enough. Not far enough to feel free. My grandma, Grace, was the only person who recognized me as more than just a role or an asset. She lived 3 towns over in a house that smelled of old books and lavender. She was keen in a way that made many underestimate her twice, only to regret it. She had grown up during difficult times, survived more than she spoke about, and saw through every mask my parents tried to put on. Your father confuses fear and respect. She told me once, thumping her cane on the porch floor. They are not the same. And you, Daniel, mistake responsibility and obligation. I wanted to protest, but she was correct. She typically was. She was the only person that checked in without asking for anything. She was the only person who told me she was proud. And she was the only person my father would never dare cross. At least not in her face. But his fearlessness rose when she was not present. His expectations increased as I grew older. The first time he suggested that family money should remain inside the family. He meant that I should help him pay off a failed real estate investment he'd made under the table. The second time, he suggested that I lend him a considerable portion of my savings to assist smooth out a cash flow difficulty. That issue turned out to be Lucas's covert DUI settlement. The third time was the night of the birthday party, although the warning signs had been present long before that smack. When I was 17, I overheard my parents arguing about me. Mom insisted I attend a less expensive institution so that they could save money for Lucas. Dad agreed, adding that I could thrive anywhere because I was realistic. While Lucas required more structure, listening to them plan my future like a budget line item was the first time I felt something twist inside me silently, almost imperceptibly, but sufficiently to leave an impression. When I bought my first car with my own money, my father protested that I hadn't consulted him, as if independence was an insult. When I recruited my first employee at the firm I founded from the bottom up, Lucas joked that I was finally doing something meaningful. Mom laughed like it was nothing. But what hurt the most were the times when they acted as if my triumphs were accidents and Lucas's failings were simply terrible circumstances. They applauded him for trying but chastised me for not contributing more. Every holiday was a performance. Every gathering was a negotiation, and every milestone served as a reminder that obtaining respect in my family meant giving up something first. And I did it for years. I let them take away my time, money, and patience. But I didn't realize they were also chipping away at something deeper. I believed that I deserved to be autonomous. The manipulation was not loud. It was not cruel in the dramatic sense. It was subtle, wrapped in tradition, and disguised as unity. It came in statements like, "Family sticks together. You're the strong one. You're lucky you don't struggle like Lucas. You're successful because we raised you well." It was a gradual squeeze, the kind you don't feel until you can't breathe. Grandma Grace noticed it before I did. She cautioned. "One day, they will ask for something you cannot provide. And when it happens, do not fold. They need to understand that your signature is not their inheritance." I remembered those remarks the night my father informed that my house will be gifted to my brother. It was not a request. It was not generosity. It was the result of years of expecting me to be the safety net. And when he slapped me, it didn't just end the moment. It shattered the idea that they loved me beyond what I could give. That night, everything changed. However, the story actually began far earlier. It all started the first time I mistaken their reliance for love. It began with every silent sacrifice they regarded as obligatory. And it started with each time they reminded me that my worth was determined by what I could give up. Pressure in my family never came as a single blow. It arrived in layers, thin, quiet, and persistent, built one on top of the other until the weight felt regular, comfortable, even. But, looking back, the weeks preceding up to Lucas's birthday celebration were the most obvious signals that something was moving, tightening, and about to shatter. It began with a phone call from my father on Thursday morning. He never called during working hours unless he needed something. His voice sounded cheery. Too cheerful. "Could you stop by this weekend, son? Your mother requests your assistance with some financial documents." Financial paperwork always required one thing, my signature. When I arrived on Saturday, my brother was spread out on the living room couch. I was gaming and laughing with a headphone on as my parents sat at the dining table, surrounded by neatly piled documents. Mom handed a coffee mug toward me, smiling slightly too brightly. "We just need your name on a couple of documents," she told me. Dad slid the paperwork across the table. "Nothing major, just helping streamline some family assets." Family assets was his favorite euphemism. And, as usual, the papers were already marked where they wanted my signature. I scanned the first document, and my gut tightened. It was a refinancing agreement for a lake cabin I did not own. "This isn't mine," I explained. Dad waved his hand. "You are the only one with a good credit score. It's simply to get better rates. There's no risk." Lucas had not even looked up from his game. He called out, "You've got this, brother. You always do." My jaw constricted. Why can't Lucas sign that he lives here? Dad made a tiny laugh. As if I had told a childish joke. "Lucas is still forging his path. He needs time, whereas I don't. You already own everything." Mom spoke gently, almost accusingly. "Do not be selfish." Selfish. The term stuck to me like smoke. I didn't sign anything that day, but the pressure remained. It just changed shape. Later that week, Mom asked if I could pay for Lucas's training program, which was a mysterious self-improvement retreat with jet skis and a beachfront resort. Then Dad suggested I donate extra to the family business's emergency fund. And when I asked about the emergency, he grimaced as if I had crossed a line. "We shouldn't need to explain everything," he said. "Family trusts family." But trust didn't seem like the proper term. Leverage did. The demands increased. Subtle at first, then harsh. My folks began dropping by my house uninvited. Mom changed my pantry, since it appeared stressful. Dad evaluated my outdoor barbecue and pointed out everything he thought needed to be upgraded. Lucas borrowed my car without asking and returned it with an empty tank. Whenever I confronted him, he smirked. Relax. Man, you earn more than I do. It wasn't the car, but the assumption. When I tried to create minor boundaries, they acted as if I had betrayed them. The family group chat was filled with comments like, "Daniel, we don't understand why you're so distant. You never have time for us anymore. Your success has turned you cold, selfish, and ungrateful." These words became their new lexicon. Then came dinner. 1 week before the birthday party. Dad invited everyone to a restaurant. He favored darkly lit establishments where the wine was pricey and the waiters wore vests. I arrived to find all 3 of them already seated. Menus remain unaltered. Dad cleared his throat. "We have been thinking. Lucas deserves a fresh start, something stable and important." I nodded nervously. "Okay. We believe." Mom added, "You should help him get his footing. You are not going through the same difficulties as he is." Lucas shrugged. Trying to appear humble, yet failing. "I just need a place to regroup, something inspiring." Then Dad dropped it nonchalantly, as if it were apparent. "Your lake house would be ideal for him." I almost laughed. "You are joking." Mom put her hand on mine. "It's only a house. Daniel, you can purchase another." I pulled my hand back. "No. That's my house. I deserved it." Dad's expression tightened. "Do not raise your voice." I did not raise my Daniel. He snapped silently. Family comes before goods. There was something about his tone that night. Something scripted, heavy, like if the choice had already been taken and they were only reminding me to be polite. I paid for the dinner. They thanked me without looking up. The next morning, I went through my financial records. As I delved deeper, a heavy sensation settled in my spine. Small things appeared. Transactions, authorizations, and accounts linked to my name without my knowledge are not unlawful, but rather deceptive. Passive reliance disguised as family togetherness. I knew then that the barrier between my finances and theirs had blurred years before. I hadn't noticed because I was too busy fixing everything they wrecked, too busy hoping that their appreciation would ultimately convert into respect. But the truth was simpler. They did not want my help. They wanted my submission. And the pressure kept increasing. Dad called twice per day. Mom sent passive-aggressive reminders to do the right thing. Lucas didn't say anything, but his quiet conveyed expectation. They felt persuaded that the mansion was already his. As if my objection was only fleeting, and that I would finally give in. One afternoon, I was at a meeting when Dad called 3 times in a row, and I eventually got out to respond. His tone was sharp. "You're going to the party this weekend." "Right. I'd already stated I would." "Good." He responded. "Also, don't make things complicated. This is crucial to Lucas." "What does this mean?" "You'll see," he murmured, and then hung up. Something clenched in my chest. The pressure felt more like a warning than a burden. They stopped asking. They were expecting planning, accepting responsibility for a decision that was not theirs. And I knew, with chilling certainty, that they were about to cross a line. What I didn't realize was how beautifully they would do it. The night of the gathering was already fraught with tension before the microphone touched my father's hand. I felt it the instant I walked inside the ballroom. My mother's smile tightened as she spotted me. Lucas avoided making eye contact until I forced him to recognize me with a nod. But the actual danger flag came when Dad grasped my shoulder with an overly hard grip. "Glad you made it," he replied, directing me to the center of the room as if positioning a pawn. "Stick around. We have something special planned." My stomach plummeted. Guests gathered around crystal tables, laughing and sipping champagne. I tried to dismiss the nagging feeling of being handled, unaware that the night was already packed with expectations, but it stuck to me like humidity. Mia contacted to inquire how things were going. I texted an odd vibe, then locked my phone, hoping I was mistaken. I was not. An hour into the party, after the cake was sliced and the wine had loosened everyone's tongues, Dad approached the stage, tapped the microphone once with an unneeded theatrical flourish, and the chatter fell silent. I felt the room swivel toward him, like planets orbiting the same sun. "Family," he said, beaming heartily. "Tonight is more than simply a celebration for Lucas. It is about celebrating solidarity, sacrifice, and how we lift one another up. Mom dabbed the corner of her eye. Lucas stood near the edge of the stage. He clutched his hands, appearing to be unaware of what was about to happen, but he knew. They all did. I was the only one left in the dark. Dad motioned toward me, and no one personifies that spirit better than my eldest son, Daniel. My pulse raced as I received polite applause, tense expressions, and questioning eyes. So, Dad went on. In the spirit of generosity, we're proud to announce that Daniel has decided to give his beautiful lakefront home to his brother, Lucas, as a fresh start. A chance to thrive. The crowd exploded in cheers. I froze. The key in my pocket now felt like an anchor. My throat tightened around the words that refused to come out. Lucas covered his mouth in mock amazement. Mom held her hands together as if she were watching a miracle. Phones were lifted. Flashing lights appeared. Dad extended his hand to me. A demand disguised as an invitation. "Come on, son," he said, "do the right thing." At that moment, something inside me shattered. Not loudly or dramatically, but quietly and cleanly, as if a bone had been fracturing for years before eventually splitting. I moved forward, not toward him, but toward the center of the room. "No," I replied. The word landed like a stone in water. Shock rippled across everyone's faces. Dad blinked. "Excuse me, but I'm not giving him my house." The applause ended abruptly, as if a vacuum had sucked the breath out of the room. Whispers spread throughout the gathering. Lucas's smile faded. Mom hissed. "Daniel, do not do this. You're embarrassing us." I gazed at her. Really looked. For the first time, I saw entitlement rather than disappointment. "For years, I've supported this family." I responded, "I've paid for things you never even thanked me for, but this, no, this is mine." Dad strode off the platform, his eyes burning with rage. He did not bother to hide. "You are defying me in front of everyone. I'm establishing a boundary," I said. And then he did it. The slap was delivered without hesitation or shame. The sound broke through the music like a gunshot. Sharp, electric pain erupted on my cheek. My cufflink flew off, spinning across the marble floor until it hit the leg of a chair and landed with a quiet clink. The small sound resonated louder than the slap. The room plunged into startled silence. Nobody intervened. Nobody spoke. Not even Lucas. Dad stared at me, waiting for me to fold, apologize, and play the role I'd played my entire life. Instead, I bent down, picked up the cufflink, and slowly straightened. "Happy birthday, Lucas," I said. My voice was not angry. It was not unsteady. It was too calm. The kind that occurs when something within you dies and something sharper takes its place. Then I turned and went away. The hallway outside was colder than the ballroom and quiet enough that I could hear my own breathing. I stroked my cheek, the fire pounding beneath the skin, and just felt clarity. This was not an error. It was not a misunderstanding. It was purposeful. They meant all of it. And I was finished. The instant I went outside the ballroom, the air felt different, lighter, sharper, as if the world had shifted slightly in my favor. My cheeks continued to throb, but the pain seemed remote in comparison to the clarity that had settled into my bones. For the first time in my life, I did not respond. I was deciding. I got to the elevator, hit the button, and brought out my phone. My hands did not shake. My breath flowed smoothly. Everything inside me remained dangerously, purposefully still. I had spent years in pandemonium, disguised as family obligation. I felt something I hadn't felt before when standing in that house. Control. The elevator doors slid closed, cutting me off from the music and whispers on the other side. I opened my banking app first, then my email, and last my shared documents. I started scrolling line by line, account by account, and then I spotted it. Not just one contract in my name, not just the refinancing offer they made to me, but everything, every joint authorization, emergency fund donation, and business favor. My father had secretly put my name on a half-dozen household loans. My mother had made payments through accounts that I owned but never touched. Lucas had set up automatic withdrawals from one of my backup accounts for ease. I breathed softly, not in horror, but in recognition. This is what grandmother warned me about. By the time the elevator arrived in the lobby, the metamorphosis within me was complete. I no longer felt like the son who was supposed to keep the peace. I felt like the man who realized how peace had been exploited to subjugate him. I strolled outside, the night warm against my skin, to see Mia standing against her car, crossed arms, and a look that told me she knew something was wrong. "What happened?" she inquired. I held up the cufflink. "Everything." She did not press. She just opened the passenger door. "Get in." As we drove out of the driveway, I wrote the first email. Simple, direct, and professional approach to family business accounting department subject. Immediate revocation of authority. Effective immediately. I revoke all rights connected with the following accounts. Remove all autopay and withdrawal privileges. No signatures under my name will be approved without direct verification. Daniel Foster. I pressed send. The second email went to the bank. The third letter was addressed to the loan officer in connection with one of Dad's refinancing attempts. The fourth went to the attorney whom Grandma had advised months before. She dubbed it her spare sword. By the time we arrived at my residence, I had legally and medically frozen every account that my family had previously accessed. Mia silently parked and turned to face me. "You okay?" I nodded. Although the term okay did not describe how I felt. I wasn't fine. I was awake inside. I turned on the lights. The lake shone beyond the windows. My house, my home, felt different today. No more a symbol of commitment, but rather a line in the sand. My laptop chimed with the attorney's response. Understood. I'll get the revocation docs ready by morning. We will review all contracts associated with your name. Do not sign anything else. Then a second message. Grace called. She is on her way to you. I breathed sharply. Grandma did not take late-night visits lightly. When she came half an hour later, Kane was quietly tapping on the wood floorboards. She didn't ask how I was. She just stared at me, truly looked, and nodded. I saw the slap. She explained. Of course she did. Phones have been seen everywhere. The video was probably previously available online. She exhaled as she laid her handbag down on the table. I told you they would ask for something you couldn't provide. And I said, no. You did. She responded. And now you must finish the rest. I collapsed into a chair. I already revoked their access. All payments are cut off. Good. She replied. Quiet consequences linger longer than louder ones. Her words surrounded me like armor. She was not angry. She wasn't astonished. She felt proud. Tomorrow, she said, we'll go over every document in your name, every loan, every asset, and untangle every rope they twisted around you. Kayla made tea while Grandma took out a folder from her purse, complete with printed notes, dates, financial analyses, and a list of attorneys she trusted. As we worked late into the night, something inside me shifted. I'd always thought of myself as the responsible one, quiet, dependable, predictable. But now I felt a stronger thread running through my thoughts: confidence, boundaries, ownership. When we finished, Grandma gently touched my shoulder and said, "You're not punishing them, you're correcting the imbalance they created." I nodded for the first time in years, and the weight on my chest lifted. They took advantage of me because I let them. When Grandma left and Kayla returned home, I stood alone in my kitchen, staring at the dark lake beyond the windows, feeling grounded, unshaken, and powerful. Not because I'd retaliated, but because I'd finally stopped giving. By 7 a.m. Dad's tone had shifted from demanding to accusatory to wounded. They'd call it betrayal, but I knew the truth. It was freedom. My phone buzzed nonstop: missed calls from Dad, frantic texts from Mom, and a string of half-coherent messages from Lucas. "We need to talk. Call me now. This is unacceptable. Your actions have consequences that you clearly do not understand." I understood perfectly. I made coffee. I ignored them. By noon, the consequences he warned me about had arrived, but not for me. Kayla called. "You need to see this," she said. "Check the news." A video thumbnail appeared on my screen. Dad slapping me, frozen in mid-motion. Another clip showed the exact moment. The guests gasped. Comments flooded beneath it. Outrage, shock, and disgust. Dad's company issued a statement. "We do not condone violence." Mom's charity removed her photo from their homepage. Sponsors withdrew from events. Lucas's girlfriend posted a cryptic breakup message. And through it all, I said nothing. Silence was louder than any microphone my father had ever held. By late afternoon, Grandma called. "Meet me," she said. "Now." She sent an address and an upscale hotel downtown, the penthouse level. When I arrived, The elevator opened to a private lounge with high ceilings and panoramic windows overlooking the city. A storm was brewing on the horizon, clouds heavy and ready to break. Grandma stood near the bar, leaning on her cane. Beside her was a guy in a charcoal suit, broad-shouldered, calm, carrying a leather briefcase. "This is Martin Hale," she began. "My attorney." He nodded politely. "Foster," I replied, nodding. Grandma's eyes widened. "They're coming." They insisted. "Here?" I asked. "Here," she repeated. "Where witnesses can see, where they can't hide, behind theatrics." I almost smiled. This was her arena, not theirs. Minutes later, the private elevator dinged, and the door slid open. My parents stepped out first, Mom ruffled and frantic, Dad stiff and furious. Lucas hurried behind them, avoiding my gaze, as Dad inspected the room. "Mother, what is this?" Grandma lifted her chin. "An intervention." His jaw twitched. "I don't need one. I need my son to undo the damage he made." I exhaled quickly, something between incredulity and humor. The devastation I created. Mom stepped forward. "Daniel. Honey. People are talking. Reporters have been outside our home since morning. Your father could lose his job. Lucas's reputation is." "Stop," I shouted, startling her, and I continued. "Listen." Dad stepped closer. "You think blocking accounts and shaming us online is strength? You have gone too far." Martin added. "Kay is a surgeon. Actually, Mr. Foster, my client has done nothing unlawful. He has simply denied unauthorized access to his personal accounts." Dad's face darkened. "Unauthorized? Are we a family?" "That's the issue," Martin said. "You use that term to excuse financial exploitation." Mom gasped. "How dare you?" Grandma's cane struck the floor sharply. "Enough." Her voice boomed with authority, and none of them could compete. "This is not about a house or a slap. This is about decades of taking advantage of a son who gave you everything while you just gave him demands." Dad attempted to brush it off. "Mother. Don't be dramatic." Her gaze sliced through him. Dramatic is announcing his property as a birthday present without his permission. Dramatic strikes him when he refuses. Dramatic is pretending you're the victim. Lucas shuffled uneasily. "Dad didn't mean." "Don't." I murmured. "Don't defend it." Lucas caught my gaze for the first time all day. I didn't realize he'd announce it like way. "Yes." I answered gently. "You did." The pause was long enough to feel like fact was sinking into the room. Dad's voice tightened. "This can all be handled privately. You're overreacting." And there it was. The word that had been used to gaslight me my entire life. I felt something steady rise inside me. Not anger, but assurance. "No," I murmured. "This is the last time you belittle what you did." Mom wrung her hands. "We just want the family to stay together." "You want the benefits of family?" I replied. "Not the duties." Dad's jaw clenched. "So what now? You want us to plead, apologize, and give something back? What do you want, Daniel?" I shook my head. "What I want is basic boundaries." He scoffed. "Boundaries? You're talking like a therapist on TV." "Maybe that's what I needed all along." Grandma stepped forward. "Daniel. Pay close attention. You can no longer access Adrian's accounts. Your name is being deleted from every paper you coerced him into signing. Lucas will not get the lake house. And unless you can show your son fundamental respect, you will lose any remaining position in his life." My father stared at her as if the floor had just shifted beneath him. "You're siding with him." She didn't flinch. "I'm siding with the truth." Mom began crying quietly. Controlled sobs. "We didn't mean to hurt you." I looked at her, and for the first time, I didn't feel guilty, small, or responsible for repairing the cracks they'd created. "You hurt me because it benefited you," I said. "Not by accident, by choice." Dad opened his mouth to argue, but Martin placed a folder on the table. Inside, he stated, "This is proof of every financial relationship you attempted to bind to Mr. Foster without his authorization. If you keep harassing him, these will be used in court." Dad paled, and Mom whispered, "Daniel, please." Then came the moment when everything changed for the better. I said, "I am not here to punish you. I'm here to stop the cycle." Grandma nodded. Proud. Firm. Dad gulped hard. So, what do you expect from us? I want space, I said. And respect. But distance comes first. A storm cracked outside, lightning illuminated the skyline, and Mom grabbed Dad's sleeve, desperate. Say something. Fix this. But he did not move, argue, or command. He just stood there small for the first time in his life. I walked to the door. Dad tried one more time. Daniel, don't walk away. I turned back. You walked away from me years ago. I responded. I'm only catching up. Lucas whispered my name, but I shook my head. You could have said no, too. You didn't. I left the folder on the table unopened. As I went back into the elevator, Grandma joined me and placed her hand on mine, saying, well done, as the doors closed. For the first time in my life, I felt weightless, as if I was traveling towards something rather than away from it. This story is a work of fiction written solely for entertainment purposes. The characters, events, and settings are entirely fictitious, and any resemblance to real people or events is purely coincidental. The story explores themes of family conflict and personal boundaries in a dramatic, stylized manner, and should not be interpreted as advice or guidance for real-life situations. Please do not replicate or reenact any of the activities or behaviors depicted. This content was designed solely for emotional storytelling and cinematic experiences. My mother rejected the bracelet my daughter made with love, saying, I don't wear trash from kids who aren't really mine. My son filmed the moment, and sent it to 45 people. My parents' faces turned white in an instant. My name is Michael Anderson. I'm 42 years old, and for the majority of my adult life, I've been the person everyone contacts when they need something. I am an architect. I design commercial buildings, office complexes, and the occasional luxury home for wealthy clients. I make a good living, not wealthy, but comfortable and stable. The kind of income that allows you to plan for the future, save for your children's college, and still have enough money to help family members when they need it. And my family has really needed it. For the past 7 years, I have been financially supporting my parents. It started small, a few hundred here and there when their property taxes were due. Then it became their automobile insurance. Then they had to make a mortgage payment because my father's retirement fund did not go as far as they had hoped. Then came home repairs, including a new roof, a kitchen remodel, and a furnace replacement in the middle of February, when temperatures dropped below freezing. I paid for it all. Not because they asked politely or thanked me, but because I assumed that's what family did. You show up, help, and do not ask questions or keep score. You simply give quietly and consistently because this is what dependable people do. But here's the thing about being reliable. People stop seeing you. You blend in with the background, much like furniture or light switches. You're expected to work, function, and be available whenever someone flips you on. Nobody notices when you do your job correctly. They only notice when you stop. I have 2 children. Ethan is 12 years old. He is my biological son from my marriage to my ex-wife. Smart kid, very smart. He spends his free time building robots, winning science fairs, and reading books about quantum physics that I barely understand. He's quiet and observant. The type of child who observes everything and says little. People pay attention when he speaks, though. Then there is Sophia. She's 8. I adopted her 5 years ago, after her biological parents lost custody due to neglect and substance abuse. She was 3 when she entered my life. Small, scared, and unsure whether anyone would ever love her. I fell in love with her immediately. She's creative, gentle, and extremely kind. She draws pictures for everyone, makes friendship bracelets, and writes little notes like, "You are the best dad in the world." She also uses crayons. My children mean everything to me, but they've never satisfied my parents. My younger brother, Ryan, is 34. He works in sales, a job in which your income is determined by your charm and ability to persuade people that they need things they do not. He is good at it. He drives a leased BMW that he can barely afford, lives in a house that is too large for his budget, and has 2 biological children. That is extremely important to my parents. Ryan has always been the favorite. I could see it as we grew up. He had the bigger birthday parties. He received the nicest gifts. He received praise, attention, and pride. I received the responsibilities. I was the older brother, the one who was expected to lead by example, to be mature, dependable, and self-sufficient. So I became these things. During the process, I became invisible. When Ryan needed money for his daughter's private school tuition last year, my parents contacted me, not him. They asked me if I could lend him $12,000. I knew I'd never see that money again. But I gave it to them anyway because refusing felt impossible, because saying no felt like breaking an unspoken family contract I'd signed without reading the terms. My parents adore Ryan's children. When they enter the room, their faces light up. They buy them expensive toys, take them on special trips, and show off to their friends. They remember their birthdays, accomplishments, and milestones. However, with my children, particularly Sophia, things are different. They're polite and distant. There's no warmth, pride, or connection. It's as if they tolerate my children instead of loving them. Ethan noticed it many years ago. He stopped attempting to impress them, showing them his projects, or bragging about his achievements. He learned, as children do, that his efforts were insignificant to them. And that knowledge damaged him in ways I couldn't undo. Sophia noticed it, too, but tried not to show it. She kept making them drawings, asking if they liked her new dress, and attempting to win their affection. And every time they dismissed her or turned away without really seeing her, I saw a piece of her hope vanish. I told myself things would get better. I told myself they only needed time to adjust. I told myself that if I kept being dependable, showing up, paying their bills, and solving their problems, they would eventually notice me. They would see my children, they would realize what they had. However, they never did. And I kept waiting, hoping, and playing the role of the invisible provider who never expected anything in return. That was my mistake. New Year's Eve dawned cold and clear. My parents were hosting their annual family dinner, a decades-old tradition. The house I had helped them keep was adorned with lights and garlands. The dining table was set with their fine china. 3 years ago, I bought them these plates for their anniversary. The aroma of roasted ham and my mother's signature apple pie filled the air as we walked through the front door. Ryan and his family were already present. His children, Chloe and Jack, ran through the living room, laughing. My mother smiled at them, her face warm and open in a way I rarely saw her do with my own children. My father sat in his armchair, talking with Ryan about a business deal. No one looked up when we arrived. Sophia held a small, wrapped box in her hands. She had spent weeks working on what was inside. Every evening after dinner, she'd retreat to her room with her crafting supplies. She told me it was a secret. A surprise for grandmother. I had watched her work through the crack in her door, threading tiny glass beads onto elastic string with painstaking precision. My mother's favorite colors are blue and silver beads, and this handmade bracelet features a small silver heart charm. She wrapped it herself, carefully folding the paper and taping the edges with more tape than was required. She'd drawn a small flower on the tag and addressed it to Grandma Love Sophia. She had been excited and nervous for days, as evidenced by her neatest handwriting. I could see it in the way she kept checking the box to ensure the wrapping wasn't torn. She desperately wanted my mother to love it, to love her. We found seats at the crowded table. Ryan and his wife sat on one side, alongside their children. My family squeezed onto the other side, with the chairs too close together. Conversation moved around us like stones in a river. My mother inquired about Ryan's year-end sales figures. My father asked Jack about his basketball team. Chloe spoke about her dance recital. Everyone was listening, engaged, and interested. Nobody questioned Ethan about his robotics competition. Nobody inquired about Sophia's art class. We were physically present, but functionally invisible. Dinner passed slowly. Ham, mashed potatoes, green beans, and rolls. My mother had prepared all of Ryan's favorite meals. She served his children first, ensuring they had the best pieces of ham. She refilled their drinks without asking. When dessert arrived, Chloe and Jack received the largest slices of pie. Sophia ate quietly, using her fork to push food around her plate. Ethan stared at his phone beneath the table. I exchanged small talk with Ryan's wife. The type of meaningless conversation that fills silence without saying anything substantive. Then came the gift exchange. My parents had wrapped gifts for Ryan's children, large boxes with elaborate bows. Chloe opened hers first. A new tablet. Jack received a gaming console. They squealed with delight, hugging and thanking my parents profusely. My parents gave Ethan a single small box. He opened it with no expression. A generic, impersonal book called The Science of Everything. He muttered, "Thanks," and put it aside. They did not give Sophia anything. There was no gift or card. She sat there, hands folded in her lap, face carefully neutral, but I noticed her shoulders tensing, eyes fixed on the table, swallowing hard and blinking too quickly. Then she got up. She picked up her wrapped box and approached my mother. Her voice was small but consistent. "I made this for you, Grandma. I hope you like it." My mother took the box slowly. She examined it as if someone had handed her a suspicious package at airport security. She carefully unwrapped it, folding the paper aside. She opened the small cardboard box and took out the bracelet. She held it up to the light. The chandelier's glow reflected on the beads, which sparkled blue and silver. The tiny heart charm dangled from the elastic. It was beautiful, simple, handcrafted, and full of effort. The room became quiet. Ryan paused in mid-sentence. His wife glanced over. My father looked up from his coffee. Everyone was watching. My mother's expression did not soften. It didn't get warm. Instead, her lip curled slightly, as if she smelled something unpleasant. She placed the bracelet on the table, pushing it away from herself, as if it might contaminate her. Then, she said it clearly, coldly, and deliberately. I don't wear trash from kids who aren't really mine. The words were like a physical blow. Sophia blinked once and twice. She did not cry. She did not argue. She stood still for a moment, frozen in place. Then she turned around and walked back to her seat, sitting down without saying anything. My chest tightened. My hands gripped the table's edge so tightly that my knuckles turned white. I opened my mouth to say anything, but my throat tightened. The words would not come. I just sat there, paralyzed by shock and rage after a lifetime of suppressing my emotions. Then Ethan got up. He pulled his phone from his pocket. He held it up. The screen is facing my parents. His voice was calm. Too calm. The kind of calm that occurs before a storm. Perfect. I got that on video. And I already hit send. My mother's face was drained of color. My father's hand had frozen halfway to his coffee cup. Ryan stared at Ethan with his mouth slightly open. What? My mother asked. Her voice strangled. Ethan did not move. He didn't smile, just raised his phone like a piece of evidence in court. I recorded everything, your exact words. I don't wear trash from kids who aren't really mine. And I sent it to Elizabeth, Uncle Martin, your entire church group, and everyone in your contacts. It's already out there. My mother leaned forward and grabbed her phone. Delete it. Delete it right now. Ethan said, taking a smooth step back and slipping the phone into his pocket. You can't delete what's already been sent. 45 people have it now, and there will probably be more by the time we get home. My father stood up, his face red. This is unacceptable. You had no right, Ethan said, looking at him steadily. She had no right to call my sister trash. I stood up. I took Sophia's hand. She looked up at me, her eyes wide and dry. I took Ethan's shoulder. Then I walked toward the door without saying anything to my parents. Ryan called after me, but I did not turn around. I just kept walking, my kids by my side, leaving that house for what I knew would be the last time. The drive home was quiet. Not the pleasant kind of quiet, but the heaviest kind. The kind that puts pressure on your chest and makes it difficult to breathe. Sophia sat in the back seat, staring out the window at the passing streetlights. Ethan sat beside her, his jaw set and his hands clasped in his lap. I gripped the steering wheel so hard that my fingers ached. My mind raced with 1,000 ideas at once. Anger, guilt, shame, and relief. It was all tangled up, a knot I couldn't untie. When we got home, I helped Sophia change into her pajamas. She moved mechanically, without her usual chatter. I tucked her into bed and kissed her forehead. I love you, I whispered. She wrapped her arms around my neck and held on tightly. I love you, too, Dad. She did not cry. She said nothing else. She simply closed her eyes and turned toward the wall. I sat there for a moment, watching her breathe and wishing I could undo everything my parents had done to hurt her. I wish I had protected her sooner. Ethan sat down on the couch. He looked up as I walked in, his expression unreadable. I apologize if I aggravated the situation. I sat down beside him. I placed my hand on his shoulder. You didn't make anything worse. You did exactly what I should have done years ago. You stood up for your sister. You told the truth. I'm proud of you. He groaned. He then handed me his phone. The video was still there, cued and ready to watch. I pressed play. The footage was clear and stable. Ethan had held the phone steady, recording everything. My mother's expression when she unwrapped the gift. She pushed the bracelet away just as she said those words. I don't wear trash from kids who aren't really mine. Sophia's small figure stood there in her Christmas dress, which she'd chosen specifically for tonight. She turned and walked away without crying. I saw it twice. I then opened my laptop. That night, I did not sleep. I sat at my kitchen table with my computer, a notebook, and 8 years' worth of financial records. I logged into my bank account and reviewed every transaction I had ever made for my parents. Each wire transfer. Every automatic payment. Every emergency expense. I made a spreadsheet with one column for the date, one column for the amount, and one column for the purpose: home repairs, mortgage payments, car insurance, property taxes, medical bills, groceries during difficult times, loans for Ryan that I'd covered, gifts for Ryan's children, and vacations they'd taken on my credit card. By the time the sun rose, I had a complete record. The total was staggering. $180,000 over 7 years, not including interest or the opportunity cost of what I could have done with the money for my own family. My phone began buzzing around 6 a.m. Messages from family members, voicemail from my mother, texts from my father, and angry messages from Ryan. I ignored them all. Instead, I opened the banking app and began making changes. I canceled the $1,000 automatic monthly transfer that had been going into my parents' account for the past 5 years. I removed myself as a joint account holder in their savings account. I called their car insurance company and requested that my credit card be removed from their autopay system. I contacted their homeowner's insurance and did the same. I contacted the county tax office and revoked my authorization to pay their property taxes. I dismantled the financial safety net I'd built for them over a decade, one by one, methodically and without emotion. By noon, I had made 14 changes to different accounts and services. My parents' world was built on a foundation that I had quietly maintained. Now, I was removing the foundation piece by piece, waiting for it to collapse. I printed out my 30-page financial spreadsheet. Then I wrote a letter that was brief, professional, and final. Dear Mother and Father, after careful consideration, I have decided to discontinue all financial support effective immediately. This includes monthly deposits, bill payments, insurance, property tax assistance, emergency funds, and any other monetary contributions. I have attached a detailed record of all financial assistance provided over the last 7 years for your convenience. The total amount is $180,500. I will no longer serve as a financial resource. I wish you well, Michael. I printed 2 copies, one for them and one for my records. I sealed their copy in a large envelope with a financial breakdown, addressed it, and placed it aside. My phone kept buzzing. By the afternoon, I had 55 unread messages. My mother's texts had gone from angry to desperate. She demanded that I call her immediately. She claimed the video was fabricated, edited, and out of context. She claimed Ethan was lying, that I was overreacting, and that I was destroying the family due to a misunderstanding. My father's messages were different, colder, more calculated. He reminded me of all the things they had done for me as a child. How they'd fed, clothed, and supported me through college. How I owed them. How my family did not abandon them, and how I was selfish and ungrateful. Ryan sent a group text to me, our parents, and a few other relatives. He called me dramatic, accused me of tearing the family apart, and claimed I was punishing everyone because my feelings were hurt. He said Sophia needed to toughen up, the world was harsh, and I was raising weak children who couldn't deal with reality. I did not respond to any of it. Instead, I called my financial advisor. I described the situation calmly and clearly. I had been supporting my parents for a decade. I was withdrawing my support. I wanted to ensure that all accounts were properly severed, that there were no loose ends, and that they couldn't later make claims against me. My advisor listened closely. He asked intelligent questions. He took notes. Then he suggested I have everything documented with a lawyer as a precaution, not to sue, but to protect myself. So I called my lawyer. The conversation remains the same, as does the calm explanation. She immediately understood. She asked if I wanted to file any claims for misappropriation of funds. I clarified, no, I just want a clean separation, legal documentation that I'd withdrawn support voluntarily, that I didn't owe them anything, and that any future attempts to claim otherwise would be provably false. She said she would prepare the paperwork. By evening, I'd received messages from extended family, aunts, uncles, and cousins I'd barely spoken with. Some defended my parents, accusing me of heartlessness and cruelty. Others supported me, admitting that they had suspected favoritism for years but had refrained from interfering. Several people shared their own stories about being mistreated by my parents. My Aunt Elizabeth called me directly. She was my mother's older sister, whom I had always respected. Michael, I watched the video. I can't believe your mother said that to Sophia. She did, and it's not the first time she's made Sophia feel out of place. There was a long pause. I could hear her breathing from the other end of the line. I'm so sorry. I should have noticed sooner. I should have said something. It's not your fault, but I need you to understand why I'm doing this. I can't keep funding a comfortable life for people who treat my daughter like she's disposable. I understand. And for what it's worth, I support you completely. What your mother said was unforgivable. That exchange was crucial. My aunt began speaking with other relatives and sharing her perspective. The narrative started to shift. People who had initially defended my parents began to question their version of events. Meanwhile, my parents' situation had deteriorated. They couldn't pay their mortgage if I didn't make a monthly deposit. It was due in 2 days. Their insurance coverage was about to expire due to a lack of payments. They would have missed the deadline and faced penalties if I hadn't contributed to their property taxes. They attempted to call the bank about refinancing. The bank inquired about their income. Retirement benefits and Social Security did not qualify them for better terms. They tried to obtain a personal loan. They would not be approved by a lender unless they had collateral or cosigners. They called Ryan. He tried to help. He sent them $1,500, which would cover part of one mortgage payment, but he couldn't keep it up. He had his own bills, family, and budget, which was barely balanced. My mother left a voicemail. Her voice shook. Michael. Please. We're going to lose the house. Please don't do this. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Just call me back. I deleted it without responding. My parents visited my house several days after New Year's Eve. I was in my home office, working on a building design for a client, when the doorbell rang. Ethan responded before I could stop him. I heard my mother's voice through the walls. Sharp, demanding, and desperate. I walked to the front door. My parents stood on the porch. My mother's face was flushed and blotchy, her eyes swollen from crying. My father's expression was hard, and his jaw clenched. We need to talk, my mother explained. I didn't invite them inside. I stepped out onto the porch and closed the door behind me, forming a barrier between them and my children. My mother's voice cracked. There's nothing to talk about. You can't just cut us off like this. We're your parents, and we raised you. I looked at her calmly. Years of suppressed anger sat in my chest, but I kept my voice calm. And Sophia is your granddaughter, and Ethan is your grandson, but you've never treated them that way, especially Sophia. My father stepped forward, his face flushed. This is about that video, isn't it? Ethan manipulated the whole situation. He edited it to make your mother look bad. I raised my eyebrows. Ethan didn't edit anything. He recorded the truth. You said exactly what you said. There is no manipulation in documenting reality. My mother reached for me, her hands trembling. Sophia caught me off guard. I didn't mean it that way. I was upset. I said something stupid in the moment. You called her trash. You said she wasn't really yours. She's 8 years old, and she spent weeks making you a gift because she loves you. And you rejected her in the cruelest way imaginable. My dad crossed his arms. You're blowing this completely out of proportion. We've always been there for you. We've always supported you. I actually laughed. It was a bitter, hollow sound that surprised me all the same. Supported me? I've given you $180,000 over the last 7 years. I've paid your mortgage when you couldn't. I've covered your insurance, your taxes, your repairs. I've bailed Ryan out more times than I can count. And the entire time, you've made it crystal clear that I don't matter as much as he does. That my kids, especially Sophia, don't matter at all. My mother began to cry harder. This time, there were real tears. Not the performing kind. That's not true. We love you. We love your kids. No, you don't. You tolerate them. You tolerate me. But you love Ryan. You love his kids. You light up when they walk in the room. You remember their birthdays. You brag about them. You make them feel wanted. My father's voice became cold. You've never done that for my children. If you go through with this, you'll regret it. Family is everything. You can't just walk away. I met his gaze without flinching. Family is supposed to protect each other. Family is supposed to love each other. You didn't protect Sophia. You hurt her, and I won't let that happen again. My mom grabbed my arm. Please, Michael. We'll lose the house. We have nowhere else to go. I gently took her hand off my arm. You should have thought about that before you called my daughter trash. I turned around and went back inside, locking the door behind me. I stood in the hallway for a moment, listening to their argument on the porch. Then I heard their vehicle start and drive away. Over the next 2 weeks, I compiled everything. Financial records date back 7 years. Text messages expressing their favoritism for Ryan. Voicemail messages in which they dismissed my concerns about how they treated my children. Ethan had been quietly recording videos for years. I had no idea he was capturing these moments. My mother ignored Sophia during Thanksgiving, walking past her without returning her greeting. My father praised Ryan's son for receiving a B on a test while dismissing Ethan's A+. Small cruelties I'd ignored or excused because I wanted to believe they didn't mean it. I organized everything into a comprehensive folder that was chronological, labeled, and indexed. Then I started sharing it with my extended family, not to complain or gossip, but to give context. I sent my Aunt Elizabeth a financial spreadsheet that showed exactly how much I had contributed. I forwarded the New Year's Eve video to my Uncle Martin, allowing him to see my mother's words without commentary. I forwarded text messages to my cousins that depicted my parents' angry reactions after I withdrew support. I did not write an editorial. I did not seek sympathy or demand that others take sides. I simply provided facts and allowed people to draw their own conclusions. The responses varied greatly. Some relatives continued to defend my parents. They wrote me long messages about forgiveness, how families should stick together no matter what, and how I was vindictive and cruel. Others were horrified. Several admitted that they had always suspected something was wrong but had avoided getting involved. A few people shared their own experiences of being mistreated by my parents, which I had never heard before. My cousin Julia called me. She was close to my age, someone I had grown up with but had not spoken to much as an adult. "Michael, I saw everything you sent. I had no idea it was that bad. I didn't talk about it. I thought if I just kept trying, things would get better. I'm so sorry you and your kids went through that. For what it's worth, I always thought Sophia was sweet, and Ethan is brilliant. Your parents were idiots not to see it. Thank you. That means a lot. What are you going to do now?" "I'm done. I'm not going back. I'm not giving them another dollar. I'm protecting my kids, even if that means burning every bridge with my parents." "Good. They don't deserve you." Meanwhile, my parents' situation deteriorated. Their mortgage went into default when they missed a payment. The bank sent them a formal notification. They were given 30 days to bring the account current or face foreclosure proceedings. Their auto insurance expired completely. My father was pulled over for a broken taillight and cited for driving without insurance. The ticket carried a hefty fine and a court date. Their utilities were being disconnected. First, they relied on the internet to stream and stay connected. Then the cable TV, and then the water, because I had been paying the bill they had been ignoring for months. Ryan tried to assist again. He was able to send them enough money to restore the water service, but he could not do more. He called me angry and desperate. "You're destroying them, Michael. Is this really what you want? To watch our parents lose everything? I want them to understand consequences. I want them to realize that people aren't disposable, especially not my daughter. She's just a kid. She'll get over it. But Mom and Dad won't recover from this. Sophia shouldn't have to get over it. She shouldn't have been hurt in the first place. And I'm done protecting people who refuse to protect her. You're being selfish. I've been selfless for 7 years. I've given and given and given, and it was never enough. I'm done." He hung up on me. 2 weeks after New Year's Eve, my parents' church community hosted their monthly dinner. It was a social gathering they'd been attending for over 20 years, where they'd carefully maintained their reputation as upstanding, generous, and beloved members of the church. The video had already spread widely. Most people in their social circle had seen it, but my parents had tried to control the narrative by claiming it was taken out of context, that they had been misunderstood, and that Ethan had manipulated the video. Then someone at dinner decided that the truth needed to be told. I was not there. I later learned about it from my Aunt Elizabeth, who attended the same church. Sophie, a longtime congregation member who had received Ethan's email directly, reportedly brought her laptop to the event. During the evening's announcements, she asked the organizer if she could share anything important. She linked her laptop to the projector system used for presentations. She then played the video. My mother's voice filled the church hall. "I don't wear trash from kids who aren't really mine." The room fell silent. 100 people watched Sophia stand there. My mother pushed the bracelet away, and my 8-year-old daughter turned and walked back to her seat without crying. My parents attempted to leave. They stood up, grabbing their coats, but people blocked their path, not physically, but by simply standing and staring. My mother cried. My father was arguing loudly, claiming that it was a breach of their privacy. Sophie, the woman who had played the video, stood up and spoke calmly. "This is who they are. This is how they treat their own grandchild. And we've all been duped into believing they were good people." The damage was done. Within hours, the story had spread beyond the church. Friends called friends. Neighbors talked to each other. The video circulated among local community social media groups. People who had known my parents for decades suddenly saw them differently. Invitations stopped arriving. They were suddenly excluded from social events that had previously included them. Former friends crossed the street to avoid speaking with them. Their carefully cultivated reputation, built over 2 decades of church attendance and community involvement, crumbled in a single evening. My father called me the following morning. His voice was strained, shaking with barely contained rage. "You need to fix this. Tell people it was all a misunderstanding. Make it stop. It wasn't a misunderstanding. It was the truth. Your mother is devastated. She hasn't stopped crying. People are treating us like criminals. Sophia cried for years. Quietly where nobody noticed. I'm done protecting people who hurt my kids. We're your parents, and she's my daughter. She'll always matter more. He hung up without saying another word. The financial consequences worsened. Their mortgage defaulted, resulting in foreclosure proceedings. The bank submitted the necessary paperwork. My parents were officially notified that they had 50 days to vacate the property. They attempted to fight it. They sought legal aid, but they did not have a case. They had signed the mortgage. They had failed to make payments. The bank had followed all appropriate procedures. There was nothing to fight. Ryan tried once more to assist. He mailed them $3,500, everything he could scrape from his savings. It was not nearly enough. The amount required to stop the foreclosure was more than $18,000. They had missed several payments. There were late fees, penalties, and legal costs. They were drowning, and no one could throw them a rope big enough to help. My mother mailed me a handwritten letter. It arrived at my mailbox, addressed in her shaky cursive. I opened it on my kitchen table. Ethan and Sophia are already asleep upstairs. Hi. Michael. I know I harmed you. I know I hurt Sophia. I said something terrible. Something I can never take back. I was wrong. I was cruel. I'm not sure why I said it. I'm not sure what I was thinking. Please forgive me. Please help us. We're about to lose everything. We have nowhere to go. I am begging you. I will do anything. I will apologize to Sophia. I'll seek counseling. I will be better. Just don't let this happen. Mom. I reread it 3 times. Then I carefully folded it and stored it in a drawer. Maybe someday I'll forgive her. But forgiveness did not imply reconciliation. It didn't imply going back. It did not imply rescuing her from the consequences of her own decisions. My parents sold their house several months after New Year's Eve. Not voluntarily. The bank forced the sale to recoup their losses. My parents relocated to a small 2-bedroom apartment across town, drastically simplifying their lifestyle. The spacious rooms, large backyard, and neighborhood where they had lived for 30 years, were all gone. They stopped hosting family events. They stopped attending church. They became quiet and isolated, experiencing the same invisibility that they had caused me to feel for years. I did not gloat. I did not celebrate their pain. I simply moved on with my own life. I enrolled Sophia in therapy. Ethan too. We discussed boundaries, self-worth, and what healthy family relationships should be like. We discussed how it is acceptable to walk away from people who have hurt you, even if they are family. My children began to heal slowly and gradually. Sophia smiled more. She began creating art again, not to gain approval, but because she enjoyed it. Ethan relaxed and stopped being so watchful and tense. They gave up waiting for approval from people who would never give it. I created a new life for us. We celebrated the holidays at home, just the 3 of us. We created new traditions. Pancakes on Saturday mornings, movie nights on Fridays, and summer camping trips away from everything. Sophia's artwork adorned our refrigerator. Every piece is displayed with pride. Ethan's science projects filled our shelves. Our house felt cozy, full, and safe. My mother sent me one final communication. Another letter arrived 6 months after everything has fallen apart. Hi, Michael. I've had plenty of time to reflect on what I said, how I treated your children, and the type of person I've been. You were correct. I was cruel to Sophia. I was dismissive of Ethan. I took you for granted. I let my preference for Ryan blind me to what I was losing. I understand why you cut us off. I realize that what I did was unforgivable. I am not asking you to come back. I am not asking for money. I just want you to know I'm sorry. I am deeply sorry. I hope your kids are happy. I hope Sophia knows she is loved, even if not by me. I hope Ethan realizes he's brilliant. I hope you can find peace. I'm sorry I couldn't be the mother and grandmother your family deserved. Mom. I reread the letter twice. Then I placed it in the same drawer as the first one. I did not respond. There was nothing more to say. Ryan reached out months later. His message was brief. I get it now. I saw how they treated Chloe differently than Jack. How they praised her and ignored him. I never noticed before. I'm sorry I didn't believe you. I replied simply. Thanks for saying that. We did not rebuild our relationship. Too much had been broken, but acknowledgement was important. My children thrived. Sophia made new friends in school. Children who appreciated her kindness and creativity. Ethan won a regional robotics competition and received early admission to a summer program for gifted students. They grew up knowing that they were loved, valued, and safe, and I learned something important. Being dependable does not imply being a doormat. Being family does not imply accepting abuse. Walking away from toxicity is not abandonment. It is self-preservation. My parents discovered the hard way that people are not limitless resources. That silence is not synonymous with acceptance. That invisibility is reversible. And when it happens, the consequences are serious and long-lasting. I did not destroy them. I've just stopped saving them. And it made all the difference. Years later, Sophia inquired about her grandmother. We were sitting on the back porch, watching the sunset. She was 14 years old at the time, taller and more confident than the 8-year-old who had been holding a rejected gift. Do you think Grandma ever really understood what she did wrong? I thought about it carefully. I think eventually she did, but understanding doesn't erase the hurt. And it doesn't obligate us to go back. I'm not sad we don't see them anymore. Neither am I. She leaned on my shoulder. Thanks for choosing us. Always, I replied. Always you. Always Ethan. Always us. The sun slowly set, leaving the sky orange and pink. Inside, Ethan was preparing dinner. Probably something experimental and slightly unusual, but made with love. Our little family, imperfect and scarred, but complete. My parents had taught me an important lesson, albeit not the one they intended. They taught me that blood does not make a family. Love, respect, and protection do, and I had created a family worth protecting. When my parents passed away, my sister dumped moving boxes at my feet and hissed, "Find another place to die." I was 36, still using a cane after a crash 3 years ago. 5 days later, the lawyer opened a 36-page will and left her speechless. My name is Claire Reynolds. I was 36 when my sister looked me dead in the eye and told me to find another place to die. 4 days after our parents' funeral, I was still walking with a cane from the car wreck that almost killed me 3 years ago. Madeline stood in the doorway of the only home I had left and said it without a single tear. She showed up with moving boxes. She brought her husband. And she brought a kind of cruelty I honestly didn't know she had in her. Our parents had just been buried. The flowers on their graves hadn't even wilted yet. And my sister, my own blood, was kicking me out of the house where I'd spent the last 3 years recovering, healing, and taking care of the same parents she barely visited. She thought I had nothing. She thought I was useless. She was wrong. Before I get into what happened at the lawyer's office 5 days later, please like and subscribe if you're enjoying this story. And tell me in the comments where you're watching from, and what time it is there. To understand why those words cut so deep, you need to know what my life looked like before all of this. 3 years before my parents died, I was a landscape architect in Hartford. I had my own small firm. I designed gardens for wealthy clients, restored historic estates, and I'd just landed a contract with the city's botanical society. Life was good. Life made sense. Then a drunk driver ran a red light. I don't remember the impact. I just remember waking up in a hospital room with metal rods in my spine and doctors telling me I might never walk again. The surgery took 12 hours. Recovery was going to take years. My apartment had stairs I couldn't climb. My office had projects I couldn't manage. My savings had limits, and medical bills didn't care. So when my parents offered me their guest room on the ground floor, I said yes. I moved back into my childhood home, into the bedroom where my high school track trophies still sat on the shelf. For 20 months, I used a wheelchair. I learned how to squeeze through door frames, how to handle bathroom tiles, and the particular humiliation of needing help with things I'd done alone since I was a kid. My mom read to me on the bad days. My dad built a ramp for the back porch so I could sit outside in the garden. Madeline called once a month. Sometimes less. She never asked about my physical therapy. She never asked how I was doing, either. And the few times she did call and I picked up, it was always the same. "Oh. You're still there. Put Mom on." Still there. Like I was a stain that wouldn't come out. What Madeline didn't know and never bothered to ask was that I'd started walking again 5 months before our parents died. First with a walker, then with a cane. I was healing. I was getting stronger. But to her, I would always be the useless one. The Christmas before my parents died, Madeline came home with her perfect little family. Evan wore a cashmere coat that probably cost more than my monthly medical bills. Their 2 kids, Lily and Noah, ran through the house like they owned it. Madeline directed everyone like she was running a set. Moving furniture. Critiquing my mom's table settings. Telling everyone how things should be done. I spent 3 days making her kids' favorite meals. Homemade mac and cheese for Noah. Chocolate chip pancakes for Lily. I did it standing at the counter with my cane propped against the stove, my back screaming after 25 minutes, because I wanted to contribute. I wanted to be useful. On Christmas morning, everyone gathered in the living room for the annual family photo. My dad set up the tripod. My mom adjusted the ornaments on the tree. The kids fought over who got to stand in front. Madeline looked at me and smiled, but it wasn't warm. Claire, maybe you should sit this one out. We want a nice photo for the Christmas card. The room went quiet. My mom opened her mouth, then closed it. My dad stared at the camera like he hadn't heard. Madeline just shrugged. The wheelchair doesn't really fit the aesthetic, you know. The thing is, I wasn't even in the wheelchair anymore. I was standing there with a cane. But I didn't argue. I'd already learned that arguing with Madeline only gave her ammo, so I smiled, nodded, and walked into the kitchen. Through the window, I watched my family pose without me. I heard the shutter click 1, 2, 3 times. I didn't know then that my dad had watched the whole thing. And I had no idea what he did the next morning. My parents died on a Thursday in March. They were flying to California for an old college friend's wedding. A private charter. 7 passengers. Clear skies. The plane went down somewhere over Nevada. They said it was mechanical failure. They said it was quick. When the call came, I was in the garden, pruning the roses my mom had planted 17 years earlier. The phone rang, and 4 or 5 seconds later, my entire world fell apart. Madeline flew in for the funeral and took over like she always does. The arrangements. The flowers. The guest list. I was too numb to fight her on any of it. I sat in the front pew and realized I didn't even recognize half the people there. Madeline's friends. Madeline's contacts. People who had never met my parents but still wanted to be seen, paying respects. 3 days after we buried them, Madeline asked to speak with me privately. She found me in the living room, surrounded by sympathy cards I couldn't bring myself to open. She didn't sit. She stood in the doorway with her arms crossed, Evan hovering behind her like a shadow. I've spoken with the lawyer, she said. Everything goes to me. The house. The accounts. Everything. I looked up at her. What lawyer? The lawyer. She waved her hand like I was being annoying. Mom and Dad's estate lawyer. He confirmed it. I tried to keep my voice steady. Did he give you documents? A copy of the will? Madeline's eye twitched. Just slightly. I don't need to show you anything. You have 2 weeks to find another place to live. Something cold dropped into my stomach. Madeline kept saying the lawyer. No name. No firm. Just the lawyer. My parents had used Charles Whitman for more than 22 years. If she'd actually spoken to him, she would have said his name. She wasn't telling the truth. That night, I sat alone in my parents' study and took inventory of my life. No job. I'd closed my firm 20 months earlier. Medical bills made it impossible to keep the lights on. No savings. Whatever money I'd had went to copays, specialists, and prescriptions that kept my spine from locking up. No income. Disability barely covered the basics. And now, apparently, no home. I looked around my parents' study. My dad's desk, worn smooth from 40 years of use. My mom's reading chair, the fabric faded where her head always rested. The window overlooking the garden we'd built together. She planted. I designed. We used to talk about what it could become someday. That house wasn't just walls and a roof. It was where I took my first steps. Where I learned to ride a bike in the driveway. Where my mom taught me to cook and my dad taught me how to argue. Every room held a memory. Every corner held a piece of them. If I walked away now, I wouldn't just lose the house. I'd lose my parents all over again, and worse, I'd be proving Madeline right. That I was useless. That I didn't deserve to be there. That I was worth nothing. I couldn't accept that. I wouldn't. So I started opening drawers. Looking for anything. Any sign that Madeline was wrong. In the bottom drawer of my dad's desk, under old tax returns and faded photos, I found a business card. Charles Whitman. Estate attorney. I flipped it over. On the back, in my dad's careful handwriting, were 6 words. Call him. He knows everything. My dad never left notes. Ever. So why this one? 5 days later, Madeline came back. I was in the living room, practicing walking without my cane. My physical therapist had said I was ready to try. I wanted to prove I could do something on my own. The front door slammed open. Madeline walked in carrying cardboard boxes. Evan followed behind her with more. She dropped them at my feet. The sound echoed through the room. Pack your things, she said. You have until Friday. Madeline, I need more time. I'm still what? She snapped. Still pretending you're sick? I was in a car accident. You know that. 3 years ago. She kicked one of the boxes toward me. You've milked it long enough. Evan shifted awkwardly. Honey, maybe we should stay out of this. From behind me, I heard someone come in from the kitchen. Helen, the nurse who'd taken care of my parents in their last months, froze in the doorway. Beside her stood Ruth, our neighbor of 42 years, holding a casserole. They both heard what came next. Madeline stepped closer. Close enough that I could smell her perfume. Expensive. Sharp. She looked at me like you look at trash that needs to be taken out. Find another place to die, she said. You're useless now. The words just hung there. Helen made a small sound. Ruth's hand flew to her chest. Madeline didn't even look at them. To her, they didn't matter. But I saw Helen pull a small notebook from her pocket and write something down. Quick. Discreet. Like she was taking vitals. I didn't understand why then. I would later. Ruth was the first to move. She stepped forward, her 72-year-old frame suddenly rigid with a kind of anger that only comes from decades of loyalty. She'd known my mom before I was born. She'd held me as a baby. She'd watched both Reynolds girls grow up. And she'd clearly chosen a side. Madeline Louise Reynolds Hartman, Ruth said. Her voice could have cut glass. Your mother would roll in her grave if she heard you right now. Madeline turned slowly, her face settling into polite confusion. I'm sorry. Who invited you into this conversation? I've known this family 42 years. Ruth shot back. Longer than you've been alive, young lady. This is family business. I was family before you learned to walk. Ruth moved beside me, her hand firm on my arm. Margaret loved both her daughters, Madeline. But she wasn't blind. None of us were. Something flickered across Madeline's face. Uncertainty. Or, maybe just irritation at being challenged. Evan stepped forward and reached for her elbow. Vic, come on. We can talk about this later. Don't touch me. She yanked her arm away. My mother left me in charge. Not her. Not some neighbor who thinks she has a right. Not some neighbor who thinks she has a right. Your mother didn't leave you in charge of anything, Ruth said quietly. The room went dead silent. Madeline's jaw tightened. She looked at me. Then at Ruth. Then at Helen. Still standing there with her notebook. Fine. She grabbed Evan's arm and dragged him toward the door. Friday, Claire. I want you out by Friday. The door slammed behind them. Ruth squeezed my arm. Don't worry. Honey. This isn't over. I wished I believed her. The next morning, Evan came back alone. He stood on the porch with his hands in his pockets, looking like a man who'd lost an argument with himself. When I opened the door, he flinched. Madeline doesn't know I'm here, he said quickly. Can we talk? Can we talk? I let him in. We sat in the living room. Him on the edge of my mom's chair. Me on the couch, my cane against the armrest. He wouldn't meet my eyes. Look, he said, about yesterday. Madeline's under a lot of pressure. Pressure to throw her disabled sister out of her dead parents' house, I said. He winced. It's not personal, Claire. We really need the money. I went very still. Need, I said. The house alone is worth. He stopped himself. I mean, the estate should be settled quickly. For everyone's sake. Evan, I leaned forward. What's going on? He was quiet for a long time. Then, barely audible, we're in trouble. The investments I made last year didn't pan out. How much? He stared at the floor. The ceiling. Anywhere but me. 450,000. Give or take. The number just sat between us. The bank's threatening to take our house, he said. The kids' school is asking about next semester's tuition. Madeline's trying to hold everything together, but, Evan, Madeline's voice cut through the room. Sharp. We both jumped. I hadn't heard her pull up. What are you doing here? She grabbed his arm, her knuckles white. We're leaving. Now. Evan mouthed something at me as she dragged him out. It might have been sorry. It might have been help. I know what some of you are probably thinking. Why didn't I fight back? Why didn't I say more? I asked myself the same thing. But sometimes the best response is no response at all. If you've ever been underestimated, you know what I mean. And if you want to know what happened at the lawyer's office 5 days later, keep watching. That night, I found the business card again. Charles Whitman, estate attorney. Under the desk lamp, my dad's handwriting on the back almost seemed to glow. Call him. He knows everything. Before I could talk myself out of it, I dialed the number. The phone rang twice. Whitman and Associates, a deep, steady voice answered. Mr. Whitman, I said. This is Claire Reynolds. James and Margaret Reynolds' daughter. There was a pause. Then his tone softened. Miss Reynolds, he said. I've been waiting for your call. My grip tightened on the phone. You have? Your father told me you'd reach out. He was very confident about it. I heard papers rustling. I understand your sister has been making claims about the estate. She says everything goes to her. She says I confirmed it. He gave a short, dry laugh. I haven't spoken to Madeline since your parents' anniversary party 4 years ago. And she certainly hasn't contacted my office. Relief hit me so hard I had to sit down. So she was lying. I wouldn't presume to characterize your sister's claims, Mr. Whitman said. What I can tell you is that your parents were very specific about what they wanted. He paused. Miss Reynolds, I'd like you to come into my office before the official reading. Some parts of the will need context. Another pause. Longer this time. No one else knows about this. Not even your sister. I wrote down the appointment time with shaking hands. Miss Reynolds, he added, his voice softer now. Your father changed the will 7 months ago, shortly after Christmas. He told me he finally saw things clearly. He didn't have to explain what he meant. He'd seen the Christmas photo. The one I wasn't in. The day before the will reading, Helen came by to say goodbye. She stood on the porch with her cardigan pulled tight around her shoulders, looking smaller than I remembered. For 9 months, she'd been part of this house. Taking my parents' vitals, managing medications, sitting with my mom through the long nights, when the pain wouldn't let her sleep. Now her job was done. Another family. Another patient. Another ending. I wanted to give you something, she said. She reached into her bag and pulled out a leather-bound notebook, soft at the edges. I knew it instantly. My mother's handwriting covered the open page. The looping cursive. The way she always pressed too hard with the pen. Your mother asked me to keep this safe, Helen said, pressing it into my hands. She said you'd need it someday. And that you'd know when. I traced my mom's initials on the cover. What's in it? Her thoughts. Her days. Things she noticed. Helen hesitated. The last few pages are about you and your sister. I didn't read them. It didn't feel right. She looked at me carefully. But I think she wanted you to understand something. Understand what? Helen glanced down the street, like she was making sure no one else was around. There's something else, she said quietly. Mr. Whitman has it. Your mother recorded a video message a few months ago. She met my eyes. She was very clear about when it should be played. My throat tightened. Helen. Why are you telling me this? She reached out and squeezed my hand. Your mother knew, Claire. She knew what Madeline would do. And she prepared. Helen stepped back toward her car. Your parents loved you both, she said. But they weren't blind. The notebook felt heavy in my hands. Like a promise. Or a warning. Madeline handled the memorial reception the same way she handled everything else. Expensive. Controlled. And without asking me a single thing. The restaurant was Italian and upscale. Cloth napkins. Waiters who introduced themselves by name. She rented out the private dining room, arranged the catering, sent out cream-colored invitations with my parents' names embossed in gold. She didn't ask me about the menu. Or the guest list. She didn't ask me anything. I arrived late. My taxi got stuck in traffic, and walking from the parking lot with my cane took longer than I expected. By the time I reached the private room, Madeline was already standing at the head of the long table, wine glass in hand, giving a speech. 45 people sat in front of her. Aunts and uncles I barely recognized. Friends of my parents whose names I'd forgotten. Evan's business associates. Madeline's book club. A sea of faces. Some grieving. Most just watching. They worked their whole lives for this family, Madeline was saying. Her voice had that tone she used when she wanted admiration, and I promised to honor that legacy. This house. This community. Everything they built. I will protect it. She talked about the family like it was a claim. Like a deed. I stood in the doorway, unnoticed. Mom and Dad would be so proud of what we've accomplished, Madeline continued. The Reynolds name will endure. I'll make sure of it. My hand tightened around my cane until my knuckles went white. She hadn't mentioned me. Not once. It was like I'd already been erased from the family she was so determined to protect. Someone finally noticed me standing there. A ripple moved through the room. Heads turned. Madeline's speech faltered for half a second before she smiled again. Claire, You made it. Axa 40. The way she said it like I was an afterthought made my skin crawl. I started toward an empty seat near the back. My cane tapped against the floor, loud in the sudden quiet. Madeline. It was Aunt Florence. My dad's older sister. What about Claire? She asked. Where will she be living now? The room froze. 45 pairs of eyes moved between us. Madeline's smile didn't budge. Claire has her own plans. She's transitioning. Transitioning to where? Florence pressed. Madeline gave a delicate shrug. Wherever she can manage. She's always been resourceful. A few people laughed. Small laughs. Nervous laughs. The kind people make when they don't know what else to do. But they laughed. I stood there with my cane, feeling every look. Some pity. Some judgment. Most people looked away. Madeline brushed past me to greet someone else. As she passed, she leaned in close. I told you to stay home, she whispered. You're embarrassing yourself. I didn't respond. I remembered what Charles Whitman had told me earlier that day. Let her talk. The more she says now, the louder the silence will be later. So I found my seat. I folded my hands in my lap. And I waited. Madeline had no idea what was coming. Ruth arrived about 25 minutes later, dressed in black and wearing a look that could curdle milk. She scanned the room until she spotted me alone at my table, pushing food around my plate. Then she saw Madeline near the bar, laughing at something Evan said. Ruth's jaw tightened. She walked straight to me and sat down. Is it true? She asked. What Florence just told me? I nodded. Ruth stood up. Before I could stop her, she raised her voice loud enough to cut through the entire room. Margaret and James would be ashamed if they could see this. Everything went silent. Madeline turned, her wine glass frozen halfway to her lips. Excuse me? You heard me, Ruth said. She pointed at me. This girl took care of your parents every single day while you were too busy to visit. She bathed them. She fed them. She held your mother's hand when she was scared. Ruth's voice cracked, but she didn't stop. What did you do, Madeline? Send flowers? Someone gasped. Evan stepped forward, reaching for Madeline's arm. She shook him off. You have no right. Madeline snapped. I have every right, Ruth said. Margaret was my best friend for 42 years. She moved to stand beside me, her hand firm on my shoulder. And I know exactly what kind of daughter you've been. No one spoke. A fork clinked against a plate. Madeline's face flushed red. Then drained white. For the first time, something cracked. Fear. Uncertainty. Ruth leaned down and whispered in my ear. I talked to Charles this morning. He told me what's coming. She squeezed my shoulder. Just wait, honey. 5 days later, I walked into Charles Whitman's office on the 14th floor of the Hartford Financial Building. The receptionist led me to a conference room at the end of the hall. Dark wood. Leather chairs. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city. The kind of room where things change. Madeline was already there. She sat at the head of the table like she owned it. Hermes bag perfectly placed. Posture flawless. Evan sat beside her, glued to his phone, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. I took the seat across from them. My cane rested against the chair. Madeline didn't even look at me. Charles Whitman walked in with a leather briefcase, a court reporter following close behind. He looked older than I remembered. Silver hair. Calm. The kind of calm that comes from spending decades delivering news people don't want to hear. Thank you for coming, he said as he took his seat. Before we begin the formal reading, I need to clarify a few things. He opened a manila folder and looked straight at Madeline. Mrs. Hartman, have you ever seen the complete will your parents filed with my office? Madeline straightened in her chair. I've seen the will. Yes. It was in my mother's nightstand. The document in the nightstand, Charles repeated. He nodded slowly. Can you describe it? 5 pages. Standard legal language. Everything left to me. As the eldest daughter, Charles removed his glasses and wiped them with a cloth. He took his time. Mrs. Hartman, he said quietly, have you ever seen the full will, or only the summary your mother kept for reference? Madeline's fingers tightened around her bag. For the first time, her smile slipped. What are you talking about? Her voice sharpened. A summary. That was the will. That summary. That's Rio. That's Staria. Charles opened his briefcase and pulled out a thick document bound in blue legal backing. He placed it on the table between us. This is your parents' last will and testament, he said. 36 pages. Madeline leaned forward. That's impossible. I saw the will. It was dated 7 years ago. What you saw, Charles said evenly, was a preliminary draft. Your parents kept it in the nightstand as a reference. They updated their estate plan significantly before they passed. He tapped the document. This is the legal version. The only version that matters. Evan's phone clattered onto the table. He didn't pick it up. This is fraud. Madeline snapped as she shot to her feet, her chair scraping loudly against the floor. You're helping her commit fraud. She probably forged it, Mrs. Hartman, Charles said. His voice didn't rise, but it hardened. I've been your family's attorney for 22 years. I drafted your parents' first will when you were 16. I do not commit fraud, and I don't appreciate the implication. Madeline opened her mouth. Closed it. Her hands were shaking. Sit down, Charles said. It wasn't a suggestion. She sat. I watched her face cycle through disbelief, then anger, then something close to fear. When she finally looked at me, there was panic in her eyes. They wouldn't do this, she whispered. They wouldn't. Charles began turning pages. Perhaps we should let your parents speak for themselves. The room felt smaller. The air felt thinner. I knew something was about to break. Charles read slowly, deliberately. To our daughter, Madeline Louise Reynolds Hartman. We leave our investment portfolio, valued at approximately $16 million, to be held in a managed trust. Madeline made a sound like she'd been punched. A trust? Evan leaned forward. What do you mean a trust? We need that money now. Charles didn't even look at him. Madeline may withdraw a maximum of $60,000 per year. The remainder will be distributed to her children upon their 32nd birthdays. Madeline stared at him, stunned. The document includes a letter from your parents explaining their reasoning. Charles continued. Would you like me to read it? Would you like me to read it? Yes. I said before Madeline could speak. Charles adjusted his glasses. We love Madeline deeply, he read, but we have watched her struggle with financial decisions throughout her adult life. We have seen money disappear into ventures that never materialized. We do not want our life's work to be lost within a year of our passing. This trust is not a punishment. It is protection. Madeline's face drained of color. Evan stared at the table like he wanted it to open up and swallow him. Charles turned a few more pages. Regarding the family home and surrounding property, valued at approximately $4.6 million. I stopped breathing. We leave our home to our daughter, Claire Ann Reynolds. My vision blurred. With the condition that the home may not be sold for 12 years. Claire has been our comfort and companion during our final years. She has tended our garden, held our hands, and given us peace. The house belongs to her. She has earned it. Somewhere far away, Madeline was talking, objecting, demanding. I couldn't hear her. All I could hear were my parents' voices. There is one more thing, Charles said. He reached into his briefcase and pulled out a small USB drive. Your parents recorded a video message to be played at this reading. They were very insistent. Madeline's head snapped up. What video? I didn't know anything about a video. That was the point, Charles said. He connected the drive to a laptop. A moment later, my mother's face appeared on the screen. She was sitting in her favorite chair by the window. My father stood behind her, one hand on her shoulder. They both looked exhausted and determined. Girls, my mother said. If you're watching this, it means we're gone. And it means things unfolded the way we were afraid they might. My father spoke next. Madeline, you're our firstborn. We've loved you since the moment you arrived. But love doesn't mean blindness. They talked about how she treated me, how she dismissed me, minimized me, pushed me aside. My mother's eyes filled with tears. Claire. You are not useless. You never were. You are our quiet strength. While Madeline chased things that glittered, you stayed. You cared. You showed up. My father's voice cracked. We changed our will after Christmas. After we watched Madeline exclude you from the family photo. After we heard her tell your mother that you were dragging us down. We weren't going to let our death become another way for you to be erased, my mother said. She leaned closer to the camera. We hope you can reconcile. We truly do. But if you can't, at least Claire will never be thrown out of her own home. The screen went black. I couldn't see through my tears. But I heard Madeline's chair scrape back as she stood and walked out without saying a word. If you've ever had someone in your family finally see your worth too late or not, you know exactly how that moment feels. Madeline didn't get far. I found her in the hallway outside the conference room, leaning against the wall with her arms wrapped around herself. Evan stood a few feet away, phone pressed to his ear, whispering urgently. A bank. A creditor. The people closing in. When Madeline saw me, something inside her cracked. This isn't fair, she said, her voice raw. You don't understand. I have a family. I have responsibilities. I have. You told your sister to find another place to die, I said. She flinched. I didn't mean. Yes, you did. I kept my voice steady. You meant every word. You've meant them for years. She was crying now. Mascara streaked down her cheeks. Evan's investments collapsed, she said. We owe $450,000. The bank's going to take our house. My kids are going to lose their home. She pointed at me, her hand shaking. And you don't have anyone. You don't have kids, she said. You don't need the money. I let her words sit between us. You're right, I said quietly. I don't have children. I don't have a husband. I don't have the things you think make someone valuable. I took a step closer. But I also didn't spend years treating my own sister like garbage. And the doing 70 phrase. I didn't stand in our parents' house 4 days after their funeral and tell you to go somewhere else to die. Madeline's shoulders started to shake. For a split second, she looked like the little girl I remembered growing up. Scared. Lost. Then I remembered every year she made me feel small. Invisible. Worthless. And I remembered something else. Compassion has limits. I could have destroyed her right there. I could have listed every cruel comment. Every dismissive look. Every moment she made me feel like I didn't deserve to exist. I could have torn apart her perfect image. Her perfect life. Her perfect lies. But that's not who I am. That's not who my parents raised me to be. So I leaned on my cane and kept my voice calm. You told me to find another place to die. I said. I did. I did. I paused. It's called home. Her breath caught. I'm not going to gloat, Madeline, I said. That's not who I am. But I am setting a boundary. I met her eyes. You will never speak to me like that again. Ever. Not in private. Not in public. Not in front of your kids. I'm done being your punching bag. She stared at me like she was seeing me for the first time. I have a proposal. I said. The trust gives you $60,000 a year. That's not nothing. But I know it won't fix everything. I took a breath. I'm willing to loan you what you need to pay off the bank. No interest. Reasonable terms. Enough to save your house and keep your kids in school. And enough to. Her mouth opened. Closed. But there's one condition, I said, lifting my hand. You apologize. Publicly. At a family dinner. In front of everyone who was at that memorial reception. The port informations. You tell them exactly what you said to me. And you admit you were wrong. The hallway went completely silent. Evan had ended his phone call. He was staring at me like I'd grown a second head. Madeline wiped at her face. And if I don't? She asked. Then you figure it out on your own, I said. Your choice. She didn't answer. She looked at Evan. He looked down at the floor. Then she straightened her shoulders, picked up her bag, and walked toward the elevator. Evan followed without looking back. The doors closed. I was alone in the hallway. A moment later, Charles Whitman stepped up beside me and gently touched my elbow. Miss Reynolds, he said, we still have paperwork to finish. I nodded and followed him back into the conference room. The court reporter was gone. The screen was dark. It was just Charles and me, and the weight of everything that had just happened. He slid the documents across the table. Deeds. Account transfers. Signature pages. I signed where he pointed, my hand shaking. Your parents were very proud of you, Charles said as I signed the last page. They told me many times, your mother especially. He removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. She said you were the only thing that made those last months bearable. I couldn't speak. There was one more thing, he said. Charles reached into his briefcase and pulled out a sealed envelope. She asked me to give this to you after the reading. It's just for you. I took it. My mother's handwriting was on the front. For Claire. When you're ready. One last thing, Charles said, standing and offering his hand. Your father asked me to tell you he changed the will 2 days after Christmas. His voice caught. He said he finally understood which daughter saw them as people and which one saw them as a bank account. I walked out of that office with the deed to my childhood home, $16 million in a trust under my name, and my mother's letter pressed against my chest. It didn't feel like winning. It felt like losing them all over again. 6 weeks later, I moved into my parents' bedroom. Sleeping where they had slept felt strange at first. Waking up to the same view of the garden my mom had looked at every morning for the last 30 years felt almost intrusive. But it also felt right. Like they'd saved the space for me. I kept going to physical therapy 4 times a week. Most days, I didn't even need the cane anymore. I was walking on my own. Cooking for myself. Starting to imagine what a future might actually look like. The neighborhood changed in quiet ways. People who'd been at the memorial reception, the ones who laughed when Madeline called me resourceful, started crossing the street when they saw me. Word had spread. About the will. The video. What Madeline had said. What she'd lost. They were embarrassed. Good. Madeline and Evan sold their house in Greenwich for $720,000. After paying off their debts, they barely had enough left for a security deposit on a 2-bedroom apartment in a town 50 minutes away. Evan lost his job when his failed investments came to light. Something about unreported losses and angry clients. He ended up working at a regional bank for a fraction of what he used to make. Their kids transferred from private school to public. Madeline told people it was because the public school had a better arts program. No one believed her. She called me once, 4 weeks after the reading. Is your offer still available? Her voice sounded flat. Tired. Yes. I'm not ready to apologize yet. I stayed quiet for a moment. Then I'm not ready to write a check. The line went dead. But she'd called. That mattered. It wasn't forgiveness. It wasn't accountability. But it might have been the start of something. 3 months after the reading, I finally opened my mother's diary. I'd been carrying it with me ever since Helen gave it to me. Keeping it on my nightstand. Sometimes, holding it while I fell asleep. I hadn't been able to read it before. Hearing my mom's voice again even through her handwriting felt like reopening a wound I wasn't sure I could close. That night, sitting in her garden under the stars, I was ready. At first, the entries were ordinary. Grocery lists. Doctor's appointments. Notes about the weather. Which plants were blooming. My mom had always been practical, even in private. Then I reached the last 12 pages. They were about Madeline. I love my eldest daughter, but I worry for her. She chases something she will never catch. Approval. Success. The appearance of perfection. I hope she finds peace someday. I hope she realizes that what she has is enough. Then my name. Claire doesn't know how much she saved us after the accident, when she moved home. I thought I was taking care of her. But she was taking care of us. Just by being here. Making breakfast. Reading to me. Sitting with James in the garden. She saved us from a loneliness I didn't even realize we were drowning in. The last entry was dated 4 weeks before the accident. Claire is my mirror. Patient. Quiet. Strong in ways no one notices until it's too late. I should have told her more often. I should have said it out loud instead of writing it here. If you're reading this, Claire, know this, you were never useless. You were everything. I closed the diary and looked up at the sky. The tears came, but they felt different this time. Not grief. Release. 8 months after my parents died, I went back to work part-time. Consulting for a landscape design firm in Hartford. Small projects. Nothing overwhelming. But it felt good to create again. To build something from nothing. My first real project was the garden behind my parents' house. My mom's roses were still there. Hydrangeas. A small vegetable patch that had grown wild after she couldn't tend it anymore. I redesigned the space. Kept her roses. Added new paths. Built a small bench where I could sit and remember. It wasn't award-winning, but it was mine. It was home. 5 months after the will reading, Madeline sent me a letter. Not a call. Not a visit. Just a letter. I've been thinking about what you said. About what I said. About all of it. I'm not ready to apologize in front of everyone. I don't know if I ever will be. But I'm trying to understand how I became this person. And I'm sorry. Even if I can't say it out loud yet. I'm sorry. I read it 3 times. Then I placed it in my desk drawer, next to my mother's diary and my father's business card. It wasn't the apology I asked for. It wasn't public. It wasn't accountability. But it was something. We aren't close now. We probably never will be. But we can be in the same room, without pretending the other doesn't exist. We exchange birthday cards. We talk carefully. Maybe someday, we'll build something new. My name is Claire Reynolds. I was told I was useless. I was told to find another place to die. Instead, I found home. If this story resonated with you, let me know. And if you've ever been underestimated by your own family, I'd love to hear your story. My sister threw my business laptop into the pool just because I said no to lending her $12,000. My dad called me selfish. I left without a word. But the next day, I called a lawyer, and that's when my sister realized what it meant to lose everything. My name's Sophia Grant, I'm 38. And last Sunday, my sister showed me exactly how far she'd go when I said no. We were at my parents' house in Phoenix, everyone half distracted by food and small talk. Then she walked over, grabbed my open laptop, and gave me this lazy smirk. "You really won't lend me 12 grand?" She asked like it was no big deal. Before I could even respond, she turned and threw it into the pool. The splash was louder than any words. My entire business, all my client campaigns, months of work, just gone under the water. My sister laughed and said, "Oops. I guess that's what happens when you don't help your family." I waited for someone to say something. Yell at her. Tell her she was crazy. But instead, my dad just shrugged, looked at me, and said, "Well, that's the price you pay for shutting out your own sister." No one asked if I was okay. No one asked about the laptop that pays all my bills. I didn't scream. Didn't cry. Didn't give them the scene they expected. I just stepped up to the edge, reached into the freezing water, pulled my laptop out, and watched the screen flicker and die in my hands. I set it down on the concrete, water dripping off the keys, and smiled in a way that even scared me. I didn't argue. I dried my hands, grabbed my car keys, and left without saying a word. That night, sitting alone in my townhouse, I made some quiet decisions. At 7 a.m. the next morning, my phone wouldn't stop buzzing with my sister's name. That's when I knew she finally realized what it meant to lose something. Have you ever had your own family disregard everything you've worked for and make you feel like it's all your fault? Stay until the end of this story to see what betrayal in a family truly costs. Growing up, I was always the one doing everything right. Stayed out of trouble, good grades, went to Arizona State for marketing, built a career that paid my bills. By 32, I'd quit my agency job, started my own digital marketing business, and was making more money than I'd ever dreamed. I bought a small townhouse in Phoenix, paid off my student loans, and finally felt in control of my life. My sister, Chloe, was the complete opposite. She's 3 years older and, according to my parents, the more creative one. She dropped out of community college after a year, bounced between bartending, waitressing, and working for a friend's clothing line before deciding to become a full-time jewelry maker and influencer. Translation: she lived off my parents, or in the condo my dad put in my name for tax reasons. And she always needed a little extra help. When I started making real money, it felt like something flipped in my family. Suddenly, I wasn't just Sophia. I was the safety net. It started small. My mom would say, "Your sister's phone got turned off again. Can you just add her to your plan? It's easier if it's all in your name." So I did. Then, Aunt Susan needed her line added to the family plan too. Naturally, I was the one paying the whole bill. Then came the subscriptions. Chloe needed Netflix while making jewelry, Amazon Prime for supplies, my Canva Pro account, so she could make posts for her non-existent business. I told myself it wasn't a big deal. But it kept growing. Chloe couldn't get approved for a car, so my dad called and asked me to co-sign for a used Jeep Cherokee. He said it was an investment in your sister's future. I hesitated, but he piled it on thick. "You're doing so well, honey. Chloe just needs a little boost." When Chloe couldn't make payments on the Jeep, I ended up not just co-signing, but paying most of the loan. Then there was the condo in Tempe. It was technically mine. My parents transferred it to me for tax reasons and because, as my dad put it, "You're the responsible one." Chloe moved in temporarily to get on her feet. 4 years later, she was still there, not paying rent, not paying utilities, just treating it like an artist's loft while I dealt with property taxes and maintenance. And then there were the loans that weren't really loans. $4,500 for inventory. $2,200 for a camera. A few hundred here and there for vendor fees, branding courses, and so on. Every time, she promised to pay me back once her business took off. She never did. And every time I tried to say no, my parents would say, "She's just not like you, Sophia. You understand money, she doesn't." Family helps family. So when Chloe threw my laptop into the pool, it wasn't just about a broken machine. It was about years of quietly covering for her. Years of being called selfish when I even thought about saying no. That splash? It was the sound of my final awakening. You realize that the people you care about see you as a wallet first, and a person second. How do you ever go back to normal after that? That night, after leaving my parents' house, I drove home in total silence. No music, no podcasts. Just the sound of my own breathing and the hum of the highway. I walked into my townhouse, dropped my keys in the bowl by the door, and set the dead, waterlogged laptop on the kitchen counter like a body. I stared at it for a few minutes. If I let myself feel everything, I knew I'd either scream or shut down. So, I did what I always do. I opened my backup desktop, sat at my desk, and approached my whole life like a client project. I opened a blank document and typed a single line. What Chloe gets because of me. Then I started listing. Phone plan. Chloe, my parents, Aunt Susan, everything was in my name, on my bill. Chloe had streaming accounts on her TV, phone, tablet, and Amazon Prime. She used it more than I did. Her order history was full of craft supplies, and random impulse buys I didn't notice because I was too busy. She used my Canva Pro and other paid design tools to make logos and posts for a business that was more fantasy than reality. Then came the bigger stuff, the Jeep. I found the loan documents in my email. My name was on every page. The bank sent reminders. I paid the difference every time the loan was due to keep her car from being repossessed. The condo in Tempe. Property tax statements. Maintenance requests. Plumbing invoices. It was my place in every important way. But to her, it was just Chloe's condo where she lived for free. The more I looked, the sicker I felt. It wasn't that I'd been generous. I'd created an entire ecosystem for her. A car, a home, a phone, entertainment, business tools. All of it was because of me. And yet, to her, that wasn't enough to warrant a simple no. I scrolled through old messages from my parents. All those guilt trips from my parents. She's just not like you. They'd say. You know how your sister is. Don't make her feel like a burden, Lore. But the truth? She was a burden. And I'd been carrying her weight for so long that I'd forgotten what it felt like to stand on my own. Eventually, the anger shifted. It stopped being hot and loud, and instead, it felt cold and clean. I picked up my phone, dialed the cell provider, and confirmed my identity. I took a deep breath and told the representative, I want every line on this account except mine, effective tonight. They paused, asked if I was sure, and warned me the other lines would lose service immediately. That's the idea, I said. I logged into my streaming accounts, went to settings, and signed out of all devices. New passwords, long and ugly, ones I wouldn't accidentally share. I removed her email from my Amazon account, disabled the payment method she'd gotten too used to, and set up alerts for any new charges. Then I went to my email and searched for James Miller, an attorney a friend had recommended for real estate and family disputes. I filled out the contact form, hands shaking. I explained everything, my sister living in my condo for free, destroying my laptop after I refused to lend her $12,000, my parents pressuring me to keep funding her. 15 minutes later, he called. His voice was calm, practical, the kind of voice I needed right then. He asked about the condo, the loan, if there was a lease. There wasn't. Then she isn't a tenant. She's a guest. You can remove her. You just need to do it properly. He prepared a notice for me, told me to email it and send a certified letter the next day. Don't argue with her. Don't negotiate, just follow the process. I hung up, reopened my document, and stared at my list. For the first time, it didn't feel like obligations. It felt like exits. Every item on the list was a cord I could unplug. I went through the motions, making calls, resetting passwords, canceling services. Around 3 a.m., I leaned back, exhausted but clearer than I'd been in a long time. Chloe thought throwing my laptop into the pool was her punishment. She had no idea she was flipping a switch in my head. And by the time the sun came up, everything she had built on my back was about to collapse. I must have slept for an hour, maybe 2. My alarm went off at 7 a.m., and my phone was already buzzing in my hand. Missed calls and texts. Over and over, Chloe's name. Regular calls. FaceTime attempts. Text after text. Why isn't my phone working? Has anything happened to the plan? Answer me now. I watched the notifications stack up but didn't open any of them. A few minutes later, my mom's name popped up, then my dad's. I let their calls ring out too. It was almost funny, in a sick way. For years, I was terrified of disappointing them. Now, with everything cut off, they were panicking. Before sunrise, I made coffee, sat down at my desk, and opened the auto loan account. I'd quietly covered the balance, paid the reminders, and dealt with the delinquency notices to keep her Jeep from being repossessed. The document stared back at me. My chest tightened, but not from guilt. This time, it was sharp, focused, and angry. I called the lender, went through the security questions, and when the rep asked how she could assist, I said, I'm a co-borrower on a vehicle that the other party is using without paying. I'd like to discuss repossession. There was a pause while she pulled up the file. Is the car at your address? She asked. No. I told her. It's at my condo in Tempe where my sister lives. I gave her the address, confirmed my name was on the title. And she explained the procedure. They could send a tow truck any time that day, as long as the car was in a public or accessible parking lot. I authorized the tow electronically while she was still on the phone. As I hung up, I imagined Chloe stumbling out in slippers, expecting to find her beloved Jeep, only to see an empty parking space. For the first time in a long time, I felt good. Balanced. The texts kept coming. My phone is dead. What have you done? You'd better fix this. Did you cancel my line? Are you serious now? I turned my phone face down and opened my credit card account. If canceling her phone plan and going after the car were cutting the obvious chords, this was digging into the roots. I scrolled through the statements, line by line, highlighting anything I didn't immediately recognize. Little charges, $35 here, $80 there. Random apps, boutique clothing sites I didn't know, and a bunch of movie rentals I hadn't ordered. When I added it all up, it came to just over $2,500. I remembered the day Chloe grabbed my wallet on her way out the door. I'll just use your card to get Starbucks. My app's acting weird, she'd said, laughing. She came back with a drink and a pastry I hadn't asked for. I hadn't thought twice about it. She'd either memorized my numbers or taken a photo while I wasn't paying attention. I called the card company and told them I suspected a family member was making unauthorized charges. I read off the list. The agent asked if I wanted to report it as fraud and get a new card. Yes, I replied without hesitation. And I want her removed as an authorized user. We checked. She was still on the account. She was. I had agreed to let her be an authorized user once to help her build credit. We fixed it in less than a minute. As the fraud claim was filed, more messages came through on Wi-Fi. Chloe, why is my card being declined? My Uber app shows the payment failed. You're insane. Do you know that? Then, my dad called. I finished up at the bank. The agent told me the investigation might take some time but that the charges would be reversed temporarily while they reviewed. When we hung up, I finally checked my email. At the top was a message from James Miller with the subject, Notice to Vacate, Draft Attached. I clicked on it. The letter was brief, formal, and crystal clear. It said Chloe was living in my property without a lease, I was rescinding her permission to stay, and she had 30 days to leave. It had my name, my condo's address, and the legal steps I could take if she refused. All I had to do was sign and send it. I added my e-signature, took a deep breath, and emailed it to Chloe with one simple line. Please see attachment. No explanations. No apologies. Then, following James' advice, I sent the letter certified mail to the condo address. Before I'd even finished scheduling the mailing, my phone started vibrating nonstop again. Chloe's texts had gone from confusion to full-blown outrage. You're kicking me out. You can't do this. That place is mine too. You're ruining my life over a stupid laptop. I set my phone down and looked at my list from the night before. Most of the items were now crossed off. Her phone line? Gone. Streaming and subscriptions? Restricted. Credit cards? Limited. The Jeep was already on its way to the tow yard. The countdown for her free housing had officially begun. The sun started rising, and for the first time in forever, I felt like the bright Arizona blue sky was actually mine. Chloe thought she was punishing me when she threw my laptop into the pool. She had no idea that the real punishment was me waking up and realizing I wasn't pretending I owed her everything anymore. By the time the tow truck arrived at her condo, it was already too late for her to keep pretending nothing had changed. A few hours later, the fallout showed up at my front door. It was around 10 a.m. I was answering emails and trying to live a normal life when I heard someone pounding on my townhouse door so hard, the frames rattled. I didn't need to look to know who it was. Open the damn door, Sophia, Chloe yelled, her voice cutting through the wood. My heart skipped, but my hands were steady. Instead of going to the door, I grabbed my phone, opened the camera, and started recording while walking toward the entrance. I didn't open it. I looked through the peephole and saw her pacing back and forth on my front step, like she was about to lose her mind. Her hair was a mess, tangled in a knot. She was still in leggings and an oversized sweatshirt, the same frantic look she gets when she knows she's losing control. "They took it," she screamed, kicking the door. "A tow truck just came and took my Jeep." "Sophia, my Jeep." She slapped the door with her flat hand. "I know you did it. Your stupid money, and your ridiculous power trips. Open the door and fix it." I cleared my throat and raised my voice just enough to be heard through the wood. "It's not your Jeep, Chloe. It's the bank's. And remember, my name is on that loan." There was a pause. Then she let out a sharp, bitter laugh. "So that's how it is? You cancel my phone, cut off my card, steal my car, and now what? Are they evicting me?" She thumped the door again. "You're doing all of this over a laptop, Sophia." "How about a laptop?" I didn't respond. She switched between screaming and hurling insults, calling me heartless, insane, and a control freak who just had to feel superior. At one point, she yelled, "You think you're better than everyone just because you know how to pay bills?" That almost made me laugh. Almost. I pressed the side button on my phone and dialed 911. With the recording still playing, I stepped back and spoke quietly to the dispatcher. I told her my sister was outside, banging on the door, refusing to leave, and that there had been property damage the day before. They told me to stay inside, lock the door, and wait for officers. When the squad car finally arrived, I watched from the window as the officer went straight to Chloe. There was a lot of pointing toward my house and a lot of yelling. Chloe's voice got louder as she ranted about family, betrayal, and how I was overreacting. A few minutes later, Officer Hayes knocked on my door. I opened it. She looked tired but kind, the kind of tired that says she's seen this situation a million times. I showed her the video, the texts, and explained what happened with the laptop and the money. She listened carefully, nodding slowly. When I finished, she said, "Legally, you've done everything right. She doesn't have the right to stay here if you tell her to leave. If she comes back and does this again, you should consider a restraining order. She's family, but that doesn't make her above the law." Behind her, Chloe stood on the sidewalk, arms crossed, red-faced with anger and humiliation. When the officer told her she had to leave and couldn't come knocking on my door again, Chloe yelled at her, "You're ruining my life, Sophia. You're ruining my life over some stupid electronics." I didn't step onto the porch. I just looked at her, calm as I could, and said, "No. I'm done funding it." As the police car drove away, my phone lit up again. It was my dad. I answered, mostly out of curiosity. He didn't even say hello. "What on earth are you thinking?" He snapped, "Your sister is hilarious. You took her car, phone, and place to live for one bad decision," he said. I felt my jaw tighten. "Dad, it's not a bad decision. She's been using my credit card without permission for months, over $2,500. She hasn't paid for the car in almost a year. She's been living in my condo for free for 4 years. And she destroyed my laptop because I refused to give her $12,000 more." There was a long pause. I could hear him breathe. "She said you offered. Then changed your mind. And now you're punishing her." I laughed, a short, humorless laugh. "Of course she did." I explained the fraud claim, the bank statements, and the eviction notice. I laid everything out, no sugarcoating. No sugarcoating. No apologies. On the other end of the line, I could hear my mom quietly crying, like she was sitting right next to him, phone on speaker. "Sophia, honey," she whispered, "she's your sister. She made a mistake. She just doesn't understand money like you do. You know how she is." I replied, flatly, "Yeah, I understand exactly how she is. You do too. You just don't want to admit it." Mom switched tactics, trying to make me feel guilty. She says she'll be on the street. She says you're throwing her away. Is that what you really want? I closed my eyes, took a breath, and said, I want her to take responsibility for herself, for once. I'm not throwing her away. I just don't cushion the landing anymore. After I hung up, Aunt Susan started texting me long paragraphs. Money comes and goes, but sisters last forever. Success has changed you. Don't forget who shared a bedroom with you. A few hours later, Chloe posted something on Facebook, ranting about greedy family members who steal cars, homes, and use money as a weapon. Friends weighed in, some blindly defending her, while others messaged me privately to check if I was okay. I didn't engage. Didn't start a public war with screenshots and proof, even though I could have easily. Instead, I reported her post for harassment, blocked a few loudmouths, and got back to work. And here's what I finally figured out: anyone who wants to see me as the villain will do so, no matter how many facts I throw at them. The people who knew me didn't need a slideshow to see the truth. That afternoon, while I sat at my desk, phone face down and email open, I realized something else. For the first time in my life, the loudest, most dramatic member of the family wasn't the one writing the story. I was. And despite how messy and painful that day was, part of me felt relieved. Because once you stop being the good daughter who's expected to keep everyone happy, there's a strange kind of freedom in letting others feel uncomfortable with the reality. 18 months later, I got an email from the court, buried between other notifications. Short. Dry. Just letting me know that Chloe had successfully completed her probation. Her community service hours were recorded, her payments were up to date. Legally, the whole mess was closed. Emotionally? Not so much. By then, my life had changed so much since she threw my laptop into the pool. I had a new MacBook. Upgraded my systems. Backed everything up in 3 locations. Tightened my client agreements. My business had grown steadily, not with flashy overnight success, but solidly. I had more referrals, stronger boundaries, and focus I didn't even know I was missing when half my energy was spent putting out Chloe-shaped fires. I had also created something I never thought I would have with my parents, an honest distance. I saw my mom a couple of times a month for coffee, just the two of us. We talked about lighter stuff, her garden, the book club she joined. Sometimes, the conversations got deeper. One afternoon, while sipping iced tea, she confessed that seeing Chloe in an orange vest picking up trash had broken something in her. Mom quietly said, not because she didn't deserve the consequences, but because I realized how many times we shielded her from them, and pushed them onto you instead. Dad came around, slowly. Like a big ship trying to turn in a narrow canal. He never gave me a big dramatic apology, but he stopped asking me to fix everything. When I told him I wasn't going to any big family events, he just nodded and said, I understand. No guilt trips. It was new. It was fragile. But it was real. As for Chloe, she became more of a rumor than an actual presence. I heard she moved back in with my parents for a bit, then into a small apartment with a roommate. I heard she was working in retail, clocking in and out like everyone else. I heard she stopped telling people she was going to blow up, and started saying, I'm just trying to keep my head above water. I didn't stalk her social media. I didn't ask for updates. When her name came up in conversation, I let others talk and kept my face neutral. I had made my choices. She was living with hers. The first time I actually saw her again, it wasn't at some big family summit. It was in the most ordinary place, at a grocery store. I was pushing my cart down the frozen foods aisle, trying to decide between 2 brands of dumplings, when I heard someone softly say my name. Sophia. I turned around. There she was. No dramatic eyeliner, no staged outfit. Just jeans. A faded t-shirt from a store I knew paid about $20 an hour, and a name badge clipped to her chest. She looked older. Not in a bad way, just less polished. There were faint lines around her eyes I didn't remember, and a tiredness in her shoulders that I recognized because I had carried it for years. For a second, neither of us said anything. We just stared at each other, both knowing there was a time we'd have shared a bedroom, clothes, secrets. And now, there was just this. She swallowed hard. I know I'm not supposed to bother you, she said, looking down. But I just wanted to say something, if that's okay? The restraining order had expired with her probation. She wasn't breaking any rules by standing there. I could have walked away. And part of me considered it. But another part, the one that had spent hours in therapy untangling our childhood, was curious. You can talk, I said carefully. I'm not promising anything, but you can talk. She nodded, eyes shining in a way I hadn't seen since we were kids. I'm sorry, she said. And there was no drama this time. No performance. For the laptop, for the money. For the way I used you. I told myself I deserved your help because we were family. Because you were doing better, and I was struggling. I made up all these stories in my head about you being selfish so I wouldn't have to face what I was doing. But I get it now. I know I stole from you. I know I scared you. I know I made you feel like you didn't matter unless you were fixing my life. I felt something twist in my chest. Anger. Grief. And a strange, unexpected hint of relief. I wasn't trying to make it easier for her, but I couldn't pretend this conversation didn't matter. You did. I said. Quiet. You did all of that. She nodded again, a tear slipping down her cheek. She didn't wipe it away. Just let it fall. Probation sucked. She said with a humorless laugh. Community service sucked. Paying back every dollar sucked. But the worst part was realizing I wasn't as helpless as I made everyone believe. I just didn't want to grow up. It was easier to let you be the adult for both of us. We stood there in the frozen foods aisle, the hum of the freezers filling the silences. I'm not asking you to forgive me, she added quickly. I mean, if you ever do, that'd be great, but I understand if you can't. I just want you to know I get what I did, and I'm trying to change on my own. I took a deep breath, feeling all the weight of every year we spent sharing a bedroom, every holiday I'd missed, every time I wanted a sister but ended up with a parasite instead. I appreciate you saying that, I said. I'm glad you're taking responsibility. I really am. Her eyes flicked up to mine, full of hope for a second, then back down, cautious again. If we ever have a relationship again, I said, it'll be small, slow, and on very clear terms. I'm not going back to how things were. I won't lend you money, sign anything, or be your emergency plan. And I get to walk away the second it feels like you're slipping back into old patterns. No guilt trips, no speeches about family. It is. She flinched a little, but nodded. That's fair, she whispered. More than fair. We didn't hug. There was no dramatic music, no instant healing. We just stood there for a moment longer, two adults who'd finally been forced to grow up in very different ways. Then we went back to our carts. As I walked away, I realized something important. For the first time in my life, I wasn't defining myself by who I was to her. Not the savior, not the bank, not the villain in her sob story. Just me. Later, when I told my therapist about it, she smiled and said, "You did the hardest thing most people ever have to do. And if there's one thing I've learned from all this, it's that family loyalty without boundaries isn't love." That, more than any court order or repossessed car, was the true form of vengeance. Not watching Chloe suffer, not having the last word, but refusing to return to the dynamic that nearly swallowed me whole. It's self-erasure. Saying yes until you have nothing left doesn't make you a good daughter or sister. It just makes you empty. People who truly love you don't ask you to set yourself on fire to keep them warm. Instead, they learn how to build their own fire, even if it takes longer and fails a few times. So, if you have your own Chloe in your life, someone who calls manipulation, love, and theft, helping themselves, I want you to know, you are allowed to stop, say no, and protect the life you worked for, even if those who benefited from your silence call you cruel for finally speaking up. Because, at the end of the day, the real punishment isn't losing access to someone else's money, car, or couch. The real punishment is waking up one morning and realizing the person you've been draining dry isn't willing to bleed for you anymore. And if you've been bleeding, you don't owe anyone an apology for finally choosing to heal. My sister destroyed my passport and flushed it down the toilet to keep me from my dream trip to Italy. You're staying home with my kid. She smirked. I watched my future vanish in that flush, but little did they know, that moment marked the beginning of their collapse. My name's Emma Bennett, I'm 25, and last week, my family really showed me my worth. I just finished packing for my graduation trip to Italy, something I'd been saving for all year, when everything blew up over a tiny book with my picture in it. I was standing in the hallway, flipping my passport open and closed, daydreaming about gelato in Rome and late nights wandering Venice, when my sister came out of the bathroom and blocked my way. Before I could even ask what she was doing, she grabbed my passport, tore it down the middle, walked back into the bathroom, and dumped the pieces into the toilet like it was just junk mail. Then she turned, looked me right in the eye, and with this slow, smug little smirk, she said, "No trip. Your job is to stay home with my kid." My mom didn't even come out of her room to see what was going on. She just called out from down the hall. Like she was reading the weather forecast. Exactly. You should stay. Family comes first. I heard a couple of laughs from the living room. Like everyone thought this was hilarious. Like destroying my passport and months of planning was one big joke. I just stood there, on the cold tile, my bag half zipped in my room, with my flight to Italy already paid for, realizing that to them, I wasn't a grown woman who just graduated. I was just free babysitting that tried to escape. I didn't cry. I didn't beg. I just watched my passport disappear with one flush, grabbed my backpack, and walked out of the house without a word. They thought they'd won. They had no idea that was the moment everything started to fall apart. For them, not me. If you've ever been told to give up your dreams for family, you'll want to hear how this ends. Let me show you how we got to that toilet and that flush. You need to understand what my life looked like before Italy even came up. I'm the younger sister, the one who moved back home to Chicago while I finished my degree. The one everyone calls when something goes wrong. My sister Sarah is 7 years older than me, married with a 5-year-old son, Max, who everyone calls Ollie. When she had him, I thought I was just helping out a little here and there, letting her nap or run errands. Then here and there, turned into every weekend, every date night, every last-minute emergency where I was always the only solution. Sarah would show up at the door, already dressed for dinner, shove Max's backpack into my arms and say, "You're home anyway. It's not a big deal. You know how tired I am." If I mentioned that I had a paper due or an exam in the morning, she'd roll her eyes and say, "Sisters help each other. Do you think motherhood is easy?" My mom, Caroline, works nights as a nurse, and my dad, David, used to drive trucks and now dispatches, so they were either gone or exhausted most of the time. It was easier for them to let me handle it, and they convinced themselves I didn't mind. The baby monitor in my room, the diaper bag in the hallway, the cartoons playing in the background, they just became part of the furniture. I missed birthday dinners with friends, skipped study groups, and canceled dates because Sarah would text at the last minute, "Something came up. Can you watch him? I'll owe you." A couple of months before graduation, after a break-in on our block, my dad installed a cheap security camera system in the house just in case, and gave me access to the app on my phone, joking that I could spy on the dog while I was at class. At the time, it just felt like another little piece of control I didn't really have. Then graduation came. I walked across the stage, shook hands, and posed for pictures in my cap and gown while my friends screamed my name from the stands. Afterward, we all went to a little coffee shop in Wrigleyville where we used to study. For the first time in ages, the conversation wasn't about deadlines or babysitting schedules. My friend Laura said she was scared that once we started our jobs, we'd never get a real break again. Chris joked we needed one last big memory before getting stuck in offices. Without thinking, I said it. Italy. The whole table went quiet for a second. I told them how I'd always dreamed of seeing Rome, Venice, and the cliffs of Cinecittà, how my grandmother had left me some graduation money and how I'd been saving everything from my part-time job. Instead of laughing, they leaned in. We sat there for hours, looking up flights and Airbnbs, splitting costs, figuring out that if we were careful, we could actually make it happen. By the time the sun set, our flights to Rome were booked for July, and we had an apartment reserved near a cobblestone street I couldn't even pronounce. For the first time in years, I planned something for myself. No nap schedules, no last-minute texts, no guilt. On the train ride home, my phone buzzed with group chat messages about pasta, photo spots, and outfits. That night, I walked into my parents' house with my cap still in my hand, this fragile feeling of freedom in my chest, ready to share the news with my family. I thought they'd be happy for me. I had no idea that just saying, "I'm going to Italy" would light the fuse on everything that came next. The night I told them was supposed to be a celebration. Dad had fired up the barbecue in the backyard. Mom laid out paper plates, salad, and the usual. Sarah and her husband James showed up with Ollie, sticky from whatever snack he'd had in the car. I was still on a high from graduation and the coffee shop. I had the flight confirmation email in my inbox. We ate burgers and corn on the cob. Dad made a cheesy toast about how proud he was that both his daughters had turned out successful in their own ways. For a little while, everything felt normal. Then we moved inside for cake, and Mom set her phone up to record, hoping for some extra footage for Facebook. I thought it was a bit much, but didn't say anything. When we all settled, Dad asked, "So, what's next for you, kiddo?" That was my moment. I took a breath and smiled. I'm going to Italy this summer. Rome, then Venice, then down the coast. There was a beat of silence. I saw James' eyebrows raise. Dad, look impressed. Mom's smile froze just a little. Then Sarah's chair scraped against the floor. Italy, she repeated, like it was a dirty word. When I told her the dates, still not making the connection, I thought she'd say, "That's amazing. You deserve it." Instead, her face tightened. "You're kidding," she said. "You do remember that's when James and I are going to Florida, right? You're supposed to be here with Max." The word "supposed" hit me like a slap. No one had asked me. They just decided. I shook my head. I didn't know. We just booked everything today. I've been saving for months. I thought you'd be happy for me. Sarah laughed, but there was nothing funny about it. "Happy you're ditching your family to drink wine in Europe while we're stuck figuring out childcare?" She said, "We planned this trip. Marriage needs time away. You can go to Italy some other year. My stomach dropped. I tried to keep my voice steady as I said, I've literally rearranged my life around watching Max for years. I canceled dates. Stayed up all night finishing assignments because you dropped him off last minute. I'm not canceling this. For once, this is about me. My mom set her fork down and folded her arms. That tone, she said quietly. That's not how you respond when your sister asks for help. Family comes first. You live here. You don't pay rent. The least you can do is support your sister when she needs you. My face heated up, and I wanted to say that staying here wasn't exactly free, that the price had always been me being on call whenever Sarah snapped her fingers, but the words stuck in my throat. Sarah leaned forward, eyes flashing. You're being selfish, she said. Do you think it's easy raising a child while working full-time? We don't get to just run off to Italy. You're young. You'll have plenty of time to travel when you're older. Max needs you. James shifted in his seat, clearly uncomfortable, but didn't say anything. My dad stared at his plate like it could save him from making a decision. I took a deep breath, forcing myself not to back down, like I usually did. I'm not going, I repeated. I'm going. I've already paid. My friends have already paid. You'll have to find another solution this time. The room went silent. Max was humming to himself, dragging a toy car across the table. My mom clenched her jaw. If you walk out on your family for a vacation, don't expect everyone to keep bending over backward for you, she said. It almost felt funny, hearing that when I'd been the one bent out of shape for years. But I didn't say that out loud. I just said, I'm still going. And stood up to clear my plate because my hands needed something to do. For the next 3 weeks, the house felt different. Sarah stopped texting me for help. There were no surprise drop-offs, no last-minute demands. Mom was cool and polite. Dad stayed later at work. And every time I walked into a room, conversation seemed to die mid-sentence. You'd think I'd feel relieved not having to watch Max all the time. But it wasn't. It felt like the air before a thunderstorm. Heavy. Waiting. I kept telling myself they'd get over it. That once I was on a plane to Rome, they'd see that I was serious about my life. Looking back, I should have known Sarah wasn't the type to take no for an answer. The day before my flight started out boring, which is funny considering how it ended. I worked a short shift at the coffee shop near campus, making cappuccinos for people who had no idea I was about to leave the country for the first time. My friends kept sending links to Italian street food, TikToks of gondola rides, and every time my phone buzzed in my pocket, I felt that little spark in my chest. After work, I rode the train home, staring at my reflection in the window, trying to imagine myself as someone who actually got on planes, who went places, instead of someone who always stayed behind. When I got home, Mom was at the kitchen table paying bills, Dad was in the living room half asleep in front of the TV, and the hallway smelled like laundry detergent. It felt normal enough to let myself relax. I said hello. Told Mom I was going to finish packing, and went to my room. My suitcase was open on the bed, clothes folded as neatly as I could manage, chargers and adapters in a side pocket. I checked my email again to make sure my flight was on time, then reached into the top drawer of my desk for the zip pouch where I kept my passport. I unzipped it, touched the navy cover, and just stood there smiling to myself. I walked to the bathroom to grab travel toothpaste, tossed it into my toiletry bag. I caught my reflection in the mirror, hair pulled back, dark circles from work, finals, and family drama, but my smile looked different. I looked like someone who might actually get out. Then, before I even heard her, Sarah shot past me and ripped the passport out of my hands. I spun around. What are you doing? I asked, already reaching for it. She held it just out of reach, her eyes flat and cold. Making sure you remember your place, she said. Before I could even process it, she bent the passport, tore it straight down the middle with a sharp, ugly sound, and dropped the pieces into the toilet. My stomach dropped. Sarah, stop, I said, stepping forward. But she just stared at me for a second before pressing the flush handle with one slow, deliberate push. The water roared. The paper swirled. My future was going down with it. No trip. She said quietly, that same smirk on her face. Your job is staying home with my kid. From the hallway, I heard Mom's voice without even seeing her face. Exactly. You should stay. Family comes first. I froze for a second, watching the small security camera Dad had installed blink its tiny red light at the end of the hall. But it felt like it was watching someone else's disaster. Not mine. I heard a ripple of laughter from the living room, like someone had cracked a joke I missed. Like my life wasn't just going down the drain. My hands were shaking, but my voice was calm when I finally spoke. You know that's not your decision to make, I said. Sarah rolled her eyes. I remembered all the late nights at the coffee shop, the graduation money grandma left me, the way my friends lit up when I mentioned Italy. Emma, grow up. You live here. You don't pay rent. You were never going to just walk away from your duties. Now you don't have to pretend, she snapped. I looked at her, at Mom standing behind her with her arms crossed, staring at my faint reflection in the bathroom mirror. Then I turned and walked down the hall to my room. I grabbed my backpack, shoved my laptop, charger, a couple of changes of clothes, and my wallet inside. My suitcase was still open on the bed with neatly folded outfits I might never wear in Italy, but I left it there. When I walked back through the living room, Dad looked up, confused. Where are you going? He asked. Out, I said. Just out. Sarah snorted. You're not going anywhere without a passport, she called after me. I didn't answer. I stepped out onto the porch, felt the evening air on my face, and shut the door behind me. I didn't have a plan. I just knew I wasn't staying in that house anymore. What I didn't realize at the time was that the same small camera Dad had installed had captured everything, and the thing they used to keep me trapped was about to be the thing that finally set me free. I didn't get far before the shock faded and the anger set in. My hands were still shaking as I walked to the bus stop at the end of the block, but my brain had finally started to connect the dots. I called Laura. As soon as she heard my voice, she asked, what happened? I told her everything in one rushed burst: dinner fight, sister ripping my passport, flushing it. There was a pause, then she said, Emma, that's not just messed up. That's illegal. You're coming here now. She texted me her address again, just in case. I rode the bus across town with my backpack on my lap, replaying Sarah's smirk, Mom's voice, and Dad's confused expression. When I got to Laura's, she shoved a mug of tea into my hands and made me sit on her couch while I repeated everything, slower this time. When I mentioned the red light on the security camera, Laura stopped me. Wait, you have security cameras in the house? You can access them, right? I hadn't realized. Yeah, Dad gave me the app when he installed them. Why? Laura stared at me like I'd just handed her the answer. Because your sister didn't just ruin your trip. She destroyed a federal document on purpose. You don't just let that go. You call the police. The word police made my stomach twist. Where I grew up, you only called them if something was on fire or bleeding. And even then, someone tried to talk you out of it to keep the peace. But then I heard Sarah's voice in my head, grow up, you live here, like she owned me. And something inside me hardened. I opened the app, scrolled back to the footage when I came home. It was all there, me walking down the hall, Sarah slipping in after me, the bathroom door, her holding the passport, tearing it. The flush. Watching it from the outside hurt all over again. But it also did something else. It made it undeniable. This wasn't an accident or misunderstanding. She knew exactly what she was doing. It made it undeniable. This wasn't a misunderstanding or an accident. She knew exactly what she was doing. Laura sat next to me, hand over mine, as I dialed the non-emergency number. I gave them my name, my parents' address, and told the dispatcher that my passport had been destroyed on purpose by a family member, and there was security footage of the incident. The dispatcher asked a few basic questions, and then told me an officer would be coming to take a report. Hearing those words felt surreal, like I was watching a TV show, not living it. The next afternoon, I went back to my parents' house, where a uniformed officer stood on the porch. My dad answered the door, wiping his hands on a dish towel, eyes wide. Emma, what's going on? He asked. The officer introduced himself, explained why he was there, and asked if we could go inside to see the footage. My mom came into the hallway, pale when she saw the badge. Sarah appeared at the top of the stairs a minute later, looking messy, wearing leggings and an oversized hoodie, and froze when she saw the officer. What's this? She demanded. Some dramatic stunt because you're mad? I didn't respond. I opened the app and handed my phone to the officer. We watched the footage in silence, the wide-angle view showing everything, every movement. When the sound of the toilet flushing filled the room, my dad closed his eyes like he'd been hit. The officer asked me a few more questions, then turned to Sarah. Ma'am, do you deny that this is you destroying your sister's passport? She stuttered something about it being a joke, about not realizing how serious it was, about me leaving things where her kid could get them. But the footage didn't back her up. The officer kept his tone flat. Either way, ma'am, this is destruction of property, and in this case, a government document. A report must be filed, and there may be charges and fines. You will receive further notice. He handed me a card with a case number and instructions on how to apply for a replacement passport. When he left, the front door closed harder than usual. No one spoke for a long time. Then, my dad cleared his throat. Living room, he said. Now. 10 minutes later, we were all sitting at a table in a cheap downtown diner with cracked vinyl booths and burnt coffee. My dad had insisted we not have this conversation at the house. Maybe he didn't trust himself not to yell. Maybe he didn't want the neighbors to hear. James had met us there straight from work, still in his button-down shirt, clearly confused and tense. My dad placed his hands flat on the table, looked straight at Sarah, and said, I watched that video 3 times. Do you have anything to say for yourself? She crossed her arms, eyes shiny but defiant. I was stressed, she said. I didn't mean for it to go that far. She left the passport out. I just wanted her to understand she can't walk away from her responsibilities. I worked my whole life to help this family, and now she thinks she's better than us because she's going to Italy. My mom kept staring at her napkin. James looked from her to me, then to my dad. Responsibilities, my dad repeated. Your responsibility is your son, your job, your marriage, not your sister's entire life. Destroying her passport and dragging the police into it? That's not stress. That's selfishness. Sarah raised her voice. So what? She gets to go to Europe while we scramble for childcare, and I'm the selfish one? She lives in your house for free. She doesn't pay anything. She owes this family. I finally spoke, voice low. I owe you 4 years of last-minute babysitting. Missed classes, cancelled plans. I said. Snorts, and you paid me back by flushing the first real thing I've ever done for myself. You didn't even ask. You just decided. James swallowed hard, focusing on his wife. You destroyed her passport, he said quietly. On purpose. You didn't tell me. Her face crumpled slightly, but she kept pushing. I didn't think they'd take it so seriously, she said. I didn't think it would go this far. It's just a passport. She can get another one. My dad shook his head. With what money? He asked. She used her savings for this trip. Your mother and I have been sending you $2,500 a month to help with your mortgage and daycare. Do you remember where that money comes from? She stared at me. From you, she said. My dad leaned back, suddenly looking older. From the same pot that was supposed to help both of my daughters get started in life, he answered. From the same overtime shifts that kept me out on the road when Emma was a kid. And I just watched you throw your sister's future down the toilet because you couldn't handle being told no. The table went quiet. He took a deep breath and said, It stops today. She blinked. What about the money? She asked. The support, the $2,500 per month? That's done, my dad said. We won't pay your bills while you sabotage your own family. My mom looked up, but he raised a hand. No, enough. Actions have consequences. Sarah's mouth opened and closed. You can't just cut us off. She explained. We have a house. We have daycare. We have. My dad cut in. You have a job. Or you did. Last I checked, you have a husband. You are not a helpless teenager. You chose to do what you did. Now you can choose to fix it. As for that money, he glanced at me. It's going to Emma now for at least the next year. She's going to need a new passport, new flight dates, and a place to live that isn't full of people who think they own her. I was stunned. Dad! I started, but he just shook his head. No arguments. You didn't ask for this. You didn't call the police on a whim. You did the only thing you could when your family backed you into a corner. Let me do something right for once. My sister was about to start crying. The sound in the small diner was sharp and unpleasant. You're choosing her over me, she said. After everything I've done, after giving you a grandson, after. My dad's voice was low but firm. I'm choosing what's right, he said. And what's right is not rewarding you for flushing your sister's future. For the first time in a long time, I felt something other than guilt sitting at that table. Small, fragile, but real. It felt a little like justice. The fallout didn't hit all at once. It came in waves over the next few weeks, each one a little heavier than the last. The day after the dinner, my dad drove me to the courthouse to get a certified copy of the police report. We sat in hard plastic chairs as the clerk stamped and slid papers across the counter. Seeing my name next to words like victim and damaged passport felt strange, but it was also proof that what happened in that bathroom was real and wrong, no matter how anyone tried to spin it. With the report in hand, I scheduled an appointment at the downtown passport agency. The expedited service wasn't cheap, and the clerk warned me it could still take a few weeks, but at least there was a way forward. On the train home, my dad looked out the window at a city he'd driven through 1,000 times in a truck, and finally said, "I should have stepped in sooner. I let things go because I was tired, because it was easier, and I'm sorry." I didn't know what to say, so I just nodded. That same week, my sister got her first official notice of charges and fines. She called my dad in a panic, crying about how it would ruin her record, how it might show up on background checks. I only heard his side of the call, but his voice stayed steady. "You did this," he said. "We can't make it disappear. You need to hire a lawyer and figure it out." A few days later, the next wave hit. Her company did routine background checks for management, and this incident surfaced quickly. HR called her in for a meeting. James later told me she tried to play it off as a family misunderstanding that got out of hand. But destroying a government document and a police report? That's not just a misunderstanding. They gave her an option that wasn't really a choice: resign quietly now or be fired once the internal process was done. She came home with a cardboard box of office stuff, her face empty, like someone had sucked the life out of her. Losing my parents' $2,500 monthly support had already stretched them thin. Losing her salary on top of that was like pulling the tablecloth out from under a full set of dishes. The mortgage, daycare, car payments, and legal fees? All stayed the same while the income shrank. James started working more hours, taking on extra projects, but even he could only do so much. The strain in his voice was thick. Shorter sentences. Longer pauses. One night, he showed up at my parents' house alone. I was at the kitchen table filling out job applications when he knocked on the back door. "Can we talk?" he asked. I made him coffee because I didn't know what else to do. We sat across from each other at the table where my mom had once lectured me about family comes first. "I didn't know she did that to your passport," he finally said. If I had, I wouldn't have let it get this far. I believed him. But that didn't change the fact that I had been the free babysitter for years. While he looked the other way, I told him as gently as I could. "I know," he replied. "That's on me. I should have stepped in sooner, too. But this, the police, the charges, her losing her job, it's like she doubled down on every bad habit. I've asked her to get therapy, to apologize, to take responsibility. She keeps saying, 'If you hadn't called the cops, none of this would have happened.'" He looked drained. "I don't know if I can do this forever," he told me. "I don't know if I can raise Max with someone who thinks destroying her own sister's life is acceptable just because it makes her life easier." A month later, he moved into a small apartment closer to his office. They started a trial separation. Max split his time between them, dragging his stuffed dinosaur back and forth in a small backpack, too young to understand custody, but already aware that Daddy wasn't always home at night. While their life fell apart, mine slowly began to take shape. The first $2,500 transfer hit my account the Friday after the diner. My dad texted me a screenshot with a simple message. "Remember, this is a reset. Not a gift. Use it to get out. Get ahead." And that's exactly what I did. I put down a deposit for a tiny studio in Lincoln Park. Nothing fancy, just a clean room with a window overlooking a tree and space for a bed, a desk, and a second-hand couch. The first night, I slept on an air mattress, listening to the distant traffic instead of my nephew's cartoons. I felt more alone and free than I ever had before. During the day, I sent portfolio samples to every agency that might need a junior copywriter. A few weeks later, a mid-sized agency in the Loop emailed me. They liked my work and wanted an interview. I wore the only blazer I had, took the train downtown, and sat in a glass-walled conference room talking about brand voice and storytelling while the whole mess with my family hummed in the back of my mind like static. 2 days later, they offered me the job. It wasn't glamorous or high-paying, but it was mine. My name was on the email signature, not tied to anyone else's schedule. When my new passport arrived, I held it in my hands for a full minute before opening it, half expecting it to vanish if I blinked. Inside was my picture, my name. Proof that, no matter what my sister tried, she couldn't erase my future. I took a photo and sent it to our Italy group chat. Replies flooded in, full of all caps and emojis. We'd already decided to push the trip back a few months so I could get everything sorted. But now it felt real again. At my parents' house, things shifted, too. My mom started calling more, her voice softer than it had been in a long time. The first time she came to see my new place, she stood in the doorway with a grocery bag full of cleaning supplies and snacks like an apology. "I'm not saying I was right," she said, setting them down. "I know I wasn't. I was just thinking about how tired your sister was, how hard it is to be a mom, and I forgot you were drowning too." I didn't let her off the hook, but I told her how it felt to be told I owed them my life just because I slept under their roof. The phrase, "family comes first," had started to sound less like love and more like a threat. She listened, didn't defend herself. "I should have protected you," she said quietly, looking down. Hearing that didn't fix everything, but it was a start. Sarah stayed away. Sometimes her name popped up on my phone with a missed call or a text saying, "Can we talk?" Or, "I never meant for it to get this bad." Most of the time, I just let it sit. When I did reply, I kept it short. I told her I hoped she was getting help, that Max didn't deserve to grow up seeing love used as leverage, and that I wasn't ready to pretend everything was fine just because we shared blood. Actions have consequences. She was going through hers, and for once, the consequences I was facing felt more like choices. As summer turned to fall, my days filled with new routines. Mornings on the train to the loop. Writing taglines in a notebook. Lunch breaks in the park with coworkers who knew me as Emma the copywriter, not Emma the built-in babysitter. Evenings spent in my studio, cooking cheap pasta and scrolling through photos of Rome, Venice, and Cinecittà, counting down the days until I could see them in person. When my phone buzzed, it wasn't always because someone needed something. Sometimes it was just my friends or dad asking if I'd eaten. The chaos Sarah had caused trying to keep me stuck had blown the walls off the box she'd kept me in. She wanted to make sure I couldn't leave. In the end, she was the one trapped at home, facing the life she'd built, while I was the one finally learning what it felt like to move. 3 months later, I stood in line at O'Hare, holding my new passport and carrying a backpack on my shoulders. And, for the first time since all this started, no one could stop me. Laura waved to me from the check-in line. Chris was already filming everything on his phone, while Ben and Sophia were bickering over who would fall asleep first on the plane. When the agent stamped my passport and handed it back, I felt this quiet sense of victory. Nothing dramatic, just a simple thump that said, "You're really going." The flight to Rome was a blur of bad airplane movies and nervous excitement. When we finally stepped outside into the humid Italian air and heard people speaking in a language I didn't understand, my chest tightened with something that felt good. We ate pasta in tiny restaurants with menus that didn't have English translations, got lost down narrow streets in Venice until we stumbled upon a canal lit up like a postcard, and hiked along the cliffs in Cinecittà with the sea stretching out below us like it would never end. There were moments when I'd reach for my phone, expecting a text from Sarah asking if I could watch Max, or my mom asking me to change my plans. My dad sent me pictures of my nephew at the park, and my coworkers in Chicago sent blurry selfies, laughing about some inside joke at the office. Nobody tried to guilt-trip me into coming home early. No one called me selfish for being there. One afternoon, sitting on a stone step in Rome, eating gelato that was melting down my wrist, Laura nudged me. "Do you regret anything?" she asked. I thought about that bathroom and the sound of tearing paper. I heard my mother's voice in my head saying, "Family comes first." Like it was a command, not comfort. I remembered those nights in my studio, quiet, lonely, and all mine. I thought about Max, who hadn't asked for any of this, and Sarah, who was finally having to stand on her own feet. I shook my head. "I regret not saying no sooner," I said. That's it. When I came back to Chicago, everything felt different, even though nothing had really changed. My studio was still small, my job still demanding, my bank account far from impressive. But when I walked up the stairs to my apartment, suitcase full of dirty clothes, phone full of photos, it didn't feel like I was sneaking back into someone else's life. It felt like I was finally returning to my own. A few days later, my mom came over for dinner and listened to my stories with a quiet pride. One that didn't come with strings attached. My dad asked about the passport stamp, joking that maybe one day he'd get on a plane, too. Sarah texted me a picture of Max holding a crayon drawing of a plane with my name scribbled on top. "He misses you," she wrote. I stared at the screen for a while before replying. "I miss him, too," I said. "I'm open to seeing him, but I won't be your built-in babysitter again. If we're going to have a relationship, you have to respect my boundaries." There was a long pause. Then came her simple reply, "I know. I'm working on it. I don't know what our relationship will look like in 5 or 10 years. Maybe we'll rebuild something healthier. Maybe we'll always keep a little distance. But what I do know is this: family isn't an excuse to break you. Loving someone doesn't mean letting them use you. And simply being related to someone doesn't give them the right to flush your future down the toilet and call it sacrifice. Saying no when you mean it can be the most loving thing you can do for yourself and for them. If you're listening to this, and you've been told that choosing your own life makes you selfish, hear me clearly. You are allowed to have dreams that are not about other people's comfort. You are allowed to set boundaries and keep them, even if it makes people angry. And if the only way someone knows how to keep you close is by cutting off your wings, maybe the bravest thing you can do is step back, rebuild, and learn to fly anyway. My father called to declare Grandpa dead and say I'd get nothing, but Grandpa was sitting right next to me. He held a sealed envelope and waited in silence as the call went on. Then he cut through the lies with one word: hello. My phone rang at 8:45 a.m. That time when bad news feels more believable because your brain isn't fully awake yet. The caller ID said, John. I stared at it for a second longer than usual because my father never calls this early unless he wants something or has some big news to announce. I answered, hello. His voice came through cold and flat, like he'd practiced it. Harold died last night. Funeral's on Saturday. He left us everything. You get nothing. I didn't even breathe for a moment. Not because I believed him, but because I heard it. My mother was laughing in the background. Not soft, not sad. A bright, little laugh, like someone had been holding in a joke they'd been waiting to tell for months. Then she spoke loud enough for me to hear, finally, you're out. I could have argued. I could have screamed. I could have begged for more details, like they expected me to. But I didn't. Instead, I just stared at the kitchen table because my grandfather was sitting next to me, still alive, holding his coffee mug like nothing in the world could move him unless he chose to. His hands were older, thinner skin with veins more visible, but they were steady. His eyes were calm, the kind of calm that doesn't come from ignorance, but from certainty. There was a sealed envelope on the table in front of him. Thick paper, legal letterhead, with my name written in neat, careful handwriting. The seal wasn't decorative. It was the kind that snaps when you break it. Evidence, not sentiment. I didn't respond to my father. I didn't even blink when my mother laughed. I just hit one button to put the call on speaker and slid the phone across the table, placing it between me and Harold like a microphone. My father kept talking because my silence always makes him think he's winning. You thought you were smart, he said, cutting us off. Now it doesn't matter. We own the house, the accounts, the land. Everything's ours. I looked at Harold's face. No anger, no shock, just a slight tightening near his jaw, like he was marking every sentence, just like a judge marking a lie. My mother leaned closer to the phone, sweetening her tone, like she always does when she wants cruelty to sound reasonable. Come to the funeral, she said. Or don't. Either way, you're not family anymore. Harold looked at the envelope. He didn't open it. Didn't need to. He touched the seal once with his fingertip. One soft tap. Like he was reminding himself that there was a line they hadn't read yet. My father's voice grew sharper. Are you even listening? I kept my voice steady. I'm listening. He exhaled like he was disappointed that I wasn't crying. Good. Then do the right thing and stay away from the attorney's office. We've already handled it. That word handled made my stomach drop. Because to my father, handling meant paperwork, signatures, and cornering someone who's too upset to think clearly. Then I noticed something else. Small but significant. Harold's left hand wasn't on the mug. It was resting on a thin folder next to the envelope. Not thick, not dramatic, just one of those plain manila folders people use when they want the paper to do the talking, not the packaging. He had come prepared. My father kept talking, his voice gaining confidence, hearing only my controlled breathing. We'll drive to the cabin tomorrow, he added. We're taking inventory. We'll send you whatever personal stuff you left there. My mother laughed again. I stared at the phone screen, wondering if there was anything worth sending. The call timer kept ticking. Proof this wasn't a nightmare. It was documented. 8:46. 8:47. Then Harold did something that made my skin tingle. He leaned slightly toward the phone. Not fast, not dramatic. Just the slow movement of a man realizing a door's about to close. His eyes met mine for a brief moment. A question without words. Are you ready? I nodded once. Harold picked up the sealed envelope and held it up at eye level, angled toward me like he was reminding me it existed for a reason. He put it down again and rested 2 fingers on the manila folder. Didn't open either. Just listened. My father was still talking, thinking he was issuing orders to someone with no options. Don't cause problems, he said. You'll embarrass yourself. It's done. Harold's face didn't change, but his thumb slid the envelope closer to the phone like he was setting it up for when it would matter. Then he leaned forward into the speakerphone. Not loudly, not angrily, just one word, clear enough to cut through my parents' performance like a knife through paper. Hello. The laughter stopped abruptly. Like someone cut the audio. My father didn't speak. My mother didn't breathe. For 2 seconds, there was nothing but silence and the faint crackle of a phone line trying to carry what had just happened. My father's voice came back faint and doubtful. John. Harold didn't respond right away. He looked down at the sealed package, then at me, and then back at the phone, like he was deciding if this conversation was a warning or the start of something official. Because Harold, like my parents, had something to deal with. And he had brought proof to the table. For a few seconds after Harold said hello, the line went completely silent. I could hear the faint buzz of my kitchen light. Then my father's voice, thin and doubtful, came through. John. My mother didn't say anything at first. I could hear her breathing sharply, like she was deciding whether to panic or perform. Harold didn't give them the luxury of misunderstanding. He stayed close to the phone and spoke in the calm tone he always uses when he's teaching me to do things the right way the first time. I heard everything. He said. My father tried to take control fast. John, this is a misunderstanding, he said quickly. We got a call. They said, no. Harold cut in calmly. You didn't say you got a call. He paused for just one beat. You said you had everything. My father went silent. My mother's voice came in. Soft and sweet, like honey poured over broken glass. John, thank God, she said, almost crying on demand. We were so scared. We thought. Harold didn't need to finish. You laughed, he said. One sentence, one fact, and it hit harder than any accusation. My mother's sweetness cracked. That wasn't. She started. Harold finished. I'm sitting here with your granddaughter at her kitchen table with a sealed envelope from my attorney. My father's tone shifted. Less theatrical, more urgent. Why are you with her? He demanded. She's been poisoning you against us. Harold's eyes met mine for a second, then he returned his gaze to the phone, as if he were speaking to strangers, not family. I'm with her, he said. Because I knew you'd try something the moment you thought you could. My stomach tightened because Harold wasn't guessing, he was confirming. My father tried another angle. Anger, louder this time, like volume could erase the truth. Are you even thinking clearly? He snapped. Do you know what day it is? Anger. He snapped to the truth. Harold didn't flinch. It's Tuesday, he said. And at 8:45 this morning, you called my granddaughter to tell her I was dead. He paused. And you told her to stay away from the attorney's office. I felt my pulse race because that wasn't a random threat. It was a plan. My mother's voice came back, sharper now. We said that because she causes problems. She shows up and makes scenes. Harold's tone stayed flat. She shows up with documents. Huh? He said. That's what you're afraid of. Then he did something that completely changed the tone of the call. He asked a procedural question. Why did your bank receive a death notification request at 7:35 a.m.? He asked. My breath caught. I looked at Harold sharply because I hadn't even known that. My father made a sound, half cough, half choke. What? He said. What are you talking about? Harold slid the manila folder toward me and opened it for the first time. Inside, there was a single printed page with a bank logo and an alert header. He tapped it once and pushed it toward the phone, as if my father could see it through the speaker. This, Harold said, is an automated fraud alert. It came to my email at 7:40 a.m., 4 minutes after someone tried to initiate a deceased customer process under my name. My mother's voice went thin. That's not us. Harold didn't argue. He read the line that mattered. It lists the submitting contact as he paused and looked down my son's email. The kitchen felt suddenly smaller because my father wasn't just running his mouth. He'd touched a system. And systems don't care about family. They care about logs. My father raised his voice again. Desperate now. That's fake. He snapped. She's showing you fake paperwork. Harold didn't even blink. It came from the bank, he said. Not from her. Then Harold leaned closer to the speaker and dropped his voice, still calm, but colder. Here's what's going to happen, he said. At 9 a.m. I have an appointment at my attorney's office. She'll be there. And this call will be played. My mother's breath hitched. My father tried to interrupt. John, you can't. Harold cut him off with a single sentence. You're done talking. There was a short, sharp pause, as if my father couldn't handle being silenced. My mother tried one last pivot, her voice cracking in that way she does when she's trying to make you feel guilty. John, please. You're not feeling well, she muttered. You shouldn't be traveling. Let us handle this. Harold looked at me, then at the envelope, then back at the phone. I'm well enough to sign, he said, and well enough to revoke anything I've ever given you. My father's voice changed then, turning to a hiss. If you do this, you'll regret it. They had been trying to handle everything for years, and that word revoke hit them like a door slamming. Access. Accounts. Permissions. Things that only worked if Harold's authority was already in their hands. But Harold didn't react emotionally. He stayed calm. He responded in a way that made their threats sound childish. I already regret what I tolerated, he said. Then he looked at me. Put the call recording on, he said quietly. I tapped record. The little red timer appeared on my screen. Harold knew exactly what he was doing. He wanted their voices, their laughter, the certainty that I was out. He wanted it frozen in time, because people like my parents rewrite the past the second the future stops obeying them. My father realized it too. His voice changed instantly. John, he said. Suddenly softer. Suddenly careful. Listen. We can talk in person. Don't do this in front of strangers. Harold's eyes stayed steady. You already did it in front of strangers, he replied. You did it at the bank. Then he said something that made my stomach drop. And someone was at my cabin this morning. I froze. What? Harold didn't look away from the phone. Lockbox tamper alert, he said. 15 minutes ago. My father inhaled sharply, barely audible, but I heard it. Harold heard it too. He leaned in and said, quiet and precise, tell your cousin to step away from the door. The call went silent for a second, and then, faintly, I heard a voice on my father's end. Panicked. Hey, someone's here. Harold's face didn't change. Mine did. Because now, this wasn't just a lie on the phone. It was real-time movement. Harold ended the call with one tap. Clean. Final. Then he slid the sealed envelope toward me, speaking as if every word were evidence. We're going to the attorney, he said. And then we're going to the cabin. I grabbed my keys, hands trembling. Just as we stood up, my phone rang again, an alert I'd never seen before. Cabin camera. Motion detection on front porch. I opened it. The live stream loaded, and there was a man on Harold's porch. Tool bag over his shoulder, reaching for the lockbox. My father's cousin stood behind him, watching the road like he was waiting for us to arrive too late. The porch camera feed began with shaky signal bars, then sharpened just enough for me to make out the shape. A man knelt by the lockbox, holding a tool bag. Not Harold, not a neighbor, but a stranger doing a job. My father's cousin stood behind him, half visible, half hidden. The guy who always knew everyone, always had a friend who could help with papers. Harold looked at the screen without blinking. He didn't gasp. He didn't curse. He only nodded once, like a man seeing a trap finally catch what it was meant to catch. Record it, he instructed. I hit the screen record button. Red dot. Proof. Then Harold did something that made my pulse race. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a second phone. Old school, no apps, no drama. A number already saved. He called. A man answered on the second ring. Sheriff's office. This is Harold. Harold said with firm authority, I have live video footage of an attempted unlawful entry into my cabin. I'm alive. My kid has falsely reported my death. There was a pause. The deputy's tone immediately shifted because real names carry weight in small counties. Mr. Carter, the deputy asked, where are you now? Harold responded, on my way to my attorney, but I need a unit at my cabin right now. Harold rattled off the address from memory. No notes. Then he added one line that felt almost casual but was cutting. And I want the responding unit to take note of this. A bank death notice attempt was made this morning using my son's email address. The deputy didn't argue. I understand, he said. We are preparing to dispatch. Harold ended the call and stared at me. Keys, he said. Folder. Envelope. I grabbed everything. We got in his truck. Despite my protests, Harold drove out of the driveway, the sealed envelope between us like a loaded rifle. On the freeway, I kept the cabin feet open. The man with the tool bag shifted, tried the lockbox again, then stood up and spoke with my cousin. I couldn't hear sounds, but I didn't need to. His movements were clear. It's locked. I need the code. My cousin pointed at the door, as if he was done waiting. Then, worst part, the locksmith walked up to the cabin door. Like the lockbox was only step one. Harold tightened his jaw for the first time. He didn't look scared. He looked offended. Not for himself. For the house, for the audacity. People like that, he muttered. They don't stop when paper fails. 20 minutes later, we pulled into the attorney's parking lot. The office was peaceful, polished, glass door, neutral carpet, framed certificates. The kind of place where families pretend they're civilized because the walls are beige. Inside, the attorney greeted Harold with professional kindness, then glanced at me like she already knew my face from previous stories. Mr. Carter, she said, I'm glad you're here in person. Harold nodded at me. She stays with me, he said. Then he placed the sealed envelope on the desk. Before we do anything, he added, I want my son's call recorded and preserved. The attorney's gaze hardened. I held up my phone. You have the call, I said. Recorded, speaker. Their voices, everything. The attorney nodded once. Good. Harold leaned forward. Calm as stone. Now, he said, tell me what my son tried to file. The attorney exhaled, then tilted her screen toward him. There was an inquiry this morning, she stated. This is from your son. He asked if a death certificate had been issued and if he could proceed with immediate estate administration. My stomach dropped. He asked for a death certificate. Harold didn't flinch. Yes, he said, like it was exactly what he expected. The attorney clicked again. There was also an attempted change request. She continued. To update your beneficiary contact information on 2 accounts. Harold's eyes narrowed slightly. Which accounts? The attorney hesitated, just a fraction, then said it, the investment account and the cabin property file. Harold sat back. And in that moment, I realized the truth. This wasn't about leaving me with nothing. It was about locking me out quickly enough that I couldn't interfere while they moved money and access. Harold opened the manila folder and slid the bank alert across the desk. The attorney's eyes flicked down, and she read it. Her expression changed. That's a fraud alert, she said quietly. Harold nodded. Exactly. He tapped the sealed envelope once. Now we open this, he said. The attorney nodded, but she was watching Harold closely, like she knew the next 5 minutes would decide whether this stayed a family conflict or became a criminal record. Harold slowly broke the seal. No shaking hands. No hesitation. He pulled out a letter and a thicker, stamped document. He silently read one line, then pushed it toward the attorney. I want this filed today, he said. The attorney read it and went still. Then she looked up at Harold, voice lower. This appoints an executive, she said. Not your son. Harold nodded. And it denies him access, she added, almost as if she couldn't believe how explicit it was. Yes, Harold said. Because I know him. My throat tightened. The attorney swallowed, then slid the document into a tray labeled urgent. Okay, she said, professional again. We can file this, but once it's filed, your son will be notified. Harold's eyes didn't blink. Let him, he said, bending toward her. And I want one more thing, he said. A statement on the record that I'm alive because he's already telling people I'm dead. The attorney nodded sharply. We can do that. She printed a form. Harold signed. Clean. Deliberate. Then she turned her screen toward me. Your father tried to access your grandfather's estate portal, she said. He used an old password reset question. My stomach dropped. How would he know that? Harold answered before I could. Because your mother filled out my forms, he said quietly. For years. The room felt colder. The attorney looked up. Mr. Carter, do you have any reason to believe they have physical documents with your signature? Harold's gaze shifted to me. Yes, he said. And they tried to steal them this morning. My phone buzzed. Another cabin alert. I opened the feed. 2 sheriff vehicles were now in the driveway, their lights flashing against snow patches like blue knives. The locksmith and my cousin froze. One deputy stepped out, hand near his belt, and shouted something we couldn't hear. The locksmith raised his hands. My cousin did not. He backed toward the woods. Harold leaned closer to my phone, eyes hard. Don't run, he murmured. On the feed, my cousin sprinted off camera. A deputy chased. The locksmith stayed. Then my phone buzzed again. Not an alert. A call from my father. I stared at the screen. Harold stared too. He didn't tell me to answer. He simply slid the phone toward himself and said quietly, "Let's see what story he tries now." My father's name glowed on my screen like a dare. I didn't touch it. Harold did. He slid my phone toward himself, hit speaker, and answered with the same calm voice he used when he wanted someone to expose themselves without realizing it. Yes. For half a second, my father didn't speak, like his brain couldn't process the sound of a dead man answering. Then he recovered quickly. "John," he replied too smoothly. "Thank God. I'm coming to see you. We need to talk privately right now." Harold didn't take the bait. "About what?" he asked. My father exhaled like he was the reasonable one. "About her," he said. Then I felt my stomach tighten. "She's manipulating you. She's isolating you. People are worried." People. That word is never about concern in my family. It's about leverage. Harold glanced at the attorney, who gave a small nod and quietly clicked a button on her desk phone. "Recording on her end too," she whispered. "Redundancy proof." Harold spoke again, steady. "At 8:45 this morning," he said, "you told my granddaughter I was dead." My father's voice went lighter. False surprise. "John, I didn't." "You did," Harold cut in calmly. "And your wife laughed." Silence. Then my father's voice sharpened. "Fine," he snapped. "You want the truth? We did it because we had to protect what's ours before she steals it." The attorney's eyes lifted. Mine went cold. Harold's tone didn't change. "What is ours?" he asked. "The estate," my father shot back, fast, angry. "The accounts, the cabin, the land. John, you don't understand how this works. If she gets involved, it becomes a mess." Harold leaned slightly toward the speaker, like he wanted every word to be crystal clear. "She is involved," he said. "She's sitting beside me. She's sitting beside me." My father's breath hitched, tiny but there. Then he pivoted hard. "John, listen," he said, suddenly softer, almost pleading. "Let's not do this through lawyers. I'll drive to you. We'll settle it as family." Harold's eyes didn't blink. "You already chose lawyers," he said. "You chose the bank at 7:35. You chose the registry. You chose the lockbox." That last word changed the line. My father's voice tightened. "What lockbox?" Harold waited one beat, just long enough to let the lie form, then said, "The one your cousin tried to open 15 minutes ago." Another silence, then faint in the background. On my father's end, a muffled voice. Female. Too close to the phone. "Don't say anything." "My mother." Harold, the attorney, and I all heard it. Harold's mouth tightened at the corners, but his voice stayed controlled. "I can hear her," he said. My father snapped loudly, sharp. "She's not there." "She is," Harold replied. "And you're on speaker, and you're being recorded." That word, recorded, changed everything. My father's tone shifted instantly, like a mask falling into place. "John," he said, cautiously. "This doesn't have to get ugly. We can handle this quietly." Harold gave him nothing. "Tell me why you told my granddaughter to stay away from my attorney," Harold asked. My father hesitated. "Just long enough." Then he tried to fill the silence with authority. "Because she's unstable," he said. "She's been having episodes. She twists things. Everyone knows." The attorney's pen stopped moving. Harold's eyes turned colder. "Everyone doesn't know," Harold said. "You want it on paper so she sounds untrustworthy." My father raised his voice, defensive. "She's taking advantage of you. She has you in her kitchen, feeding you lies." "I'm the one who brought the envelope," Harold said flatly. "Not her." Silence again. And then my father said it. The sentence that told me this was bigger than the cabin. John, the court is already involved. My stomach dropped. The attorney raised her head slowly. What? Harold didn't react outwardly. He just asked calmly, what court? My father tried to backpedal immediately. I didn't mean. I meant probate, he said quickly. It's standard. The attorney reached for her keyboard. Typing fast. She didn't ask permission. Harold glanced at her, then returned his attention to the phone. You filed something, he remarked. My father's voice rose, panic creeping in for the first time. No, he snapped, I didn't file. I inquired. Harold didn't argue. He let the attorney do it. She stared at her screen, clicked twice, then froze. When she spoke, her voice was lower than before. Mr. Carter, she told Harold, there's a filing. My skin went cold. My father heard her voice on the speaker and immediately jumped in. Don't listen to her, he barked. That attorney works for her. The attorney ignored him and kept reading. Emergency petition, she announced. Temporary guardianship. I felt my breath leave my body. Harold didn't blink. Guardianship, he repeated. The attorney's eyes flicked to me, then back to Harold. It claims you are mentally incapacitated, as she said. He claims you're being exploited. End quote. My father's voice came through the phone, furious and triumphant at the same time. It's for your own good, he snapped. If you won't listen, the court will make you listen. Harold stared at the phone like it had become a foreign object. You tried to declare me dead at a bank, he stated gently. And when that failed, he paused. You tried to declare me incompetent in court. My father didn't deny it. He leaned into it. You're not thinking clearly, he hissed. You're making decisions out of spite. The court will protect you from her. The attorney scrolled again, face tightening. They requested an expedited hearing, she explained. Today. My heartbeat turned into a drum. Harold turned slightly and looked at me. Harold hadn't expected them to try and take his possessions, so instead of fear or sadness, he apologized. But he had already anticipated they would try to take him. Then the attorney said something that made my stomach sink even further. They listed your cabin address as your current residence, she said, which means they were trying to establish that he lives there so they could control access with a court order tied to the property. Harold's voice stayed steady, but it grew colder. They planned this, he said. My phone vibrated again, another alert from the cabin camera. The attorney glanced at my screen, whispering, "What now?" I opened it. The sheriff's units were still there. The locksmith was sitting on the front steps. My father's cousin, caught near the tree line, was being led back to the driveway in handcuffs. But the deputy holding him wasn't looking at the cousin anymore. He was staring down at something in his hand, a folded sheet of paper. The deputy unfolded it on camera, read the first line, then shifted his posture. He picked up his radio and muttered something I couldn't hear. The attorney leaned in closer to my phone, eyes narrowing. "What is that?" she whispered. I zoomed in until the pixels broke apart. I could still make out the top line of the paper the deputy was holding. Temporary guardianship order. Draft. A draft court order, already prepared, printed, and at the cabin. It was like they were planning to serve it. My throat went dry when the door opened. Harold stared at the screen, then leaned toward the phone on the table. He spoke to my father, who was still on speaker. His voice was barely a whisper. "You brought the court to my front door." My father's response came back, low and satisfied. "Not yet." His voice came through the speaker like a knife gently sliding across skin, quiet, confident, and calculated. Harold didn't shout. He didn't rage. He just stared at the phone like he was seeing my father for the first time, with no illusions left. Then he ended the call with one tap silence. The attorney's office felt too clean for what had just been said. "Okay," the attorney said, "now we move fast." She opened a new document on her computer, typing like she had been waiting for this moment. "First," she said, "we file an affidavit that Mr. Harold Carter is alive and competent. Second, we file an emergency response to the guardianship petition with evidence of fraud attempts." Harold nodded, calm and ready. "Use the call recording," he instructed. "And the bank alert," I added. "And the cabin footage," the attorney snapped. "And the fact that your son attempted a death process at the bank at 7:35 a.m. She turned to Harold. Mr. Carter, I need you to sign a statement right now. Harold took the pen without hesitation, signing with steady, clear handwriting. No trembling. No confusion. No doubt. The attorney immediately printed it and placed it in a folder labeled File Today. Then she turned her monitor toward us. There's a hearing request set for 3 p.m., she said. They're asking for expedited temporary guardianship. Harold's eyes narrowed slightly. They won't get it. They can't get it. The attorney corrected, tapping the screen. Not with this evidence. She clicked again, pulling up a list of attachments already uploaded to my father's filing. My stomach dropped when I saw it. A supporting statement. A PDF with my name on it. I leaned in closer. That's not mine. The attorney opened it. It was written like I was a predator. It claimed Harold was confused, isolated, easily influenced. It claimed I had moved into his home, restricted access to family, controlled his medication. Medication? He wasn't even on medication. My throat tightened in disbelief. Harold's face stayed calm, but something in his eyes hardened. They're building a story, he said. Yes, the attorney replied. A story designed to make a judge act fast. Then she scrolled down to the signature line, and we all saw it at the same time. A typed name not my father's, not my mother's. A third party. A witness. The attorney's voice dropped lower. That witness name, she said slowly. Is your father's cousin? The one at the cabin? The one in cuffs? The one who had just been caught at the door with a locksmith? Harold exhaled through his nose, one controlled breath. So, they wrote the script. He said, and they sent the actor to the stage. The attorney didn't waste any time. She made a call. Judge's clerk. She said into her phone. This is counsel for Mr. Harold Carter. We have an emergency response to a guardianship petition that includes evidence of an attempted fraudulent death notification, active unlawful entry attempt, and live video footage. She listened, then added, yes, I can email it now and file immediately. She hung up and looked at Harold. Now we go to the cabin, she said. Because if they're trying to serve a draft order there, we need to cut that off physically too. Harold nodded. We're going. We drove back up the mountain, sheriff's number saved and the attorney's evidence email already loaded. I kept sending everything, call recording, bank alert, screenshots of the fake email, the lockbox tamper log, the porch cam footage. When we turned into the cabin driveway, the scene looked like the aftermath of a storm. 2 sheriff units, deputies moving calmly. The locksmith seated on the porch, pale and shaking. My father's cousin in cuffs near the tailgate, head down, and a deputy holding a clipboard with paperwork. The same deputy I'd seen on camera earlier. He saw Harold step out of the truck, and his eyes widened. Because you don't forget the face of the man you were told was dead. Mr. Carter, he said. Harold nodded once. Alive, he replied. The deputy's posture shifted instantly from routine to this is now a problem for the court. Sir, the deputy said, we recovered a printed draft order on site. He held it up. Temporary guardianship order draft. Who printed that? Harold asked. The deputy looked over at the cousin. He had it in his bag, the deputy said, along with a set of forms and a thumb drive. Thumb drive. My stomach tightened again. The deputy opened an evidence bag and showed the drive through the plastic. Also, he said, we recovered a folder labeled bank and another labeled property. Harold's jaw tightened slightly. The attorney wasn't with us, but she had told us what mattered most: intent, planning, trail, and now, it was all in a deputy's hands. My father's cousin finally spoke, voice strained, trying to sound helpful. I was just checking on the place. He said, they asked me to. Who asked you? The deputy cut in. The cousin hesitated. Harold stepped closer, calm but terrifying. Say his name, Harold said softly. The cousin swallowed, eyes darting, then he said it. Your son. Harold didn't react. He didn't need to. The deputy wrote it down. Then the deputy looked at Harold again and said something that made my skin prickle. Sir, your son called our station earlier asking if we'd confirm you were deceased. Harold's eyes hardened. He called you, too? The deputy nodded. Yes. And when we told him we couldn't verify, he said he had paperwork coming. Paperwork coming. The draft guardianship order wasn't a coincidence. It was the paperwork coming. I stepped onto the porch and looked at the cabin door. The lockbox was scratched. The door frame had fresh marks where the locksmith had worked. A violation small, but loud. Harold stepped up beside me and looked at the wood like it was a wound. Then he reached into his coat pocket and pulled out the sealed envelope. The attorney letter he had kept unopened for hours. He held it out to me. "Open it here," he said. "Here," I whispered. "Here," he repeated. "Where they tried to steal the ending." My hands shook as I broke the seal. Inside was a single page. Simple, direct, a notarized amendment. It didn't just deny my father access. It named him. It listed the fraud attempts as grounds for immediate restriction. It appointed the executive with explicit authority to freeze accounts and property access. And at the bottom was Harold's final line, handwritten, unmistakable. "If anyone claims I'm dead, call the sheriff. If anyone claims I'm incompetent, play the recording." I covered my mouth with my hand, not crying, just stunned by how far ahead Harold had seen. The deputy read it and nodded. "That," he said quietly, "is about as clear as it gets." Harold looked out toward the trees, then back at the driveway where his cousin stood cuffed. Then he looked at me. "They called you to tell you get nothing," he said. I nodded, throat tight. Harold's voice stayed calm. "They were right about one thing," he said. "You get nothing from them." He placed a hand lightly on my shoulder. "You get your life back." When we left the cabin, the deputies were still there collecting evidence. The executive was already being notified. The bank would receive the fraud affidavit by end of day, and the attorney would walk into that 3 p.m. hearing with a recording of my parents laughing about my grandfather's death while he sat alive at my kitchen table. My father thought he could erase me with one phone call. Instead, he documented himself. He tried to bring the court to Harold's door. Instead, he brought law enforcement to his own plan. And the best part was simple. He didn't lose because I screamed. He lost because I stayed calm long enough for the truth to become a file. "I'm quitting my job, you'll support us." My brother texted. I replied, "That's not on me." 15 minutes later my dad screamed, "Sign a $210,000 loan or you're out of this family." So, I accepted a job abroad, cut off every bill in my name, and started a new life. My name is Claire Whitman. I'm 31. In my family, I'm the one who has it together, which basically means everyone treats my bank account like the emergency fund for the entire Whitman household. I stared at Evan's message, read it twice, and felt that familiar little wave of shame try to roll in. Like I was about to apologize for not rescuing him fast enough. I stopped myself and typed back, "That's not on me." 15 minutes later, my dad came in hot, all caps. Like he was screaming through the screen, "Sign the $210,000 loan for your brother or you're out of this family." That was it. No question mark. No discussion. Just an order with a thread attached. And while the family group chat started blowing up, I opened my laptop not to look at loan paperwork but to open an email I'd been sitting on for weeks. It was a job offer abroad. Start date, Tuesday. Same pay on paper, but everything else? Different continent. Different life. At the bottom was the button I'd been too scared to touch, accept offer. I didn't argue. I didn't call anyone. I didn't do the whole family meeting thing. I just clicked it. My new job overseas started Tuesday. That night, instead of co-signing a $210,000 loan, I went through every single thing that had my name on it and started cutting it off. One by one. The phone plan? Done. The extra insurance? Gone. Any automatic transfers labeled help, or spot, or anything even remotely tied to Evan? Blocked. Then I froze my credit and muted the family group chat. I put my phone face down on the counter while it buzzed like it was trying to shake itself apart. By midnight, I had 63 missed calls and more texts than I could even scroll through. All versions of the same line, "How could you do this to us?" Coming from people who never once asked what it felt like to be treated like this. Everyone loves to say, "You can't walk away from family." Cool. No one ever talks about what happens when your family treats you like a walking loan application with a heartbeat. If you've ever been the responsible one who's expected to save everyone else, keep reading. Because once you hear what they did before that text, and what happened after I got on that plane, you can decide if I was really the cruel one for choosing a one-way ticket over a $210,000 guarantee. And honestly, Evan's text wasn't even a shocking twist. It was just the first time the pattern stopped pretending to be subtle. I grew up in a Denver suburb where my parents loved saying, "We're a team." Except the roles on that team got assigned early. I was the kid who got straight A's and started working part-time at a grocery store at 17 so I could save up for a used laptop. My older brother, Evan Whitman, got a gaming PC because he needed it for his ideas. When he crashed his first car doing something stupid, my parents called it a learning experience. When I went to college, I hunted scholarships, took campus jobs, and bought cheap textbooks online. Evan bounced between majors and business concepts. And every time he messed up, my parents quietly moved money around to keep him from falling behind. They were proud of me, sure, but it always came with that little twist. My dad would brush off any concern about me with, "Claire's fine. She's responsible." Meanwhile, my mom would go on about Evan's sensitive soul, how he just needed a little more help to find his path. By the time we were adults, that little more help had turned into a steady stream of my money flowing straight into Evan's life. It started small. Stuff that was easy to overlook. The first time I covered a Sunday brunch bill, my dad slapped my shoulder and laughed, "Look at you treating the family, big shot analyst." Evan forgot his wallet, laughed it off. And my mom did her usual, "You know your brother. He's bad with details." Like that was a cute quirk and not a grown man problem. Then my phone line quietly became a family plan because Evan just needed to be on it for a month or two while he figured out freelance. Then car insurance got bundled because it was cheaper, and I made the most money anyway. When Evan lost yet another job and suddenly needed health insurance, my mom called me in that hushed voice like it was a medical emergency. "He can't go without coverage, honey. Can you just put him on a marketplace plan in your name for a while?" It was always just for now. Just until. Just this one time. And at first, I didn't question it. I was in my late 20s. Steady data analyst job. Paying rent on time. Watching my credit score climb. Telling myself, this is what adults do, they help family. But over time, the help stopped feeling like kindness and started feeling like a subscription I never agreed to. Evan's Venmo requests went from gas money to software for a new project, then a short-term loan for equipment, then a security deposit for a nicer apartment because it would be better for content. And then his girlfriend, Lauren Pierce, started popping up in the group chat too. She'd drop links to lighting rigs and microphones and tag me like it was casual. "This would be amazing for the podcast, Claire. And then, we'll pay you back when we monetize." They loved that word investment. Like saying it out loud, magically removed the risk from every swipe of my card. The thing is, I'm a data person. I live in spreadsheets. So somewhere between the 4th "we'll pay you back when this takes off" and the 6th "just spot us this month," I made my own private Google sheet and started tracking everything. Phone bill splits. The difference in auto insurance. Evan's health insurance premium. The overdraft fee I covered so his account wouldn't get closed. The $2,400 I wired when he swore he just needed to clear one debt to reset. Then it was $350 here, $900 there. Vet bill for their dog. Emergency dentist visit. We're short on rent because brand deals are delayed. Individually, none of it looked insane. But when it was all sitting there in rows with dates and notes, it made my stomach turn. My parents' line was always the same, "We all chip in. It balances out." Except the numbers didn't balance. Not even close. It was just me, quietly filling holes so Evan could keep living like consequences were optional. And every time I even thought about pushing back, I could already hear my mom in my head, "You know how your brother is." And then the one that always landed like a weight, "You're the only one we can rely on." I didn't understand it at the time, but that line, "You're the only one we can rely on," was the real loan agreement they thought I'd already signed. The email about Berlin showed up on a random Tuesday, buried between a company newsletter and a coupon for takeout. Subject line, "International Opportunity, Lead Data Analyst." I almost deleted it without thinking. I assumed it was some mass internal thing. Then I saw my name. It wasn't spam. It was a formal offer from our European office in Berlin. A promotion. Higher base pay. Relocation package. Help with housing for the first year. And the chance to actually lead a team instead of quietly fixing other people's dashboards from my Denver apartment. It was the kind of thing I used to daydream about in college. Back before being responsible turned into something my family could use against me. I read the email twice, my heart racing, and then did what I always do when something big happens. I called my mom. She answered, distracted. My dad was talking in the background about a game he was watching. I told her about Berlin. The role. The promotion. How rare it was to be offered something like this outright instead of clawing your way up, For about 10 seconds, she sounded genuinely happy. Wow, baby. Berlin? That's huge. Then there was a pause. I heard the shift before she even said it. But, with Evan still sorting things out, is this really the time to move halfway across the world? Just like that, the air went out of it. I started explaining how I could still send money from anywhere. How time zones didn't matter. How I'd still be available. I heard myself negotiating before she even asked. She lowered her voice into the one she saves for guilt. You know your brother's been fragile. He just needs a stable base to get this next thing off the ground. What does it say if you leave right as he's turning a corner? It's amazing how fast a dream turns selfish when the right person frames it that way. Around that same time, Evan and Lauren upgraded their life. They moved the brand into a nicer downtown apartment. Exposed brick. Big windows. Perfect lighting for content. They started hosting brainstorming sessions that looked a lot like parties. And anytime the rent or utilities ran a little high, my phone would buzz. We're a little short. Can you spot us? This is about to take off. They bought better microphones. A new camera. A neon sign with Evan's podcast name on it. Every purchase was called an investment. Every problem was something future success would magically erase. Meanwhile, I was tracking my PTO. I knew exactly how many days I had if something went wrong back home. Every time I thought about Berlin, my brain turned it into a math problem I could never solve in my favor. If I left, who would keep the phone plan active? Who would cover health insurance? Who would pay the overdraft fee so Evan's account didn't get frozen? Without ever saying it out loud, my parents had turned my existence into a line item in their plan. The guilt didn't hit all at once. It stacked up slowly. It showed up when my manager casually asked if I was considering Berlin and I heard myself say, "It's not the right time." It showed up when Evan posted videos about taking risks and burning boats while I handled his messes in ways that never made it onto social media. It showed up every time my mom ended a call with, "We don't know what we'd do without you, Claire." Like my stability belonged to them. I told myself I was just being a good daughter. A good sister. That it was temporary. That once Evan's thing worked, I'd finally be free. What I didn't understand was that people who never face consequences don't suddenly stop relying on you. They just get more comfortable. And the longer I waited to say no, the heavier that word felt. The night everything stopped being vague and turned into a real demand, my mom texted, "Family Zoom at 7. Important." The hearts were supposed to make it feel softer. I logged on, expecting the usual. He's close. He just needs a little more time. Instead, they were ready. My parents were already on the call when I joined, sitting under the same warm kitchen lights I grew up with. A minute later, Evan joined from his downtown apartment. Lauren sat beside him. They looked like they were about to pitch investors, not talk to their exhausted sister. "Okay, everyone's here," my dad said, clearing his throat like a coach before kickoff. "Claire, we want to talk about Evan's big opportunity." My mom hit share screen. A PDF popped up in the middle of my laptop. Across the top, in big bold letters, it read, "Studio rebrand and wellness hub, Whitman family plan." Slide after slide laid it out. Podcast studio. Content space. Creative wellness center. Meditation rooms. Branded merch. Photos of empty lofts. Mood boards. And then I saw the number. At the bottom of the projected budget was a neat little box labeled, "Bank loan, $210,000. Right underneath it, in smaller text, "Claire Whitman, co-signer." "It's pretty awesome, right?" Evan said, grinning. "We ran the numbers. The bank just needs someone with good credit to sign with me so it goes through. It's not a big deal." My mom jumped in before I could respond. "Honey, your brother has been working so hard. The bank loves the plan. They just need a little reassurance. You have great credit. You're financially secure. We're not asking for money. Just your name." My dad nodded like he was complimenting me. "We do it ourselves, but we're older. We've taken some hits. You're the future. This is how families help each other build things." On the screen, under assumptions, I saw phrases like strong growth, planned sponsorships, low failure risk. It felt like watching strangers use my life as collateral in a fantasy. I took a breath. "No, just that. 3 letters. The entire call froze. "Excuse me?" My dad said, like he honestly thought he'd misheard. I swallowed. "I'm not co-signing a $210,000 loan. Not for a studio. Not for anything. Evan laughed, like I'd just told a bad joke. Claire, relax. It's not like you'll actually be paying it. It's just to get approval. You trust me, right? My jaw tightened. This isn't about trust. It's about risk. If this fails, the bank comes after me. My credit. My future. I'm not doing that. If you one of the waiter, my mom's face fell apart immediately. Claire, after everything we've done for you, we're just asking for help. You, of all people, know Evan deserves a break. Lauren leaned closer to the camera, eyes wide, makeup perfect. This is really unfair, Claire. You know how much pressure he's under. It's awful to sit on your savings while he's drowning. That word cruel hit harder than I expected. My dad's voice went sharp. We raised you better than this. Family steps up. We didn't raise a selfish child who only cares about her own comfort. I let them talk. I let it all wash over me. The guilt. The rewriting of history. After everything we've done. You know how your brother is. This is our dream as a family. When there was finally space, I spoke as calmly as I could. I have stepped up. For years. I've paid bills. Insurance. Debts. None of that was a loan. And I still paid. But I will not put my name on $210,000. My mom started crying, full-on sobbing into her hands. Evan's face hardened. Fine, he said. Just say you don't believe in me. Don't pretend this is about money. You just like having control. The call ended with my dad accusing me of ruining Evan's chance and my mom muttering, "You'll regret this," like she was casting a spell. After that, I just sat there alone, laptop still open, feeling off. They'd said the loan couldn't happen without me, but something wouldn't let it go. I pulled up my credit report not because I suspected anything, just out of habit. Most of it looked normal. My car. My cards. My lease. Then I saw it. A personal loan for $6,500. Opened nearly 2 years earlier. Listed under my name. Purpose: home improvement. My stomach dropped. I'd never taken out a home improvement loan. Not for myself. Not for anyone. I clicked deeper. My address was listed for mail, but the property was my parents' house. I thought about their new flooring. I remembered my dad joking about how annoying the approval process was, but worth it. I'd assumed it was under their names. It wasn't. It was mine. My hand started shaking as it clicked. They had used my social security number. Signed my name. Took out debt without telling me. And now, they wanted $210,000 more. The Zoom pitch had been dressed up as love and opportunity. My credit report showed the real version underneath. This wasn't a one-time ask. It was a pattern. They weren't just leaning on me. They were gambling with my future like it belonged to them. Staring at that screen, seeing my name tied to debt I never agreed to, I knew something for sure. If I didn't get out now, the next loan wouldn't be $6,500. It would be the one we just fought about. And they'd sleep just fine while I dealt with it. Something snapped, but not loudly. No screaming. No throwing things. Just a heavy, quiet shift. I closed the credit report. Closed the Zoom window that was still open. Then I opened my old Google Sheet and scrolled through years of just this once favors. The total at the bottom didn't even feel real. I didn't say anything to them that night. I didn't confront them about the loan. I just stopped believing the story that we were all on the same team. Over the next few weeks, the tone changed. My mom sent softer messages. I know you didn't mean to upset your brother. We'll talk when you've calmed down. Like I'd been hysterical instead of being the only adult in the room. Evan went passive-aggressive online. Vague posts about family holding you back. About people being afraid of your success. My dad went quiet, which in our house meant he was angry and saving it for later. Through all of it, the Berlin offer sat in my inbox. Clean, bright. A possible future wedged between utility bills and automated work emails. HR followed up twice. Then again. Then a fourth time. We'd love to have you. But we do need a decision soon. I stared at those emails late at night, imagining a place where my name wasn't quietly attached to someone else's bad choices. And then came the text that set everything off. It was a Thursday afternoon. I was reheating leftovers when my phone buzzed. Evan, I'm quitting my job today. You'll take care of us while I figure things out. No emoji. No question mark. Just a statement. Like he was announcing the weather. My jaw locked. The old script tried to kick in. Ask what happened. Offer to help for one more month. Tell myself he's stressed. But the spreadsheet, the $6,500 loan, the $210,000 PowerPoint. It all sat right under my skin. Before I could stop myself, I typed, "That's not on me," and hit send. My heart was pounding like I'd done something reckless. All I'd said was no. 15 minutes later, my dad's response came in, all caps, furious, clear. Sign the $210,000 loan for your brother or you are cut off from this family and all holidays. I read it 3 times to make sure I wasn't imagining it. There it was. My value reduced to a signature. Our relationship turned into collateral. They didn't even bother pretending it was about concern anymore. I didn't argue. I didn't explain. I didn't send a long message trying to make them understand. I opened my laptop and pulled up the Berlin email instead. The subject line hadn't changed. But everything else had. It wasn't just a promotion anymore. It was an exit. At the bottom was that blue button. Accept offer. I hesitated, thinking about all the times my mom had said, "We don't know what we'd do without you," and finally understood she hadn't meant it as praise. She meant it as a plan. My hands were steady when I clicked. The confirmation page popped up with my start date, relocation details, and one simple line, "Your new role begins Tuesday." While my phone buzzed with whatever guilt-filled message was coming next, I opened my banking app. If they were willing to use my name without permission, I needed to make sure they couldn't do it again. So, I started with the obvious. I called my phone carrier first and had Evan removed from my plan. The customer service rep did the polite pause. "Are you sure? Are you sure?" "Yes," I said. "Very sure." Then I called my car insurance company and separated our policies so his driving record wouldn't keep quietly pushing my rates up. After that, I logged into the marketplace and canceled the health insurance I'd been paying for him temporarily. I went through my bank account next. Every automatic transfer labeled, help, spot, or anything with Evan's name on it got shut off. Then I froze my credit with all 3 bureaus so no one could open anything in my name without me knowing. While I was doing all of that, the family group chat went nuclear. My mom sent long messages about betrayal and how you never turn your back on blood. My dad kept it short and sharp. Ungrateful. You think that fancy job makes you better than us. Evan sent, guess I know who's really family now. Lauren added, must be nice to hoard stability while other people are struggling. Then my mom video called. I picked up because I knew if I didn't, they'd just show up at my apartment. Their faces filled the screen, all anger and wounded pride aimed straight at me. How could you do this to your brother? My mom cried. He just quit his job. He was counting on you. My dad leaned forward. You need to call the bank and fix this. Tell them you'll co-sign. Stop this nonsense before it goes too far. And weirdly, I felt calm. I'm not calling the bank, I said. I'm not signing anything. I've already done more than enough. Evan scoffed. Oh, here we go. Spreadsheet time. What, Claire, you're going to pull out your little charts and pretend that's the same thing as family? So I did. I turned my laptop toward the camera and showed them the rows. Dates. Notes. Numbers. This is 12 years. I said. Phone bills. Insurance. Rent gaps. Emergencies. Investments. This is thousands of dollars. I never said it was a loan. And even if you paid every cent back, I'm done. Not $5. And definitely not $210,000. My dad shook his head. We didn't raise you to nickel and dime your own brother. No, I said. You raised me to fix everything. Clean it up. Pay for it. Don't complain. That's over. After that, it turned into yelling. Accusations. My mom said I was choosing money over love. Evan said I was jealous because he was taking risks, and I was playing it safe. None of it hit the way it used to. I ended the call mid-rant and put my phone face down on the counter. Then I muted the group chat and let it ring. By midnight, I had 63 missed calls and dozens of unread messages. Buried under all that noise was an email from HR confirming my relocation details and flight options. The choice was suddenly very clear. Stay tied to people who saw me as a credit score, or take a chance on a life where my yes and no actually mattered. For the first time, I chose myself. By the time my plane landed in Berlin, the panic on my phone had faded into background noise. My dad sent a few more all-caps warnings. My mom sent guilt-soaked messages. Evan sent a couple of hope you're happy texts that were half angry, half sad. Then, nothing. I focused on my new life. Jet lag. A new office. Streets I didn't know. A language I barely understood. On my first Monday, my coworkers walked me through systems and showed me the best coffee machine on the floor. Meanwhile, back in Denver, things were unraveling without my money holding them up. I didn't hear it all at once. It came in pieces. About 6 weeks in, my aunt on my dad's side messaged me on Facebook. It started with, "I'm staying out of it." But. And then she didn't stay out of it at all. She told me my parents had tried to get the $210,000 loan on their own and got denied. "They really thought you'd cave," she wrote. They were shocked the bank wouldn't approve Evan by himself. Apparently, banks don't accept vibes as collateral. A week later, I checked my credit monitoring out of habit and saw an alert. An attempted inquiry had been blocked because of the freeze. No new loans, no cards, no lines of credit, all stopped while I was asleep 6 time zones away. It was the most boring notification I'd ever gotten, and it felt like a win. Word spread through the extended family, like it always does. My parents tried to frame it as me abandoning Evan when he needed help. That version didn't hold up for long. Once relatives started asking why a man in his 30s needed his sister to back a 6-figure loan, the tone shifted. One of my cousins reportedly told my mom, "We all help our kids. But using her identity without asking? That's crossing a line." Without my monthly bailouts, Evan couldn't keep the downtown lifestyle. The loft with the perfect lighting went first. The landlord didn't care about inspirational quotes. Lauren stuck it out for a few weeks on ramen and unpaid notices before she bailed. I found out about the breakup when Evan posted a blurry late-night story about people only supporting you when the car is new, followed by a photo of his stuff piled in the back of a rideshare. The next time my aunt mentioned him, she said he was doing delivery jobs and complaining about wasting his talent. My parents had to adjust too. No more quiet transfers to cover utilities. No more insurance premiums magically paid on the first. They sold their house and moved into a smaller place. My mom called it simplifying in a mass email. My aunt was more honest. "What do you expect when you treat one kid's paycheck like an endless ATM?" A few generic apologies showed up on Facebook. Nothing direct. Nothing real. Some of my relatives wrapped it all up with lines like, "We all hurt people we love sometimes, and all we can do is pray for forgiveness." A few even added comments about helping Evan rebuild, like the entire universe was supposed to crowdsource his recovery. From across the ocean, I watched them finally deal with consequences they dodged for years. And for once, I wasn't there to soften the landing. Nothing blew up. There were no dramatic confrontations or public meltdowns. Things just unraveled. Quietly. A system that only worked because I kept feeding, it started falling apart on its own. And somehow, that felt like justice. New Year's Eve in Berlin didn't feel anything like home. Back in Denver, it always meant my mom yelling at everyone to show up by 7. My dad pretending he didn't care about the countdown while secretly timing the game. Evan arriving late with a brand new big idea to announce over dessert. This year, it was just me and a few co-workers on a balcony overlooking a neighborhood I hadn't even heard of a few months earlier. Cheap champagne, cold air, 3 different accents laughing about resolutions. When I got back to my apartment after midnight, cheeks numb from the cold, my phone was waiting. There was a group family text with grainy selfies taken in whatever smaller house my parents live in now. My mom's caption talked about missing those who aren't with us this year. Chested. Then a separate message popped up. "We hope you'll come home for Christmas next year. Your brother is trying. You know, we're all hurting." A year ago. That would have sent me spiraling. Replaying everything. Wondering if I should fix it. This time, I read it at my kitchen table, surrounded by plants I bought for myself and bills with only my name on them. I didn't feel guilty. I felt distance. Not the cold kind. The clear kind. I called them a few days later. Not that night. The conversation was stiff and careful. No yelling. No real apologies either. "We made mistakes," they said. "We're sorry if you felt that way." At some point, my dad admitted using my social security number wasn't okay. My mom said she understood why I froze my credit. Evan spoke briefly, said something vague about working now and figuring things out, then handed the phone back. That was it. No big moment. No closure. The real changes didn't happen on that call. They happened quietly, in the routines I built without them. In therapy, when I finally said the words financial abuse out loud and didn't take them back. In setting my paycheck to automatically move into my own savings. In realizing I like some cheap noodles and hate others. In choosing solo walks with a podcast over dinners where I pretend not to notice who forgot their wallet. I still use spreadsheets. They just track my goals now. Trips I want to take. Classes I might try. Savings milestones. There's no category labeled family bailout. I wish someone had told me this when I was 22 instead of 31. Being responsible doesn't mean being sacrificed. Being good with money doesn't mean you owe your future to anyone else. Love doesn't require you to sign away your peace, your credit, or your sanity. You're allowed to say no, even when people cry and call you selfish. Even when they tell everyone you're the villain. Leaving doesn't mean you stopped loving them. Sometimes it just means you finally stopped being their safety net. If any of this sounds familiar, I won't pretend leaving is easy. It's messy. It's scary. Your phone will light up with messages that make you question everything. But on the other side of that first no, there's a life where your worth isn't measured by how much you give. And that life is real. At 22, I was pregnant, disowned, and given 45 minutes to leave. My boyfriend promised a family, then I found his fiancée, of 3 years. 8 years later they stood outside, my $7.4 million estate asking for help. My name is Sarah Mitchell. I was 22 when my world fell apart. This is how I built a new one out of the wreckage. Growing up in Ridgewood, I was never the daughter my father wanted. Thomas Mitchell owned a medium-sized construction company, and he made sure I felt his disappointment from day one. He wanted a son. He got me. So he treated me like the son anyway. While other girls were learning to braid hair and pick prom dresses, I was learning to change tires in our garage, hauling supplies on his job sites all summer, and playing softball. I secretly wanted dance classes. My father had other plans. I was supposed to take over Mitchell Construction and carry his name forward. The fact that I was a girl was just an inconvenience he chose to ignore. I learned to ignore it. 2. I learned to swallow my feelings and perform. I studied business at Rutgers because that's what he expected. I got straight A's because anything less meant a lecture about wasted potential. I became a perfectionist, always chasing approval that never showed up. I could fix a carburetor with my eyes closed, but I still couldn't French braid to save my life. And my mother? Karen was a different kind of problem. She wasn't mean. She was just not there in any way that mattered. She drifted through the house like a ghost. She never disagreed with my dad, never stood up for me, never made a ripple. I used to think she was weak. Now I think she just chose comfort over courage. A long time ago, if you'd told me 7 months earlier that I was going to lose everything, my family, my future, and the guy I thought loved me all in the same 36 hours, I would have laughed. But that's exactly what happened. Then I met Brandon Scott. Looking back, I should have known better. Any man who can smile like that and make you believe anything is probably lying about everything. But I was 22 and I wanted to be loved by someone who actually saw me as a woman. Brandon was 25, a pharmaceutical sales rep, and he talked about our future like it was already locked in. Marriage. Kids. A house with a white picket fence. After 22 years of being told I wasn't enough, I finally felt like I was everything to someone. I fell hard, 7 months into our relationship. I was terrified. Brandon acted happy. He talked baby names, nursery colors, teaching our kid to ride a bike. I let myself believe him. I let myself hope. That was my first mistake. Then he started pulling away. Work was busy. He was traveling more. I swallowed my anxiety because I needed the fairy tale to be real. I needed one thing in my life that wouldn't end in disappointment. My second mistake was telling my parents. I planned to tell them at Sunday dinner. Brandon was supposed to come with me. He canceled last-minute work emergency. Apparently, so I sat alone across from Thomas and Karen Mitchell, pushed my food around my plate, and said it. My hands went ice cold under the table. My heart was pounding so hard I swear they could hear it across the room. My father's face went through stages: confusion, disbelief, and then this cold, hard look I hadn't seen in 22 years. My mom froze with her fork halfway to her mouth, like a statue in pearls and silence. Thomas didn't even yell at first. Honestly, yelling would have been easier. He stayed calm, which somehow made it worse. He started talking about the plan. About how I was supposed to take over the company. About how an unmarried pregnant daughter would ruin his reputation. About how he'd spent 22 years trying to turn me into something useful. And this was how I repaid him. Then he snapped. He stood up so fast his chair flew back and slammed into the hardwood. The sound made me flinch. And then he said it. He said I was a dumb mistake from his past. He said he should have tried again for a son instead of wasting his time on me. And then he told me to take my pregnancy and get out. I looked at my mom. I begged her with my eyes to say something. Anything. Just once. She stared at her mashed potatoes like they were the most fascinating thing she'd ever seen. Thomas gave me 45 minutes. I packed 3 bags with shaking hands. 22 years of my life, stuffed into whatever fit. My mom never came to my room. Never offered help. We didn't say goodbye. I heard the TV turn on downstairs, some game show with cheerful music, while I erased myself from my childhood home. I walked out the front door and I didn't look back. In my car, I called Brandon. No answer. I called again. Voicemail. I texted him with trembling fingers, telling him my father had kicked me out, telling him I needed him. I waited 2 hours in a dark parking lot, staring at my phone like it held my whole future, praying the fairy tale would survive just a little longer. Then his message came through, and it shattered what was left of my heart. Before we continue, if you're enjoying this story, please subscribe and tell me where you're watching from and what time it is. I see every single comment, and they mean everything to me. Thank you for your support. Now, where were we? Write Brandon's message. 6 words. That's all he gave me. After 7 months. After all the promises. After talking about our future, our baby, and forever. 6 words glowing on my screen in that dark parking lot. He said he couldn't do it. He said he was sorry. He told me not to contact him again. I didn't listen. Of course I didn't. I called him about 27 times that night. Every call went straight to voicemail until the number stopped connecting at all. He'd blocked me. The guy who was talking about our kids' names had blocked me like I was spam. The next morning, I drove to his apartment. I needed answers. I needed to look him in the eyes and understand how someone could go from Prince Charming to a ghost overnight. A woman answered the door. She was put together, calm, wearing an engagement ring that caught the morning light in a way that made my stomach drop. Her name was Ashley Thompson. She'd been engaged to Brandon Scott for 3 years. 3 years. While Brandon was whispering promises to me, he was going home to a fiancée who didn't even know I existed. I wasn't just being lied to. I was the other woman in a story I didn't even know I was in. The nausea I'd been blaming on pregnancy suddenly felt like something else entirely. Ashley and I just stood there, staring at each other, 2 women realizing we'd been loving the same lie. Then Brandon appeared behind her, and whatever mask he'd been wearing disappeared. No charm, no warmth. He looked at me like I was a problem he didn't want to deal with, like a mess he needed gone. He told me to handle my situation and shut the door in my face. I should have seen it coming. The work trips to exotic places. The fact that he never came back with photos. Never had stories. I used to think he was just private. Turns out he was just a professional liar with a frequent flyer account. So there I was. 22 years old. Pregnant. Disowned. And dumped. All within 36 hours. I had $1,120 to my name. My father had already called every relative we had, making sure his version of the story got there before I did. My aunt tried to send me money quietly. Thomas found out and threatened to cut her off completely. Even my mom managed to sneak me $400 through a cousin. When my father found out, he took away all her credit cards as punishment. I rented a room in a boarding house in Newark. It smelled like mildew and broken dreams, but it cost $75 a week, and that was all I could afford. I worked 2 jobs. Mornings started at a bakery at 4:30 a.m. Covered in flour and exhaustion. Afternoons at a dry cleaner, pressing other people's clothes while mine fell apart. Evenings at a call center, getting screamed at by strangers until 9:30 at night. I'd crawl into my tiny bed, sleep 5 hours, and do it all again. My body held out as long as it could. At 5 months pregnant, I collapsed during a shift at the call center. Just dropped between the cubicles like someone had cut my strings. I woke up in a hospital bed with a doctor telling me I was destroying myself and my baby. He said if I didn't slow down, I was going to lose her. I quit one of my jobs. I didn't have a choice. I survived on one income, food assistance, and a level of anxiety that felt constant. My daughter was born in April. I named her Violet, because she was the only color left in my gray world. She came into this world with no one waiting outside the delivery room. No father pacing the halls. No grandparents fighting to hold her first. Just me. Exhausted. Terrified. And more in love than I had ever been in my life. A nurse asked if my family was coming. I told her they were traveling. It was easier than explaining that my family had thrown me away. I held Violet in my arms, this tiny, perfect human who had done nothing wrong except exist, And I made her a promise. I swore she would never know what it felt like to be unwanted. While I was figuring out how to survive, my father was busy erasing me. He told everyone in Ridgewood that I was troubled. That I made bad choices. He never said it outright. He didn't have to. He let people fill in the blanks themselves. Old family friends crossed the street to avoid me when I came back to the area. Former classmates stopped answering my texts. I found out through a cousin's accidental social media post that I'd been cropped out of every family photo. 22 years of birthdays, holidays, graduations. Gone. Once you hit rock bottom, there's nowhere left to fall. That year, I learned how to stretch $15 across 7 days of groceries. I learned 39 different ways to cook rice and beans. I'm worth millions now, and I still can't look at a kidney bean without my eye twitching. Some things don't leave you. The deepest wound wasn't my father's rage. It was my mother's silence. Karen Mitchell watched her only daughter get thrown into the world, pregnant and alone, and chose to do nothing. A few months after Violet was born, I wrote her a letter. I told her about her granddaughter. I begged her to meet Violet. To choose love over fear. Just once. Her reply came 3 weeks later. One paragraph. She said my father thought it was best if they moved on. She said she was sorry. Sorry. That word was worse than silence. At least silence doesn't pretend to care. I threw Violet a first birthday party in our tiny apartment. Just the two of us. A dented cake from the discount rack and a single balloon I bought on sale. I was broke and exhausted, eating cake that tasted like survival and telling myself it was sweet. Violet smiled at me. Big. Gummy. Happy. A smile that didn't know anything about absent fathers or cruel grandparents or mothers who chose comfort over their children. Something shifted in me. I realized I had two choices. I could drown in resentment and let my father live rent-free in my head forever. Or I could build something so big, so solid, so undeniably mine that his opinion wouldn't matter anymore. I've never been good at drowning. The turning point came from someone I didn't expect. Evelyn Price. 66 years old. Widowed. Tough as hell. She ran a struggling property management company and had zero patience for excuses. When Violet was about 16 months old, I started at Evelyn's company in an entry-level role. Filing paperwork, answering phones, making coffee, she complained was too weak. I kept my head down and worked. I stayed late without being asked. I caught mistakes in contracts other people missed. I didn't talk much. I just worked. Evelyn noticed. One afternoon, she called me into her office and asked what I wanted out of life. I didn't hesitate. I told her I never wanted to feel powerless again. She nodded like that answer told her everything she needed to know. From that day on, she started teaching me. Not gently. Not slowly. She taught me the way someone does when they know what it's like to have nothing. She'd built her company from scratch after her husband died. 3 kids. Massive debt. No safety net. She understood survival. She understood being underestimated. And somehow, she saw something in me before I saw it myself. That's when I realized I was good at real estate. Not flashy sales pitches. Not smooth talk. Something quieter. I could look at a neglected property everyone else had written off and see exactly what it could become. Other people saw ruin. I saw potential. My first deal, if you can even call it that, was convincing my landlord not to evict me. I offered to personally fix the building's broken mailboxes. I spent an entire weekend with a screwdriver, a YouTube tutorial, and more swearing than I'd like to admit. When I finished, something clicked. If I believed in the value I was offering, I could sell it. That busted mailbox was my real business school. I got my real estate license while working full-time and raising Violet alone. I studied at 3 in the morning. Textbooks spread across the kitchen table. Violet asleep in the next room. I lived on coffee. I failed my first practice exam and cried in the bathroom for 27 minutes. Then I washed my face and kept going. When I finally passed, I held that certificate and cried again. Not sad tears. Survivor tears. The kind you cry when you realize you might actually make it. My first sale was a tiny condo that had been sitting on the market for 7 months. No one wanted it. Weird location. Awkward layout. It smelled faintly like pets and regret. I staged it myself with thrift store furniture and tricks I'd learned from home improvement shows. I baked cookies before every showing because I'd heard the smell made people feel comfortable. Was it manipulation? Probably. But it worked. The condo sold in 5 weeks. My commission was $3,000, $750. More money than I'd seen in 3 years. I remember depositing the check and just staring at my bank balance, watching the numbers change. I felt something I hadn't felt since before my father destroyed everything. Hope. Evelyn promoted me. Gave me more listings. Started treating me like a protege instead of an assistant. I learned the business inside and out because I had to. There was no backup plan. When Violet was 4, she asked me why we didn't have a backyard. She'd seen one on TV and wanted to know why our building only had a parking lot. I knelt down and made her a promise. I told her someday we'd have the biggest backyard in all of New Jersey. That night, she drew a picture of a huge house with a yard that took up almost the whole page. 2 stick figures holding hands, me and her. I put that drawing in my wallet and carried it everywhere. Success didn't magically fix everything. I still heard my father's voice in my head. Every time I reached for something bigger. It told me I was a stupid mistake. Every time I doubted myself, his words came back just as sharp. Evelyn noticed that, too. One afternoon, she sat me down and told me her own story. How people laughed at her. How banks refused to loan her money. How even her husband's family thought she'd fail. She looked me straight in the eye and said something I'll never forget. The best revenge isn't proving them wrong, she said. The best revenge is forgetting they exist while you build your kingdom. Around that time, Brandon resurfaced. Of course he did. He found me on social media when Violet was 6. His messages were full of fake concern and carefully worded questions. He'd heard I was doing well. He wanted to reconnect. He thought we should talk about Violet's future. What he really meant was that he'd heard I wasn't broke anymore. I screenshot every message. Saved them in a folder. Never replied. Let him wonder. Here's the funny part. Ashley, his ex-fiancée, reached out to me around the same time. Turns out Brandon cheated on her. Too. Shocking? I know. She was happily remarried to a decent man and just wanted to apologize, even though none of it was her fault. We became friends. Bonded over surviving the same liar. Life's weird like that. Through industry connections, I started hearing things about Mitchell Construction. My father had overextended during a building boom. Took bad loans with worse terms. The company was bleeding. He wouldn't admit it, pride wouldn't let him. Thomas and Karen let go of their housekeeper. Stopped taking their yearly vacation. Little cracks you only notice if you're paying attention. I noticed. I didn't feel satisfied. Not yet. I was too busy building my own empire to waste energy watching his fall. By the time Violet started first grade, I'd saved $165,000. I had a plan, a reputation, and a future that didn't involve Thomas or Karen Mitchell. I wasn't chasing revenge. I was too busy building a life. If my success happened to highlight exactly what they threw away, that was just a side effect. By 29, I realized something about myself. I wasn't just surviving anymore. I was building. That was around the time Evelyn decided to retire. After 66 years of grinding, fighting, and proving people wrong, she'd earned a quiet life somewhere warm, where no one knew her name or needed anything from her. Before she left, she sat me down and offered me her entire client list for a price that felt almost insulting. I tried to argue. Tried to pay her what it was actually worth. She shut that down fast. She told me this was her investment in the future. She said she wanted to see what I'd build, and she couldn't do that if I buried myself trying to overpay her. Then she handed me a bottle of champagne and told me not to open it until I made my first million. I still have that bottle. Mitchell Rise Properties started in a tiny office in Hoboken. 1 desk. 1 chair. More ambition than square footage. The name wasn't subtle. But subtlety had never gotten me anywhere. I'd burned. I'd survived. I'd risen. If anyone had a problem with that, they could take it up with my numbers. I focused on properties everyone else ignored. Neighborhoods on the edge of change. Buildings written off as lost causes. I bought them, fixed them with care, and sold them for far more than I paid. My first major project was a condemned apartment building in Jersey City the city planned to demolish. Where everyone else saw rubble, I saw potential. 20 months and too many sleepless nights later, it reopened as luxury condos. They sold out in 7 weeks. That project made me $1.35 million. I remember sitting alone in my new office, staring at the numbers on the screen, trying to convince myself they were real. 7 years earlier, I'd been eating dented birthday cake in a boarding house, wondering if I could afford diapers. Now I was a millionaire. Not inherited money. Not family money. Mine. Every dollar earned because I refused to quit when quitting would have been easier. I kept a low profile. Used my business name, not my own. No social media. No flashy interviews. No public celebration. My office stayed in Hoboken, far from Ridgewood and the people who used to know me. Anyone from my old life wouldn't have recognized the woman closing deals worth more than their houses. Sometimes it still hits me how much changed. I went from owning 3 pairs of work pants to having a closet organized by season. I still keep those original 3 pairs. They're framed in my closet. Some people hang diplomas. I hang reminders of where I started. Violet stayed at the center of everything. She was my reason. My anchor. When she was 6, she started asking about grandparents. Her friends talked about visiting grandma's house, getting spoiled, having that special bond. She wanted to know why she didn't have that. I told her a simplified version of the truth. That sometimes adults make choices that hurt the people they're supposed to love. That my parents made that choice. I didn't poison her against them. I didn't use her to process my own pain. I just told her the truth in a way a 6-year-old could understand. She thought about it for a second. Then she shrugged and said it was their loss, because I was the best mom ever. I cried in the shower that night. Happy tears and sad ones mixed together, washing away the last bit of hope that my parents might ever change. Around that time, Daniel Brooks entered my life. He was an architect. 35. Divorced. Had a young son. Calm in a way that felt unfamiliar to me. We met at an industry conference when I was 30. He was presenting on sustainable design. I pretended to take notes while judging everyone's business cards. He asked me to grab coffee afterward. I said no. He asked again a month later. I said no again. 5 months after that, he asked a third time. I finally said yes. Not because I trusted him. Because his consistency impressed me. Brandon didn't just break my heart. He broke my trust. For years after him, I couldn't hear kindness without looking for the angle. Compliments felt like setup. Promises felt like traps. I'd built walls so high I didn't think anyone could get through them. Daniel didn't try to climb them. He just showed up. Over and over. Respected my boundaries. Never pushed. Proved himself through actions, not words. It took years. Real years. Slow trust. Long friendship. Him never asking for more than I was ready to give. By the time Violet turned 9, Daniel and I were officially together. He earned his place in my life the hard way. The only way that matters. While my life was growing, I kept an eye on Mitchell Construction. Not obsessively. Just enough. Through public records. Industry gossip. Quiet signs. Thomas had lost 3 major contracts to younger, hungrier competitors. He'd taken out a second mortgage on the house he kicked me out of. My aunt mentioned, casually, that his pride wouldn't let him admit they were struggling. He kept pretending everything was fine while the foundation cracked underneath him. I didn't feel anything when I heard about my father's problems. No satisfaction. No pity. Just distance. Like reading about a stranger's bad luck in the paper. Then I saw the listing. Thornfield Estate. 5 bedrooms. 3.5 acres. A historic Ridgewood property that had been sitting for 3 years because the price was high and the renovations were a nightmare. It was about 2.5 kilometers from my parents' house. Close enough to matter. It was also in one of the best school districts in New Jersey. Perfect for Violet. As she got closer to high school, I could already see what that place could become. I told myself I was buying it because it was a smart investment. Because Violet deserved the backyard I promised her when she was 4. Because Ridgewood schools would open doors for her. All of that was true. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't smile when I signed the papers. Some purchases are practical. Some are poetic. This one was both. We moved into Thornfield Estate 3 weeks before Violet's 10th birthday. I was 31. Self-made. Further than my 22-year-old self ever thought possible. I had a daughter who knew she was loved. A partner who had earned my trust. And a home that was completely mine. I didn't think about my parents. I didn't need to. But Ridgewood is a small town. And secrets don't last. Within days, the whispers started. Ridgewood isn't big. People notice things. And when the daughter Thomas Mitchell disowned suddenly shows up living in a historic estate worth more than most people will earn in a lifetime, people talk. Daniel heard it first. From a colleague. Who heard it from a neighbor. Did you hear? Thomas Mitchell's daughter is back. The one he kicked out. She's living in Thornfield Estate. The $7.4 million house. Before we continue, if this story is hitting home for you, please like the video and subscribe. It really helps. And tell me where you're watching from and what time it is. I read every comment. Thank you. Now, back to the whispers. They spread through Ridgewood fast. Everyone knew. Everyone except Thomas and Karen Mitchell, apparently. They stayed in their little bubble, convinced their reputation was intact and no one knew about their money problems or the daughter they threw away. Karen found out first. Of course she did. At her bridge club. Some well-meaning woman asked if she was excited to have Sarah back in town. Excited to finally see her granddaughter. Karen apparently went pale and left early. She told Thomas that night. I can only imagine that conversation. The moment it clicked that the daughter he discarded was now living in a house he could never afford. The daughter he erased from family photos was now worth more than he ever would be again. At first, Thomas didn't believe it. Then he started digging. I heard later that he researched Mitchell Rise properties obsessively. He found my portfolio. The awards. The press. Photos of me at conferences, shaking hands with mayors and developers, nothing like the crying girl he gave 45 minutes to erase from his life. I picture his face going through stages. Confusion. Denial. Recognition. And finally, something he probably hadn't felt in years. Desperation. The call came on a Saturday morning. I was in my home office, drinking coffee, reviewing plans for a new development. It was quiet. Violet was outside in the garden with Daniel's son. Their laughter drifted in through the open window. Then my security team called. Calm. Professional. Neutral. They said there was an older couple at the main gate. They claimed to be my parents and asked to be let in. My heart stopped. Then it started again, faster than before. I looked out the window at Violet. Happy. Innocent. Completely unaware that the people who rejected her before she was even born were standing at our gate, waiting to be let inside. I told security I'd be there shortly. Then I made them wait 38 minutes. I'd love to say it wasn't petty. That I needed the time to breathe, to plan my words, to steady myself. That was partly true. But I'd be lying if I said there wasn't something deeply satisfying about knowing Thomas Mitchell was standing outside a gate, waiting for permission to enter my life. Some things you earn with patience. Other things you earn by making people wait. When I finally walked down to the gate, I saw them clearly for the first time in 8 years. Thomas looked bad. The stress had carved deep lines into his face. His skin looked gray. He'd lost weight. But not in a healthy way. The kind that comes from being eaten alive by worry. Karen stood just behind him. Smaller than I remembered. Fragile. Her eyes red like she'd been crying. Thomas tried to smile when he saw me. It was the most pathetic thing I've ever seen. This was the man who screamed at me. Who called me a dumb mistake. Who gave me 45 minutes to disappear from his life. Now he was trying to look warm. Fatherly. The performance would have been funny if it wasn't so sad. He started talking immediately. Didn't even let me speak. Words poured out about family. Misunderstandings. Water under the bridge. Moving forward. And then he said he was proud of me. Proud. The man who told me I was worthless was now proud of what I'd built. Karen said nothing. She just stared past me at the estate. At the gardens. At the proof of the life I built without her. I let Thomas talk. He'd clearly rehearsed it. Just not well enough. When he finally stopped, I spoke. I didn't yell. I'd imagined this moment for years, and in my head I was always screaming. But standing there, looking at this broken version of the man who used to terrify me, I felt calm. I told him he'd called me a dumb mistake. That he told me I was nothing. That he erased me from family photos like I never existed. I reminded Karen of the letter she sent, choosing his comfort over her own grandchild. I told her her apology wasn't enough, then, and would never be enough now. That's when Thomas's face finally cracked. He finally said it out loud. The company was bankrupt. They were about to lose the house. Everything he'd built was gone. And he needed help. He actually said that to me. He said I had to help them. I almost laughed. Not because it was funny, but because of the irony. This was the same man who refused to be my father when I needed him most. The same man who threw me out. And now he expected me to show up as his daughter because he needed my money. That's when it hit me. He didn't suddenly see me as capable. He saw me as a checkbook. Some people might say, better late than never. No. Some things are just too late. I looked at my father for a long time. Really looked at him. The man who shaped my entire childhood with disappointment. Who made me feel like a failure just for being born a girl. Who abandoned me when I needed him most and expected me to come running back when he needed something. Then I looked at my mother. The woman who chose silence over love. Who watched her own daughter get thrown away and did nothing. Who wrote sorry in a letter like one word could fix something that went bone deep. And I smiled. Not out of cruelty. Not out of revenge. And not because I enjoyed watching them hurt. I smiled because standing there, in front of my own home, with my daughter's laughter in the background, I realized something important. I didn't need anything from them anymore. Not their approval. Not their regret. Not even an apology. I was free. I told Thomas I wasn't going to help him. Not because I wanted him to suffer. But because I didn't owe him anything. He made that clear 8 years ago when he gave me 45 minutes to pack my life into bags. Whatever debt existed between us was settled the moment I walked out his door. I told him I had a daughter who had never known what it felt like to be unwanted. That was my legacy. Not rescuing the people who abandoned me when I was at my lowest. Then I turned to Karen. I told her she could have left him. She could have chosen me. She could have been a mother when it mattered. She didn't. That was her choice. And this was mine. Thomas tried anger first. He raised his voice. Listed everything he'd done for me growing up. Tried to make me feel guilty. It didn't work. His anger had no power over me anymore. Then he tried guilt. He reminded me they were old. That they had nowhere to go. That I was their only child. I felt nothing. Whatever guilt he was trying to pull out of me burned away years ago. Finally, he tried something that almost looked real. His voice broke. His eyes filled. He said he was sorry. Said he was wrong. Said throwing me away was the biggest mistake of his life. Too little. 8 years too late. I told him I hoped he found peace. But he wouldn't find it here. Not at my gate. Not in my home. Not in my life. Karen spoke for the first time since they arrived. Her voice was barely a whisper. She asked if she could just see Violet once. Just to see her granddaughter. For a moment, my heart wavered. This was my mom. The woman who braided my hair when I was little. The woman who once slipped me $400 through a cousin when I had nothing. Then I remembered the letter. I remembered, sorry. I remembered the years of silence. The years she chose him over me. The years she let me struggle alone so she could stay comfortable. I told her Violet didn't know she existed. And keeping it that way was the kindest thing I could do for my daughter. Karen's face collapsed. Thomas put an arm around her, still trying to look like a protector, even though he'd protected nothing. They left slowly. Like they were hoping I'd change my mind. I watched them walk back to their car. It was older than it should have been. Worn down. Tired. Just like everything else they'd built. They drove away. I stood at the gate until the car disappeared around the corner. With every second, I felt lighter. A few minutes later, Violet ran up to me. Daniel's son right behind her. She asked who those people were. I looked at my daughter. Happy. Confident. Loved. A child who had never been called a mistake. Never been made to feel like she wasn't enough. I told her they weren't important. And I meant it. That night, Daniel came over for dinner. We sat in the garden, watching the kids play, eating food I paid someone else to cook. Because I could. Because I built this life from nothing. And I was allowed to enjoy it. Violet showed Daniel her latest drawing. Our family. Our house. Our big backyard with trees and flowers and a swing set. 3 stick figures holding hands. Plus Daniel's son. A family built on choice. Not blood. I looked at my life. At the daughter I raised on my own through the hardest years. At the man who earned my trust through patience and consistency. At the home I paid for with my own work and intelligence. None of it came from Thomas or Karen Mitchell. And that's exactly how it should be. People who throw their children away don't get to claim their success. I rose from the ashes because I had to. My parents never even struck the match. Thank you so much for watching. More of my most gripping stories are already on your screen. Click one now. You won't want to miss it. See you in the next one. I was evicted from my family home after my parents passed away. My sister kicked me out and tried to trick me into signing away my inheritance, only to realize later that the old man I helped on the street was the one person who could expose her. I'm Elena, a 32-year-old custom tailor from Brooklyn, who has spent years putting everyone else's needs before my own quiet dreams. Today was supposed to be the most important day of my life, the day I was heading to an inheritance meeting that would shape my entire future. But as I was making my way to the meeting, I saw an elderly man, Walter, stuck in his wheelchair on a construction site, surrounded by mud and open trenches. I couldn't just walk by. I was already on a tight schedule, with a high-stakes legal battle ahead of me, but I couldn't leave this old man in such a dangerous situation. He looked up at me in disbelief, his voice shaking as he asked why a well-dressed woman like me would risk ruining my clothes for a stranger. I told him that while the meeting was important, humanity came first, and his face softened into a smile that somehow brought me peace. He asked if I was also heading to the inheritance meeting at Graham Law Firm, and when he said we were headed to the same place, I couldn't believe the coincidence. I told him, "Let's go together. I won't let you face those cold-hearted people alone." And as we stood in front of the law office's towering glass facade, I felt a calm I hadn't known in a long time, a strength coming from this frail old man beside me. But before we dive into how this encounter turned my sister's world upside down, take a moment to like this video and subscribe. I want to hear from you, too. Leave your name and city in the comments so I know where my global audience is tuning in from. Now, only 3 days after we buried Dad, the calm of our family home was torn apart by pure greed. My sister, Vanessa, didn't shed a single tear. Instead, she spent every moment rummaging through cabinets, trying to find a list of our family's most valuable assets. While I was still reeling from the loss of my last parent, Vanessa was already figuring out the market value of our family's antique jewelry and Manhattan penthouse. She slammed a thick stack of forged invoices onto the kitchen counter, her eyes cold and calculating. "Elena, you need to sign these papers right now. The funeral costs and Mom and Dad's medical bills have drained the estate," she said in a tone that felt more like an order than a request. I looked at the papers in shock. She was trying to trick me into signing away my rights to the only home I'd ever known. That's when the argument started, with Vanessa telling me how I wasted 7 years of my life being a struggling tailor instead of making real money like she did at her hedge fund. She walked around the living room, saying my work didn't compare to the financial contributions she made. I stood my ground and reminded her I was the one who took care of Mom, changing her bandages and staying up all night to comfort her during the final months of her illness. Meanwhile, Vanessa could barely bother to text or call Mom and Dad. "You were just a glorified maid, living here for free while I went out into the world and built a legacy for this family," she spat. Then she did something I didn't expect. She grabbed my vintage sewing machine and started throwing my stuff into old suitcases with a fury, screaming that I had no right to be in the house anymore. Now that our parents were gone, she dragged my things to the door. She threw my luggage into the hallway, and just as a heavy rain started to hit the windows, she yelled, "Consider yourself evicted from this family, Elena. I won't let some penniless seamstress ruin my prestige." She slammed the door shut in my face, and I was left standing alone in the hallway, the sound of the deadbolt locking behind me echoing like a gunshot. My hands were shaking as I dragged my wet suitcases toward the elevator, wondering where I would go for the night. As I reached the lobby, my phone buzzed. It was an unknown number, and when I answered, it was Vanessa's lawyer, Graham. His voice was cold, professional, no warmth, no empathy. He told me that the inheritance meeting scheduled for the next day would be the final step in making my homelessness legal. He warned me that if I tried to contest the fraudulent debts, he would sue me for defamation, and I'd never work in this city again. It hit me like a ton of bricks. My sister had been planning this for months, waiting for the moment our parents were gone to strike. The weight of her betrayal hit me harder than the suitcases I dragged through the rain to the nearest subway station. Tomorrow wasn't just about money, it was about surviving the destruction of my dignity at the hands of my own flesh and blood. At 6:45 a.m., my alarm clock blared, dragging me from the restless sleep I had on the floor of my small Brooklyn shop. A makeshift bed made of fabric scraps. My back ached, but the pain was nothing compared to the anxiety knotting my chest as I prepared for the meeting. I spent the next hour carefully pressing my only formal navy dress with a heavy steam iron, hoping that this small act of preparation could at least save my last shred of dignity before facing Vanessa, the wealthy, arrogant sister who had taken everything from me. As the steam rose from the fabric, I realized that looking professional was my only shield against my sister's inevitable insults about my low socioeconomic status. Just as I finished prepping, my best friend Tessa showed up at the shop with 2 cups of hot coffee and a bag of fresh bagels to help me get through the mess ahead. "Elena, you've been the backbone of this family. Don't let that woman intimidate you into giving up what's rightfully yours, Tessa said, handing me the coffee and giving my hand a reassuring squeeze. Having her there made me feel less alone, especially after being kicked out of my childhood home. We sat among the rolls of fabric, and she listened as I vented about the fraudulent documents Vanessa and Graham had probably cooked up to rob me of my inheritance. Just when I started to feel a little peace, my phone buzzed on the cutting table, and my heart dropped. It was a vicious text from Vanessa. If you show up at the law firm looking like the pathetic, unemployed failure you are, I'll make sure you're humiliated in front of every partner, she wrote. Remember your place as a lowly seamstress and don't embarrass my social standing with your presence today. The message hit like a punch to the gut. Tessa looked at me. Disgust written all over her face. Her money can't buy the kind of integrity you have, she said, shaking her head. I grabbed my legal papers, stuffed them in a worn leather folder, and rushed out the door to the subway. But luck wasn't on my side. I found out the entire LRA line had been shut down due to a power failure. Time was slipping away, and with the summer heat already unbearable, I had no choice but to run 12 blocks to the bus terminal. My sweat soaked through my iron dress, and the humidity made my hair frizz, just like Vanessa had mocked. My feet ached in my modest heels as I dodged people on the busy sidewalks. When I turned a corner near a construction site, I saw an elderly man in a worn wheelchair struggling to get over a deep crack in the sidewalk. He looked helpless, trying to maneuver his heavy wheels out of the hole while people rushed past, not giving him a second look. His face was flushed from effort, and he seemed fragile against the backdrop of steel beams and jackhammers. I didn't know who he was, but his trembling hands reminded me so much of my dad in his final days. Without thinking, I dropped my folder and ran to help him. Please, hold on a second, sir. Let me help you before you tip into that trench, I yelled, rushing to grab his wheelchair. The man looked up at me, his eyes cloudy with exhaustion and relief, as I used all my strength to lift the front wheels out of the hole. You're in a hurry, young lady. Why stop for a stranger who can't offer you anything in return? He asked in a raspy voice, but it was steady despite his condition. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and told him. My father always taught me helping others is more important than any appointment. Even one as crucial as the legal battle I have ahead. 18 minutes later, I finally managed to lift both him and his heavy wheelchair up the steep bus steps, the last bus heading toward the legal district. The bus was packed with commuters who barely noticed the elderly man struggling to find a seat. I weaved through the crowd, finally finding a spot for him. I stood by, gripping the overhead rail with my sore shoulders, bracing against the bumps and sudden stops of the bus in the heavy Manhattan traffic. Every time the bus lurched, I had to use my body to shield his wheelchair from sliding across the grimy floor. The air in the bus was thick with damp clothes and exhaust fumes, but Walter's calm presence made the uncomfortable environment bearable. He started talking in a low, steady voice, cutting through the noise of the engine and the chatter around us. He told me stories about his years serving a wealthy family, and his words struck a chord. He spoke about how some children in rich families had hearts of gold, while others allowed greed to ruin them. I didn't recognize him, but his words about his life and the values he held reminded me so much of my father. Your father sounds like an exceptional man. He must have believed a person's worth comes from their kindness, not their bank account, Walter remarked, watching my reaction. His words comforted me, soothing the hurt left by Vanessa's betrayal. It felt strange that this stranger was saying the things my parents had taught me before Vanessa tried to erase their legacy. Walter noticed the anxiety in my eyes and patted my hand, his touch firm and reassuring. Don't let the darkness of others snuff out your light, Elena. People with good hearts deserve protection, and they'll always receive it when they need it most. Walter spoke with a calm that made me wonder if he knew more about my situation than he was letting on. I took a deep breath and finally confessed to him how terrified I was of Vanessa's sharp, predatory mind and Graham's cunning. I explained that I didn't have the resources to hire a defense team to challenge the mountain of fraudulent documents they had undoubtedly prepared to make me homeless. Graham was a shark, known for using intimidation as his weapon, while Vanessa had always been the favored child, using sheer force of will to get whatever she wanted. I whispered, clutching my worn leather folder to my chest. Walter listened, his focus sharp and steady, his grip on his cane tightening as I told him how Vanessa had systematically dismantled everything we once had for the sake of real estate. Justice is alive, but often hides in the most unexpected places, Walter said, looking straight into my eyes. You've got to keep your head up when you walk into that office today. We had only 18 minutes before the meeting started. And we entered the gleaming glass lobby of the skyscraper that stood in the heart of Manhattan's most extravagant district. The polished marble floors reflected the lights above, and the building scale made everything around me seem small and insignificant. I noticed that Walter looked dehydrated from the heat, So I used what little money I had left to buy him a cold bottle of water from a nearby kiosk. I knelt next to his wheelchair and gently wiped away the dried mud that had splattered on his sleeves from our struggle near the construction site. I wanted him to feel respected, especially in an environment where money and power seemed to be the only things that mattered. Walter watched me with quiet intensity, his tired eyes softening into a small smile as he took a sip of water. Just then, the rhythmic click of high heels echoed across the marble floor. Vanessa appeared, wearing a $1,200 designer suit that screamed Wall Street success. She moved through the lobby with practiced arrogance, forcing people to step aside, and her overpowering perfume filled the air before she even reached us. When her eyes landed on me, standing beside Walter, she let out a mocking laugh that felt like it reverberated through the entire lobby. "Elena, I told you not to embarrass me today," Vanessa sneered. "But here you are, standing next to a disheveled old beggar, like you're trying to win an award for most pathetic person in New York." She looked me up and down with disgust, her eyes lingering on my sweat-stained dress. She glanced at Walter like he was a stain on the floor, her body language radiating a sense of superiority that twisted my stomach. Standing next to her was Graham, checking his gold wristwatch, clearly annoyed at having to share space with people he deemed beneath him. He adjusted his silk tie and looked down at my worn folder, clearly viewing this entire meeting as nothing more than a formality before crushing what was left of my hope. Vanessa stepped closer, her face a cruel mask, and snatched the bottle of water from my trembling hands. "You clearly have money to waste on charity for strangers," she sneered, "but you can't even afford decent shoes for a legal meeting of this caliber." Then, in one swift move, she poured the remaining water onto the floor, splashing it all over my old leather pumps. I froze, the cold liquid soaking into my socks. Vanessa's petty malice was hitting me where it hurt most, making me feel smaller in front of everyone walking by. "You're right about one thing, Elena," she continued. "You really are a magnet for trash, and this old man is the perfect companion for a failed seamstress like you." I was about to defend myself, but Walter placed a firm hand on my arm, his calm presence anchoring me in the midst of my storm. "A person who measures their worth by the height of their heels and the price of their suit," Walter said, "is often standing on a very hollow foundation. Wouldn't you agree, young lady?" Vanessa's face turned crimson, like she'd been slapped by a commoner. She never expected someone like Walter to talk back to her. She hissed, "You should keep quiet and be grateful I haven't called security to drag you out of here for being a public nuisance." Graham stepped forward, towering over us, ready to back up her intimidation. But Walter only tilted his head slightly, his demeanor unshaken, and the tension in the lobby felt thick enough to choke anyone nearby. At 9:15 a.m., the nearby clock tower chimed. The tension in the lobby finally hit its breaking point. Vanessa, clearly losing her patience, began pacing. Her eyes darted to the security desk, and she signaled for the guards to approach. "I won't have this prestigious building tainted by a filthy vagrant who belongs in a shelter," Vanessa screamed, pointing at Walter. She claimed he was a scammer who had been harassing her for money since he arrived. I stepped forward and positioned myself between Walter and the guards. My heart pounded as I spoke, trying to keep my voice steady. "This man is with me, and you have no legal right to insult the dignity of an elderly citizen who has done nothing but sit here quietly." Vanessa stepped forward, berating the security guards for their incompetence. "Do you realize who I am?" she snapped. "My firm brings in more business than you can imagine. I'm not going to let this go." I turned to the guards, explaining that Walter was in my care and that any attempt to remove him would lead to formal complaints for harassment and age discrimination. Vanessa laughed in my face, mocking me for my fake saintly act, and claiming it would cost me everything in the meeting. Vanessa sneered, her cruelty sending a chill through the room. "Your pathetic obsession with helping the helpless will be your downfall. You'll end up just like this old man, sleeping on a park bench, while I enjoy the fruits of our parents' hard work," she said. As she tried to orchestrate my eviction, Graham approached me, tapping his thick stack of legal folders against my shoulder in a rhythmic, patronizing motion. He leaned in close enough for me to smell the stale coffee on his breath and began whispering terrifying threats. "Elena, your sister has documented every failure you've ever had. We have enough evidence to ensure a judge grants your inheritance within minutes." Graham warned, his cold smile cutting through me like ice. He claimed that my lack of financial contribution over the past decade would be the perfect argument to prove I was unfit to inherit anything, just a parasite living off the family's success. I tried to pull away from his suffocating presence, but Vanessa blocked my way, her eyes glinting with a sickening sense of victory as the security guards moved in under her pressure. Through all of this, Walter stayed eerily calm, watching everything unfold like the eye of a hurricane amidst the chaos. He didn't defend himself against the accusations of being a beggar, but his sharp, intelligent eyes never left Vanessa, silently observing every twitch of greed, every malicious glance she cast my way. It was as though he was recording her soul in real time, judging the essence of her character, as she dug her own grave with every insult. "Are you done with this embarrassing display of insecurity?" Walter finally asked, his voice firm and commanding, causing the security guards to freeze in their tracks. Vanessa opened her mouth to fire back, but the weight of Walter's gaze seemed to paralyze her for a moment. A heavy silence settled over the room, thick with tension, like the calm before a storm. I felt a strange shiver down my spine, realizing that the man I had helped on the street was no longer just a frail stranger. He was a silent witness, about to deliver a verdict none of us could have predicted. 25 minutes later, the heavy oak doors of the VIP conference room swung open, and we entered a sterile, cold environment that smelled of expensive stationery. The massive mahogany table at the center of the room seemed endless, and the sunlight filtering through the floor-to-ceiling windows did nothing to warm the atmosphere. Graham immediately took his place at the head of the table, spreading out documents with practiced efficiency. My stomach sank as he pulled out a sophisticated copy of the will, bearing what looked like my parents' official signatures, naming Vanessa as the sole beneficiary of everything: the real estate, the savings, the family legacy. Vanessa leaned back in her leather chair, a smug, triumphant smile playing on her lips as she slid a separate piece of paper toward me. "Sign this waiver, Elena. Sign over all your inheritance claims," she demanded. She offered me a measly $7,500 in return, which felt more like an insult than an offer of help. "Sign it now, and maybe I'll let you keep some of your old sewing supplies before the locks are changed on your apartment for good," Vanessa said with a voice dripping with arrogance. Just as I reached for the pen, feeling the crushing weight of defeat, Walter raised his hand, demanding that everyone stop immediately. He reached into his worn jacket pocket and pulled out a gleaming legal assistant badge, stamped with the official seal of the state's highest judicial oversight committee. The room fell into stunned silence as Walter opened his battered briefcase and revealed the pristine original will signed and sealed in complete secrecy years ago. "Put that forged piece of trash away, Graham," Walter said, his voice thunderous with authority, "because I am the sole legal custodian of the only testament that carries the true intent of the deceased." Vanessa's face drained of color as she stared at the badge, her eyes widening in horror. She realized then that the man she had mocked was the one person my parents had trusted more than anyone else. Her hands began to shake so violently, she had to grip the edge of the table to stay upright. Walter began to read a specific clause in the original will, one that had been added to address Vanessa's behavior. He explained that my father had anticipated her greed, including a morality clause stating that any heir who engaged in fraudulent activities or mistreated family members would be automatically disqualified from receiving a penny of the estate. "You were so blinded by your own sense of superiority that you overlooked the fact that our parents were expert judges of character," Walter said, his gaze piercing into Vanessa's panicked eyes. He revealed that he had been recording every insult Vanessa hurled at me in the lobby, and that the $7,500 bribe she offered me was now documented proof of her corruption. Vanessa let out a strangled cry, realizing that her world was collapsing around her. Everything she had worked for, her carefully constructed facade, was about to come crashing down. "This can't be happening. I was the successful one. I was supposed to manage the family fortune," she screamed, her voice cracking under the pressure of her own downfall. Graham tried to intervene with a weak legal objection, but Walter silenced him with a cold, icy look, reminding everyone of his decades of experience in the highest levels of law. Graham began to sweat through his expensive silk shirt, realizing his professional license was now at risk for his involvement in Vanessa's elaborate scheme to steal from her own sister. Walter continued reading my father's final instructions, which named me as the primary executor and rightful owner of the Manhattan penthouse and all of the family's investment funds. I looked at Walter, who had seemed so frail on the street, and realized he was a giant, someone who had spent his life protecting the integrity of those he served. Meanwhile, Vanessa continued to babble incoherent excuses, while her lawyer frantically packed his things, desperate to distance himself from the disaster he had helped create. The air in the room began to feel breathable again as the truth settled into every corner of the office, signaling the end of Vanessa's reign of terror in my life. I realized then that my father's final gift wasn't just money or property, it was Walter, a man who ensured that justice was done with a precision no amount of money could ever buy. At 10:30 a.m., the meeting ended in complete silence. Vanessa's schemes were laid bare for everyone to see, the cold light of truth exposing her for who she really was. Thanks to the original, authentic will and the undeniable audio evidence of her verbal abuse in the lobby, the legal transfer of the family home and all remaining assets was finalized immediately, and everything was placed into my name. Vanessa collapsed onto the polished floor, her designer suit crumpling as she sobbed uncontrollably, Begging for forgiveness she had never once given to anyone. She promised to change her ways. Offered to help me manage the estate, but I only looked down at her with deep disappointment, one that far outweighed any anger I might have felt. The truth hit me, she wasn't sorry for what she'd done, she was just sorry because she'd lost everything. There was no sympathy in me for her. Vanessa kept complaining about how unfair everything was, but Walter sternly reminded her that her own cruelty had caused this spectacular downfall. But the consequences didn't stop there. Walter turned his sharp gaze to Graham, and with a cold professionalism that sent a shiver through the room, he announced that he would be filing a formal complaint with the State Bar Association. He laid out evidence of Graham's involvement in falsifying legal documents, sealing his fate and effectively ending his career by the end of the week. Graham's face drained of color as he realized that no amount of connections or money could shield him from the wrath of a man like Walter. I stood up and quietly told Vanessa to leave the office. I made it clear that from this moment on, we no longer had any familial or legal connection. The sisterly bond that should have existed between us had died long ago, buried beneath her insatiable greed and the contempt she had for the simple life I chose. Vanessa tried to grab my hand one last time, but I stepped back, watching as the security guard she'd once called on now escorted her out of the room in complete humiliation. Turning to Walter, I thanked him from the bottom of my heart for his protection. The kindness I had shown to a stranger on the street had come back to me in the most unexpected way, saving my life in the process. We walked out of the towering glass building together, and I noticed how much clearer and bluer the Manhattan sky looked, as if the atmosphere had been washed clean by the triumph of justice. I knew then that my future would be dedicated to honoring my parents' legacy by using the new resources I had to help those who had been overlooked by society. As I watched Walter disappear into his sleek black sedan, I felt a calmness I hadn't felt in years. A sense of peace that had been absent since my parents' illness began. The weight of the past was finally lifted, replaced by the quiet confidence of a woman who had reclaimed her home and dignity through nothing more than the strength of her own character. This story is a reminder that true kindness is never wasted, and that those who trample on others to get ahead will always find themselves bitter and alone. True wealth isn't found in a bank account or a prestigious title. It's found in the strength of your character, and the willingness to help another human being in their time of need. I want to sincerely thank all of you for staying with me until the end of this journey. Your support means everything to me. Please share your thoughts or personal experiences with betrayal and justice in the comments below. I truly value your unique perspective on this story. On Christmas Eve, my parents gave my nephew a drone, pad, and sneakers. My kids got nothing. When my nephew laughed and said, "Guess you didn't deserve one," I didn't shout. I just took my kids and left. The next morning, they all regret it. I have 2 kids, Olivia, 12, and Benjamin, 10. They're smart, kind, the type of kids who write thank you notes and still believe in magic. They're not perfect, but they're good. My wife, Charlotte, and I have worked hard to provide them with stability, love, and the kind of holiday traditions I didn't grow up with. I thought I'd left all that toxic stuff behind, built something healthier. But the past? It always has a way of creeping back in. We live about an hour and a half away from my parents. Every year, despite our strained relationship, we drive to their big Christmas Eve party. Mom insists we all wear red. Dad pours spiked eggnog like it's holy water. The living room fills up with my siblings, their spouses, and all the grandkids. My older brother, Daniel, always shows up late, grandiose as usual. He's usually got his son Jack with him, and some excuse about a last-minute work thing that somehow requires a fresh haircut and a designer jacket. Daniel's always been the golden child. He could forget birthdays, skip family events, and still be treated like a hero. I helped my parents repaint their kitchen last summer. When Daniel was too busy, I took time off from work to drive Mom to her surgery. No one remembered that. But Daniel posts a photo of his latte art, and Mom's all over it. So proud of my boy. It used to hurt. Now, I just let it go. I found peace by lowering my expectations. This year was different though. We got there a little early. Olivia helped arrange the cookies on the tray, while Benjamin tried to sneak one when he thought no one was looking. Charlotte poured cocoa for the kids, smiling through Mom's comments about how well-behaved they are. But then I saw the pile of gifts under the tree. Shiny bows, glittery paper, big ones, small ones, all with handwritten tags. I got closer. None of them had Olivia or Benjamin's names on them. Maybe they were in the other room, I thought. Maybe Mom was doing that thing where she hides the gifts to create suspense. She used to do that, right? Then Daniel showed up, as usual, late. Jack, now 14, swaggered behind him like he owned the place. Daniel greeted everyone like a politician, hugging Mom, fist-bumping Dad, and ignoring me completely. Jack walked straight to the tree and said, "Whoa, that's all for us. All for the grandkids who made us proud this year," Dad added, with a wink. I froze. The grandkids who made us proud. My stomach twisted, but I didn't want to jump to conclusions. Charlotte squeezed my hand. She heard it too. Mom ushered everyone into the living room, practically bouncing with excitement. "We wanted to do something special this year to recognize the grandchildren who have excelled." She beamed. Top of their class, helpful around the house, really making us proud. I looked down at Olivia and Benjamin. Olivia's smile faded. Benjamin shifted uncomfortably. Daniel stood behind them like a proud stage dad. Jack puffed out his chest. Mom handed Jack the first gift from Grandma and Grandpa. He ripped it open. An iPad. I blinked. The next gift was a pair of expensive sneakers. Then a gaming headset. Then a drone. Every gift was for Jack. Different wrapping, different tags, all addressed to him. Benjamin leaned toward me. "Are ours coming later?" I didn't answer. Then came the punchline. Jack held up the drone and laughed. "Guess you didn't deserve one," he said, looking straight at Olivia and Benjamin. My jaw clenched. I looked at Mom and Dad, hoping for some kind of correction or at least an acknowledgement. But Mom just chuckled and said, "Oh, he's just teasing." Olivia looked like she was holding back tears. Benjamin stared at the floor. Charlotte's face went pale. Her mouth opened slightly like she wanted to say something, but she didn't. And me? I didn't cause a scene. I didn't yell or flip the table, even though every part of me wanted to. Instead, I took a deep breath and stood up slowly. "Come on. Guys. We're heading home." Mom blinked. "Oh, don't be silly. Dinner's in an hour. We're not hungry," I said, my voice calm but cold. "Come on, get your coats." Olivia didn't say anything. Benjamin followed quietly, the drone still buzzing in the background. As we left, Daniel muttered, "Drama queen." That was it. We drove home in silence. Benjamin fell asleep in the back. Olivia sat beside him, her head leaning against the window, tears running down her cheeks. Charlotte stared out the front window, her hands in her lap, the tension between us building. I didn't speak. I was too busy replaying the scene in my head, each time it cutting deeper. The gifts. The laugh. My parents' smiles through it all. My daughter's expression when she realized she didn't matter to them. That night, after tucking the kids in and watching Olivia clutch the small stuffed bear she used to sleep with years ago, I picked up my phone. I stared at the message I was about to send. Not dramatic, not angry, just final. "Do not ever invite us again. We are not your punchline." I hit send, and the fallout began the next morning. The text came back as read. No response. No apology. Nothing. I stared at the screen for a few minutes, hoping they would realize what they'd done and call. But the only notification I got that morning was from the pharmacy reminding me to pick up Olivia's allergy meds. Charlotte entered the kitchen holding 2 mugs of coffee. She handed me one wordlessly and sat across from me. "Are you okay?" she asked. I nodded slowly. But I wasn't. Something inside me had cracked open. I wasn't just hurt anymore. I was angry quietly and deeply angry, in a way I hadn't been in years. And beneath that anger was shame, not for what I did, but for how long I tolerated it. See, that Christmas wasn't the first time my parents made my kids feel invisible. It wasn't the first time they overlooked Charlotte, or referred to Daniel like he was the next Steve Jobs. But it was the first time I saw the look on my daughter's face and realized she understood. She felt the difference. And she was starting to believe it. Over the next few days, I tried to focus on our own holiday. We played board games, baked cookies, opened gifts, and lit the fireplace. But something had shifted in the atmosphere. Like a window had been cracked open in a room we thought was sealed. We tried to move on, but the cold still crept in. New Year came and went quietly. Then a week into January, my phone buzzed. It was a group chat my mom had started years ago simply called family. It usually stayed quiet, except for the occasional happy birthday or blurry photo of Dad's barbecue attempts. But this time, Mom posted, "Hi everyone. Just wanted to start planning Jack's big birthday weekend. He'll be 16 this year. Can you believe it? We're thinking about a ski lodge getaway. Cabins cost around $250 per night, but we can split. Who's in?" I stared at the message, my thumb hovering above the screen. Charlotte was putting away groceries when she saw my face. "What's wrong?" she asked, turning the screen toward her. She read it, blinked, and laughed. It was bitter, sharp. "They're unbelievable." I didn't respond in the group chat. I didn't say a word, but a few minutes later, Daniel responded, "Sounds amazing. Mom, count me in. And Jack too. Nathan can probably cover our cabin. He still owes me for the laptop I gave him in high school." That wasn't even true. He gave me an old, broken Dell when we were in high school because he was getting a new MacBook. And even then, he made me borrow it like he was doing me a favor. No one corrected him. Not Mom, not Dad, not my sister Lily, who chimed in right after. "Lily, haha, yes, Jack's birthday is basically a holiday. Let's make it big." I didn't respond. I left the group chat that afternoon. A few hours later, Mom called. I let it go to voicemail. Then she texted, "I can't believe you left the family chat. That's immature, Nathan." I typed and deleted at least 4 responses before I settled on one word: me. Her reply was immediate. "What's your problem lately? This is about the Christmas thing, isn't it? You always overreact." I didn't respond again. I was done explaining myself to people who wouldn't listen, but I didn't realize how deep the favoritism ran until a week later, when Olivia came home from school holding a folder of class assignments. She was excited, smiling, finally getting her energy back. "Guess what?" she asked, holding out the folder. "I got picked for the school STEM fair." I grinned. "That's awesome." "Oh. What are you going to build?" "I want to make a solar-powered oven," she said. "My teacher said it was a smart idea." Charlotte and I hyped her up all evening. We ordered materials, printed out diagrams, even started drawing presentation boards. That weekend, I posted a photo of her sketching ideas at the dining table. Just a quiet dad moment. Nothing showy. The caption read, "Proud of my little engineer." A day later, my sister Lily posted a picture of Jack holding a basketball. "My nephew equals the next NBA MVP. Sorry, not sorry," she wrote. Mom commented, "Genius boy, so proud of you, Jack." Undermined silence. Charlotte noticed first. They didn't even like the post. I shrugged. It's fine. But it wasn't. 2 days later, Olivia came to me looking confused. Grandma posted a picture of Jack on Facebook and said he's the smartest grandkid. I froze. "When did she post that?" "This morning," Olivia said quietly. "He won something at school. A spelling thing." She wasn't crying, but her face had that hollow look I'd seen before. The quiet, defeated confusion that kids get when something's too big to understand. I pulled her close. "Hey. You're amazing. Okay? We're proud of you, always." She nodded into my chest, but I could feel her body tense. The next day, I called Mom. She answered with that tone she always used when she thought I had something to apologize for. "Well, look who finally decided to call. Did you really post that Jack's your smartest grandkid?" I asked. My voice was calm, but I wasn't. "Oh, come on, Nathan. It's just a figure of speech. You're taking this too personally. You know Olivia saw that, right? She's a child. She'll get over it." That's when something inside me shifted. "No," I said quietly. "She shouldn't have to get over it." There was a pause. "Nathan, you're blowing this out of proportion. You always have to be the victim." "No, I've just stopped pretending it doesn't hurt." Another pause. Then she said something that would stick with me for the rest of the year. "Well, maybe if you raised your kids to stand out more, they'd get the attention you want so badly." I didn't yell. I didn't argue. I just hung up. Charlotte was standing in the doorway. She'd heard everything. She walked over, sat beside me, and whispered, "We're done with them, right?" I nodded. But of course, it wasn't over. 2 weeks later, in February, I got a letter from my parents. Not a card, not an apology, just a letter. In my dad's handwriting. Neat and cold. "Nathan, we're disappointed in how you've handled things lately. Cutting ties over perceived slights is childish. We hope you'll reconsider your attitude and remember that family means putting pride aside." At the bottom, my mom had scribbled, "Tell Olivia and Benjamin we love them, even if they don't always earn it." I didn't show the letter to the kids. I didn't want them to see that poison in writing, but I did show it to Charlotte. She read it once, then again, then set it down and stayed quiet for a while. That night, she said, "You know what the worst part is?" "What?" "They think they're the victims." I laughed bitterly. They always have, but even then, I thought we'd hit bottom. I thought that letter was the worst it would get. I didn't know yet what Daniel had been doing behind the scenes. What my parents had planned for Easter. How far they'd go to pretend they hadn't done anything wrong and how deep they'd dig before dragging me down with them. The betrayal that broke everything hadn't happened yet. But it was coming. And when it did, there'd be no going back. The fallout from that letter hung over us for weeks. For weeks, everything I did, every dish I washed, every meeting I sat through at work, every bedtime story I read had that line at the bottom of the page playing in my mind. Even if they don't always earn it. Olivia didn't see it, but she felt it. I could tell in the way she hesitated before showing us her schoolwork. The way Benjamin looked at her before asking for help with homework, like he was worried his big sister might snap. She never did. But the lightness in her step was gone. Like someone had taken her pride and scrutinized it with disapproval. I was drowning in shame and frustration. Not because I thought I was wrong, but because I let it go on this long, because I let my kids love people who couldn't love them back the way they deserved. By mid-February, Charlotte and I sat down after the kids were in bed. The TV was on, but neither of us were watching. She muted it and looked at me. I know you're spiraling, she said gently. But you've got to pull yourself out of this. You did the right thing walking away. I sighed. I feel like they stole something from me. From the kids. They didn't steal it. They tried, but you stopped them in time. You protected them. It didn't feel like it. But something clicked in my brain. A quiet decision to stop waiting for my family to validate me. If they weren't going to be the village behind my kids, then I'd build one myself from scratch. If they weren't going to be the village behind my children, I'd build one myself. So, I started small. I volunteered to chaperone Olivia's STEM club one Friday after school. It was awkward at first. I was the only dad there, surrounded by enthusiastic moms and a slightly frazzled science teacher who seemed just grateful to have another adult around. Olivia smiled when she saw me in the hallway. You came, she whispered, half embarrassed, half thrilled. I stayed in the corner, mostly helping kids tape down poster boards or test circuits that kept shorting out. But I noticed Olivia stand a little taller that day. She raised her hand more, explaining her solar oven idea to two younger kids struggling with theirs. When we got in the car, she said, "It was cool that you were there." It hit me harder than I expected. Later that week, Benjamin came home and mentioned a soccer skills workshop he wanted to join. It was early Saturday morning, usually meant for cartoons and pancakes, but I signed us both up. I hadn't kicked a soccer ball in years, but Benjamin didn't care. He just wanted to do something with me. And gradually, things started to shift. I joined a local dads group, not the kind that drinks beer and complains, but one focused on community volunteering and mutual support. We built toy kits for kids in hospitals, organized cleanup drives at local parks, even hosted a dad and me event at the library, where I watched Benjamin read the BFG aloud to 3 other kids like a tiny motivational speaker. Meanwhile, I became more focused at work. I was a mid-level project manager at a logistics software company, and while I was good at it, I'd never pushed for more. I'd spent too many years keeping my head down, seeking approval from the wrong people. With nothing to lose, I stepped up. I volunteered to lead a cross-department initiative that had been stalled for months. I stayed late, learned the parts of the system I'd always avoided, and took ownership when things broke. My boss took notice. At the next all-hands meeting, he called me out by name. "Nathan's been quietly keeping this whole operation afloat," he said. "If you've benefited from faster rollouts this quarter, thank him." The Slack messages began rolling in. Not just praise, but opportunities. Someone in another department looped me in on a product pilot. Another offered to recommend me for a leadership fellowship. I wasn't used to it, but I didn't dismiss it. Charlotte was doing well, too. She picked up freelance consulting work, using her marketing background to help local businesses with branding and outreach. She'd started doing Zoom calls from the guest bedroom, her voice full of clarity and confidence. "You're different lately," she told me one evening. "It's like you're finally letting go of the weight," I said slowly, because here's what I didn't expect: cutting off my parents and siblings. It hurt. Of course it did. But it also created space to breathe, to think, to build. That doesn't mean the past stayed quiet, though. In early March, my sister Lily sent me an Instagram message. No phone call, no text, just a DM with a screenshot of a photo Charlotte had posted of Olivia's completed solar oven project. Olivia was standing next to it, grinning, sunlight bouncing off the aluminum panels. The caption read, "My little innovator. First place in the district showcase." Lily's message beneath the screenshot: So, we're just pretending none of this drama happened now. I didn't respond. 10 minutes later, another message. Jack wanted to congratulate Olivia. He's matured, you know. I didn't respond because I knew what this was. A test. Not a truce. An invitation to crawl back so they could pretend everything was a misunderstanding. I deleted the message. A week later, Daniel called me. I almost didn't answer, but curiosity got the best of me. Hey, bro. He said like nothing had happened. Long time no talk. So listen, Mom and Dad are planning a family Easter brunch. They were wondering if you guys wanted to come by. Clear the air, you know. Start fresh. Did they tell you to call me? No. No. He lied. I just thought it was time. What exactly would I be clearing the air about? He paused. I mean, come on, man. You got real sensitive over some gift mix-up. Jack's a kid. He jokes around. And Mom and Dad, look, they love your kids. You know that. They just show it different. I let the silence hang. Then I asked, do you even remember what Mom wrote in that letter? He laughed. Letters? Who reads letters anymore? I hung up, but the call rattled me. It wasn't just about me. Easter was coming, and Olivia and Benjamin had asked if we'd be doing anything with the big family this year. They didn't miss the drama, but they missed the idea of belonging. And I wanted to give them that, not through forced holidays or fake apologies, but by creating something better. So that week, Charlotte and I decided to throw our own Easter brunch. We invited Olivia's 3 STEM friends and their families. Benjamin brought 2 soccer buddies. Charlotte contacted a coworker who was new in town and had twin girls. We bought folding tables, string lights, painted eggs, baked way too much food. I even borrowed a bunny costume from the community center and spent 3 hours in the backyard handing out treats like an idiot. And you know what? It was the best holiday we'd had in years. There was laughter, warmth, no forced smiles or passive-aggressive comments. Just real joy. At one point, Olivia ran up to me, face flushed, and said, Dad, this is the best Easter ever. That's when I realized, we hadn't just left something behind. We were building something new. Of course, the past wasn't done with us yet. 3 days after that brunch, I got a certified letter from a law office. When I opened it, the headline chilled my blood. It was a notice of revocation of the financial agreement. And at the bottom, in my father's signature, were 5 words that would ignite the final conflict. Reconsider your attitude or else. At first, I didn't fully understand what I was looking at. I sat at the kitchen table, holding the certified letter in one hand and a cold coffee in the other. Charlotte stood behind me, silently reading over my shoulder. The letterhead was from a mid-sized law firm 2 towns over. One I vaguely recognized from a billboard on the freeway. Re-termination of informal family agreement effective immediately. The language was stiff, cold, almost laughable in its attempt to sound professional. It stated that any future support agreements, informal or formal, between myself and my parents were now null and void. According to the letter, Nathan M. has repeatedly violated the expectations of mutual respect and contribution. It concluded, should you choose to re-engage in a productive and respectful manner, financial considerations may be renegotiated in good faith. Charlotte blinked. What financial agreement? She asked, clearly confused. There had never been a signed document, no handshake deal, no verbal agreement. But years ago, when we were still struggling, I helped my parents out of a big jam. Back in 2014, my dad's construction supply company fell behind on taxes. A misfiled return and penalties had ballooned. He owed over $35,000 in back taxes and late fees. He called me in a panic. Charlotte and I had just sold our first little house and moved closer to the city. We made a modest profit, saved most of it. But when my father called, frantic and embarrassed, I didn't hesitate. I wrote a check for $22,000 to cover the IRS deadline and co-signed a loan in his name to restructure the rest. I never asked for it back. He promised, of course, I'll make it right, son. But I wasn't expecting anything. That's what you did for family. And over time, they started treating that as something they did for me. Well, if we hadn't helped you get into that neighborhood. Or, you forget we've always supported you when we could. They rewrote the story. And I let them. Until now. Because now, they were weaponizing it. They were claiming I violated a financial agreement because of my attitude. Charlotte read the letter again, carefully setting it down like it might explode. They're preparing for something, she said. Something bigger. I nodded. My heart was pounding, but my mind was clear. For the first time, I saw everything for what it was. It wasn't about hurt feelings anymore. This was calculated. Daniel probably helped write it. He always saw himself as the business-minded one in the family, even though he'd coasted on Dad's money for most of his adult life. They weren't just cutting me off. They were planning to erase me completely. That night, I went into our storage room and pulled out a box I hadn't touched in years. Old bank statements, email printouts, and a manila folder labeled Dad IRS, Loan 2014. I kept it out of habit, not paranoia. But now, flipping through the paperwork, I felt something spark. There it was, the signed promissory note from the credit union, my name co-signed, the payment history, a wire transfer receipt, and most importantly, an email from my dad with the subject line, needed help just until we rebuild. In the body, he wrote, Nathan, I don't know what I'd do without you. I'll make this right. Once we finish the new contract in July, we'll square up. I promise. I stared at that line for a long time, because in their world, that promise had disappeared. But now I had a paper trail. Over the next week, I made quiet moves. First, I reached out to Jillian, a lawyer I'd worked with years ago. She wasn't flashy, but she was sharp. I sent her copies of the letter, the email, and loan documents. She called me the next morning. This isn't a financial termination, she said. It's a setup. What do you mean? They're trying to preempt any legal claims you might make by framing this as you violating their expectations. They're hoping to make any countersuit look like petty retaliation. Do I have a case? You have a very strong case, she said. Especially if they ever took funds or services without documented repayment. And if this goes to court, that email alone could wreck them. I felt a calm spread through me. Not joy, not revenge, just clarity. For years, I'd lived under the illusion that family drama was supposed to stay inside the house, that raising your voice or pushing back made you the problem. But now, I saw it for what it really was. They'd used guilt like currency, love like a loan with interest, and my silence as permission. And they were about to find out I wasn't quiet anymore. Charlotte and I started planning, not in a vengeful way, but with purpose. We talked about how to protect the kids, our assets, our time. We moved some savings into a new account, transferred the house deed into both of our names equally. Previously, it had been just mine for loan purposes. We also sat down with Olivia and Benjamin. We didn't share everything, just the truth in a way they could understand. Grandma and Grandpa are upset with Dad, I said. And they've decided not to talk to us right now. Olivia frowned. Because we didn't come to Easter? No, sweetie, Charlotte said. Because we stopped letting them treat us unfairly. Benjamin asked, are we still allowed to miss them? That one hit hard. I nodded. Of course, but just because someone's family doesn't mean they're always safe to be around. And it's okay to feel sad about that. The kids took it better than we expected. Honestly, better than I had at their age. And part of me felt pride that we were breaking the cycle now before it hardened into something they carried into their own families someday. Meanwhile, I began documenting everything. I downloaded old texts, screenshotted Facebook comments, saved voicemails from my dad, little offhand remarks like, glad you're the reliable son, or I knew I could count on you to clean up Daniel's mess. I pulled old emails from 2018 when I'd helped them refinance their car loan, another financial favor they'd conveniently forgotten. Jillian helped me draft a cease and desist notice to the law firm. Nothing aggressive, just a formal record that I disputed their claims and expected all future communication to be directed through legal channels. The letter was delivered by courier, and that's when things shifted again because 3 days after they received it, Charlotte's sister Janine called her out of the blue. Apparently, my parents had started talking quietly behind the scenes to extended family, neighbors, and friends. And they weren't just rewriting history. They were painting me as unstable. He's unraveling, Mom said. Apparently, ever since we stopped enabling him, he's been lashing out. She always coddled him, Dad said on another call. Now he's acting like we owe him the world. Charlotte got texts from 2 mutual friends, people we used to see at church, asking if we were okay. They're starting the smear campaign, she said. But what they didn't realize was they weren't dealing with the same son they used to guilt into silence. They were dealing with a father, a husband, a man who finally saw through the game and had the receipts to prove it. And then the opportunity came, not from them, but from Daniel. Because arrogance has a funny way of opening doors when you least expect it. It was April. I was scrolling LinkedIn during a work break when I saw it. Daniel had tagged himself in a post from a mid-size investment group. Proud to announce our latest partner collaboration with McTavish Build Group. Excited to spearhead the expansion into the residential solar market. McTavish Build Group. That name stopped me cold because McTavish was the company my dad had always wanted a contract with back in 2014. He'd bid on one of their projects and lost. Said it nearly tanked his cash flow for the year. And now here was Daniel announcing a partnership under his name tied to solar builds. Olivia's science project flashed in my head. I clicked through. The partnership was brand new. The ink wasn't even dry. And then I saw it. One of the promotional graphics on McTavish's site, a rendering of a smart solar cabin concept with the pitch powered by design inspired by real-world STEM innovators. At the bottom, a diagram, a nearly identical version of Olivia's solar oven project. Not hers, obviously, tweaked, polished, professionally drawn, but the mechanism, the angle of the reflectors, the heat absorption material, they matched her notes. Exactly. I sat there in stunned silence. Then I started connecting the dots. Weeks earlier, Charlotte had posted Olivia's project photos publicly. We hadn't thought anything of it, but someone had seen it, and someone had used it. Daniel had stolen my daughter's work, branded it as his own, tied it to a business deal, and worse, he was now about to profit from it. That was the moment the plan crystallized. Not just to push back, not just to protect, but to take back everything and make sure none of them saw it coming. By the time I reached out to Jillian again, my heart wasn't pounding anymore. It wasn't rage. It wasn't panic. It was focus. I sat across from her in her office, neat, quiet, sun streaming in through half-closed blinds, and laid out the McTavish partnership post, the solar oven diagram, the screenshots of Olivia's original sketches, photos, and Charlotte's social media timeline. Jillian didn't even blink. "This is theft," she said plainly. "And if it's used in a business context, it's corporate theft, IP infringement, possibly fraud." I nodded. "I don't want to sue them for millions. I just want it public. I want it undeniable." She leaned back. "Then we'll start with a cease and desist to McTavish. Get them on record as distributing stolen content. If they're smart, they'll panic and pull out. And Daniel." She smiled thin and sharp. "Oh, he's going to learn what it feels like to be publicly embarrassed thoroughly." Over the next 2 weeks, things moved fast. Jillian drafted a beautifully brutal letter, one that outlined in meticulous detail the original creation date of Olivia's project, the time-stamped posts, the competition win, and the nearly identical rendering used in the McTavish promotional pitch. We didn't send it through email. We sent it as a formal legal package courier directly to McTavish's legal department and the CEO. Within 5 days, I got a call from a man named Stephen Day, Director of Operations at McTavish. "Mr. M, I'm calling to apologize," he said, voice tight with panic. "We were unaware the design came from a minor school project." "Had we known, you didn't ask where the design came from?" "We trusted our partner's submission." Mr. Daniel M. represented it as his own prototype. My throat tightened. "He claimed to have invented it." "Yes, sir. I'd like to assure you that as of this morning, we've frozen all rollout plans tied to that partnership, and we are internally reviewing all content and contracts connected to it." "Good," I said. "Because if this goes to court, I'm bringing Olivia with me. I'll let the press photograph her standing next to the model she built on our kitchen table with tin foil and a shoebox." He exhaled hard. "There's no need for that. Please, Mr. M. Let us fix this." They didn't just retract the partnership. They published a formal apology. It went live the next day on their website and social channels. "We deeply regret the use of intellectual material that was not properly sourced. We have since discovered that a design submitted by a recent collaborator was in fact created by a young innovator, MIM, as part of a school STEM fair. They donated $20,000 to Olivia's school that morning." I showed her the post. She read it 3 times, then whispered. "They said my name." Benjamin shouted, "You're famous now." From the hallway. Charlotte cried. I didn't. I was too focused on what was still to come. Because while McTavish had done the right thing, Daniel doubled down. He posted a passive-aggressive tweet. "Jealousy is a disease. Real creators rise above the noise." Then he started spreading his version to the family that we had manipulated a child's school project to tank his career, that we were bitter, that we were turning the kids into pawns. But what Daniel hadn't realized was that McTavish's internal investigation wasn't just about PR, it was legal. And 3 weeks later, he got hit with a formal letter from their lawyers, demanding full disclosure of all his past submitted work, verification of originality, and immediate termination of the collaboration. His name was scrubbed from their site. The LinkedIn post disappeared. I heard through a mutual contact, one of Daniel's old college friends, that 3 other companies quietly paused deals with him after hearing what happened. No one wanted to be tied to a guy who stole from a 1-2-year-old and got exposed by a publicly traded partner. But the revenge didn't stop there. Charlotte had a brilliant idea. She contacted Olivia's school principal and pitched a story. A local girls' science project gets stolen, a corporate partner uses it for profit, and the company donates money to make it right. The principal went wide-eyed. "Would you be open to a media piece?" Charlotte smiled. "We'd be thrilled." By the following week, a local news station was filming Olivia in her classroom standing next to her solar oven. She spoke shyly but clearly, explaining how she came up with the idea, how she tested it in the backyard, and how it felt weird at first when someone else tried to claim it. The anchor ended the segment with a reminder that sometimes the brightest minds in innovation aren't in boardrooms, they're in our own classrooms. The clip went viral in our town. The school got flooded with congratulations. The PTA called it the best press they'd had in years. But the best part? My mom called. She didn't even try to deny what had happened. She just said, "You didn't have to humiliate the family." I laughed. "Oh, we're just getting started." I wasn't bluffing. Remember that promissory note from 2014? Jillian filed a claim in small claims court. It wasn't about the money. It was about the record. Dad ignored the notice. So, we escalated. The hearing happened in May. He didn't show. Jillian and I presented the documents, the emails, the payment receipts. It was quiet, methodical, boring, and ironclad. We won. Judgment entered. $21,500.50 plus court fees and interest. I sent a copy to my parents with a note. "Since financial agreements matter so much to you." It arrived the day after Daniel's story got picked up in a national STEM education roundup. One sentence buried halfway through read, "The company retracted its partnership after learning the submitted prototype had been developed by a local middle school student in a documented competition." Daniel didn't show up to Memorial Day weekend at Lilly. Neither did our parents. We didn't care because we weren't just surviving anymore. We were thriving. Olivia got a STEM scholarship to attend a summer program at the local university. Benjamin made goalie for his rec league. Charlotte's consulting work exploded. 3 local business owners had seen the news story and reached out. And me? I got promoted. My company offered me a leadership position in a new satellite office. More pay, more control, and best of all, a culture I could shape. At the first all-hands meeting, I ended the presentation with a slide that read, "Give credit always." Even when no one's watching. People applauded. Some didn't get it. But I did. So did Charlotte. And so did Olivia, who watched from the back of the room with a quiet smile. We never spoke to my parents again. Not after the court ruling, not after the school donation. Not after the news segment that aired during dinner hour and left them scrambling to control the narrative in a town that had already made up its mind. Because in the end, they weren't just cut off. They were forgotten. And that more than anything else was the thing they couldn't stand. It wasn't the letter. It wasn't the lawsuit. It wasn't the donations or the headlines or the judgment. It was the silence. The way we stopped defending ourselves. The way we stopped showing up to absorb the damage. The way we just moved on without them. And as for Daniel, well, last I heard, he was taking time off to rebrand. But Olivia, she's building a solar-powered compost bin for the school garden. And this time she's filing for a patent with my lawyer because some names you don't get to erase, some sparks you can't steal. And some families, they don't break, they rebuild. Stronger, louder, brighter. Without the ones who always wanted to dim the light. My family banned me from New Year's Eve. You'll make everyone uncomfortable. So, I stayed home alone. At 12:03 a.m. My brother called, voice shaking. "What did you do?" Dad just saw the Forbes article. And his number lit up my phone at 12:03 a.m. And I let it ring 3 times before I picked up. I had cheap champagne in my glass, the kind you grab at CVS on December 30th when you realize you're ringing in the new year by yourself. From my Cambridge studio window, I could see other apartments glowing with parties. I could hear distant cheers roll through the city as the year turned. Jack. Cole's voice crackled. Somewhere behind him, glass shattered. Someone screamed. What have you done? Dad just saw the news, and he's gripping his chest. Mom is screaming. What the hell were you doing? I took a slow sip of my 999 Andre. It tasted like victory and vinegar. Happy New Year, Cole, I said, keeping my voice flat. I documented the truth. You cannot. He was breathing hard, like he'd run up a flight of stairs. That Forbes article, those recordings. You signed an NDA, Jack. You are going to prison. You will lose everything. I refreshed my laptop. The article was already at 52,000 shares in 75 seconds. Neural Thread Incorporated goes public at a $2.3 billion valuation. The CEO of Townsend Industries sought to steal my intellectual property, as revealed by the founder. 3 patent attorneys had validated it. Paragraph 12. More screaming in the background. Dad's voice cut through it. Get him on the phone. Get Jack on the phone. I hung up. My hands were shaking, but not from fear. Relief. Like something heavy finally slid off my chest after 26 years. I wasn't always the black sheep. I was just born on the wrong end of town. Cole came first. 4 years older. 6'2" by 17. He got our father's jaw and our mother's social instincts, the kind that makes people lean in when you speak. Cole could walk into a country club and belong. He wore blazers like armor. He talked in quarterly projections and strategic partnerships like it was his first language. Me? I came out reading. Mom loves telling this story about me teaching myself to code at 7 on an old desktop in Dad's home office. She tells it at parties, laughing, like it's adorable. Like I was a little weird. Like I wasn't one of them. When I got into MIT at 17 on a full scholarship computer science, neural networks, machine learning, my parents drove up for freshman orientation in Dad's Mercedes S-Class. Dad kept checking his watch. Mom touched my shoulder and smiled like she was doing me a favor. You'll do well here, Jack. Just remember, grades aren't everything. Networking is also important. They left after 50 minutes. Cole had a lacrosse tournament. 4 years later, I graduated summa cum laude. Top of my class. Departmental award for my thesis on adaptive neural architectures. The ceremony was May 19, 2019, at 2 p.m. I'd texted them the details, 4 months in advance. The morning of graduation, Mom called. Sweetheart, we feel terrible. Cole has his club championship today. We tried to move it. But you know how the club is about scheduling. It's my MIT graduation. And we're so proud. Her voice had that bright, hollow sound. We'll celebrate when you get home, promise. I walked across that stage alone. My roommate's parents took photos of me. His mom cried. They took me to dinner at Legal Seafoods. I smiled, then went back to my dorm and stared at the wall until sunrise. That was the first time I really got it. In my family's equation, I was a rounding error. After MIT, I spent 3 years at Google's Boston office. Recommendation algorithms. Turning abstract math into billion-dollar products. I saved every penny, sleeping in a converted living room with 2 roommates while my paycheck stacked up. Meanwhile, Cole was being groomed. Dad brought him into Townsend Industries, the family manufacturing company that had been producing industrial sensors since 1954. They put him on the board at 25. Senior VP at 27. Sunday meals at the Greenwich estate turned into strategy sessions. Dad would carve roast beef and ask, "What do you think about expanding into IoT?" Cole would lean back with his wine glass and talk about infrastructure expenses like he invented the concept. One time I made the mistake of speaking up. IoT is crowded, but if you integrate AI-driven predictive maintenance, you'd have a unique value proposition. Cole laughed. That's a little advanced for our market, buddy. Mom's voice slid in right after, gentle but sharp. Actually, Jack. Then, colder. Let your brother finish. So I learned. Show up. Eat. Leave. Smile at the right moments. Be decoration. March 2022. I was 27 and burning through savings on something that sounded insane to anyone else. Neural Thread started as a weekend project. I'd been consulting with radiologists drowning in diagnostic imaging, MRIs, CT scans, X-rays, missing things they shouldn't miss. Early stage cancers. Subtle fractures. Human error baked into a broken system. I kept thinking, What if a neural network could see what human eyes miss? The first prototype took shape in my apartment. 7 months of work. An algorithm that could analyze medical imaging with 95% accuracy, 13% higher than the current industry standard. I trained it on public datasets, refined it, stress tested it. By February 2022, it wasn't a concept anymore. It was real. Dr. Elaine S. Hartwell, director of radiology at Massachusetts General Hospital, tested it for me. She was 55 with 32 years of diagnostic experience and a reputation for being brutally honest. On Zoom, she pulled off her glasses and stared at her screen. "This is terrifying," she said. I showed it 12 scans we reviewed last month. It caught 3 things we missed. One was a stage 1 tumor. Is it reliable, Jack? If this gets refined, this changes everything. File the patent today. I filed on March 8, 2022. Every line of code timestamped and registered with the United States Patent and Trademark Office. I didn't tell my family. Not yet. The application was 152 pages. I named it Neural Thread because it weaved through data the way a thread connects fabric, pulling out patterns the naked eye can't see. On March 22, Mom called at 7:48 a.m. "Jack, we need you." Her voice was tight. "It's urgent." My stomach dropped. "Is everyone okay?" "We're fine. It's business. Cole needs help. Townsend Industries is struggling." End quote. I drove down that afternoon to the headquarters in Stamford, the glass and steel building Dad had built in the 1,990 seconds. Cole's corner office overlooked the harbor. He hugged me like a politician. Full body. Both arms. "Thank you for coming," he said. "This means everything." The conference table was covered in reports. Revenue down 21%. Clients leaving for overseas competitors. The company was bleeding. "We need innovation," Cole said. "Something to pivot toward. You're good at this stuff." I spent the next 3 hours explaining AI integration. Basic concepts. How machine learning could optimize their sensor manufacturing, reduce defects, predict maintenance. Cole asked if we could develop our own AI platform. I told him what it would take: serious capital, research, specialized talent. Theoretically, yes. 2 weeks later, Cole called. "I'm pitching some investors tomorrow. Can you come just for technical backup?" The conference room was packed with 14 VCs from Boston and New York. Cole stood at the front in a charcoal Tom Ford suit, clicking through slides. Townsend Industries, pioneering AI diagnostics. My brain stuttered. AI diagnostics. He was using my terminology. My framework. Stuff I'd explained to him over coffee 3 days earlier when he asked how Neural Thread worked. Slide 7 came up, and my stomach dropped. A neural network diagram. Simplified, sure, but it was mine. A woman in the back, a VC with a Patagonia vest and that sharp, measuring stare, looked straight at me. Cole smiled. Smooth. Effortless. "That's my brother, Jack. He's been working as a technical consultant on the research." Consultant. Not creator, not founder. Consultant. My mouth went dry. After the meeting, Cole handed me a folder. Just a formality. Standard NDA. Protects the family business. 9 pages. I skimmed it. I signed because I was stupid. Because I thought blood meant something. Because I'd already filed the patent 4 months earlier and figured there was nothing he could do to touch it. The NDA covered business discussions, strategy, client information, nothing about transferring intellectual property, or so I thought. By July 2022, I was officially erased. Mom hosted a charity gala at the Greenwich Country Club. Townsend Industries was the main sponsor. I showed up in my one decent suit. Navy J. Crew. Bought on sale. Cole worked the room like a conductor. Handshakes. Shoulder pats. That laugh, he'd perfected that. Said, "I'm powerful, but approachable." Mom pulled him toward a group of donors. "This is my son, Cole, CEO of Townsend Industries. We're so proud." Then she gestured at me. "And this is Jack. He works in technology." The way she said, technology made it sound like I fixed printers. A man in a Rolex stuck out his hand. "What kind of technology?" Before I could answer, Cole slid in. "Jack's still figuring out his path," he said, smiling. "Brilliant with computers, but you know how tech guys are. Not great with people. Polite laughter. Practiced laughter. I stood there holding a glass of wine I didn't want, in a suit that didn't quite fit, surrounded by people who looked right through me. That night, I sat in my car in the parking lot for 40 minutes before driving home. By September, Cole's AI initiative was everywhere. TechCrunch ran a piece on Townsend Industries' bold pivot into cutting-edge machine learning for diagnostics. My phone rang at 11 p.m. Did you see the press? Cole sounded electric. Pretty good, right? Investors are circling. That's my research, I said. Silence. What are you talking about? Neural thread. The diagnostic algorithm. It's mine. I filed the patent in March, Jack. His voice went flat. You consulted on this project under an NDA. The work belongs to Townsend Industries. Don't tell me how NDAs work. I've got good lawyers. They say anything developed while consulting for us falls under company IP. I gripped the phone. I never consulted on neural thread. I explained basic AI concepts to you. That's it. That's your interpretation, he said. Truth is what we can prove. And I've got you on record as a technical consultant, with your signature on an NDA. What do you have? I hung up. My hands were shaking when I pulled up my patent file. March 8, 2022. Every line of code timestamped. My personal GitHub history going back 18 months, 4 months before I ever set foot in Cole's office. In September, I met Martin Kowalski at Hendrick & Shaw, senior partner, 32 years in IP law, Harvard Law, class of 1990, wire rim glasses. Calm like he'd seen this play out 100 times. We sat in his Boston office on the 40th floor, the harbor spread out below us. This is about as clean as IP gets, he said, flipping through my patent. You filed before any alleged consultation. The code's time-stamped on your personal repositories. The NDA you signed doesn't cover personal projects. So, I'm protected? Legally? Yes. He leaned back. But you're dealing with family. They'll claim you built it on their time. They'll say you used company resources. Even if it's not true. They'll make it expensive. And painful. He folded his hands. The real question is how far you're willing to go. I looked out at the city, imagining my family sitting down to Sunday dinner without me. As far as it takes. On October 13th, I showed up unannounced for Sunday dinner at the estate. The table was set for 6. Mom. Dad. Cole. Cole's girlfriend, Brooke. And 2 empty chairs. One of them clearly meant for me. Mom's smile froze. We didn't expect you. I texted, I said. Oh. She glanced at Dad. We must have missed it. I sat down. The room went quiet. Dad cleared his throat. How's work, Jack? Good. Neural threads in late-stage development. We're talking to hospital systems about trials. Cole's fork stopped halfway to his mouth. That technology is mine, he said, voice controlled and cold. Patented March 8, 2022. 4 months before you ever spoke to me about AI. Brooke looked between us, confused. Mom set down her wine glass. Let's not discuss business at dinner, Jack. Dad snapped. He's trying to build something for this family, and you're undermining him with legal technicalities. Legal technicalities? I said. I built something. He's trying to steal it. I'm trying to save this company, Cole said. Do you have any idea what's at stake? 220 jobs. People's livelihoods. Then save it with your own ideas. With Faftistan as another, Mom's voice cut in, soft and deadly. I think you should leave, Jack. I haven't finished eating. You're making everyone uncomfortable. I looked around the table. Brooke wouldn't meet my eyes. Dad stared at his plate. Cole looked like he might actually lunge at me. I stood. Set my napkin down. Thanks for dinner, I said. No one answered. After that, the exclusion became systematic. Thanksgiving. We're keeping it small this year, Mom texted. No invite. Dad's birthday dinner. I found out from Cole's Instagram. 14 people at Tavern on the Green, laughing over steaks. December 3rd. Mom's annual Christmas party. The one she'd hosted for 29 years. The one I'd gone to my entire life. I'm sorry, Jack, she said. It's business focused this year, clients and investors only. I checked the guest list later. 68 people. Including Cole's college roommate, who worked in marketing. I was the only one who didn't qualify. On December 15th, the trap finally closed. Cole called an emergency board meeting. Just him, Dad, and 2 senior partners. He emailed me. We need to talk. This can still be resolved. I drove down anyway. Against Kowalski's advice. These were my parents. My brother. The conference room felt like a courtroom. Cole at the head of the table. Dad to his right. 2 board members I barely knew to his left. No hug this time. Just a nod. I sat down. We need the full neural thread algorithm, Cole said. Not asking. Stating. That's not going to happen. Cole slid a folder across the table. This is a settlement offer. We're trying to save this company. Your grandfather built it. Do you really want to be the one who lets it fail? Neural thread wasn't built for Townsend Industries, I said. It's not part of this. Cole's face went red. You signed an NDA. Everything you developed while consulting for us belongs to the company. We're offering real money today. You keep 10% equity. I didn't even touch the folder. Neural thread was worth over $550 million by conservative estimates. He called that speculative. 3 lawyers have confirmed the NDA doesn't cover personal projects, I said. Don't tell me what the NDA covers. He slammed his palm on the table. I'm trying to save our family's legacy, and you're acting like some Silicon Valley vulture. That's when Mom walked in. I hadn't heard the door. Her heels clicked against the marble like a countdown. She sat beside Cole and spoke softly about legal obligations and family. Family doesn't sue family. She flinched when Dad called my accusation serious. Actually flinched. I pulled out my phone, opened the voice memo app, and hit stop. The screen showed 1 hour and 43 minutes. You think your little startup can survive a legal battle with us? Cole had said earlier. We have lawyers on retainer who cost more than your annual salary. What is that? Cole asked. His voice dropped. Documentation, I said. This conversation. And the last 3 times you tried to pressure me into giving up my work. Mom went white. You recorded us? Massachusetts is a one-party consent state, I said. I don't need permission. I stood up, pocketed my phone, and walked out. If you want neural thread, I said over my shoulder, build your own algorithm. Or ask instead of demanding what you think you're owed. You're making a huge mistake, Cole yelled. I didn't turn around. No. I'm just done being invisible. After that, the silence was total. No calls. No texts. Not even Mom's passive-aggressive thinking of you messages. I'd been excommunicated. December 20th. I tried calling Dad. It rang 4 times before he picked up. Jack. Hey Dad. I thought maybe everyone needed some space. His voice sounded old. Worn out. You refused to help your brother after everything this family has given you. Given me? My throat tightened. You missed my MIT graduation. You forgot my birthday. 4 years in a row. What exactly have you given me besides disappointment? Silence. Then, I think you should apologize to your brother. For what? For being selfish. The line went dead. I sat on my apartment floor for an hour, just breathing. On December 22nd, Forbes emailed me. Subject, Neural Thread IPO feature. They wanted to talk about upcoming tech IPOs. My company had come up. The reporter was Julia Torres. 39. 15 years covering tech and finance. Pulitzer finalist for a Silicon Valley fraud investigation in 2019. We talked for 2 hours on Zoom. So you built this after Google? She asked. After Google, I said. In my apartment. Solo. I sent her Dr. Hartwell's pilot study. She asked about funding. Venture backing. I told her I wanted validation first. This is incredible, she said, scrolling. 95% accuracy. It works. That's what matters. What's next? I hesitated. Can I tell you something off the record? She leaned back. Depends. My family, I said. My brother tried to claim the technology. Said it belonged to his company because I once explained basic AI concepts to him. Her expression sharpened. Do you have proof? Recordings. Emails. Patent filings. All timestamped. All timestamped. She leaned forward. That's not a side story, Jack. That's the story. I don't want to destroy my family. I said. What do you want? I thought about Mom's voice. You make people uncomfortable. About Cole smirking. Not good with people. About Dad hanging up on me. I want the truth documented. From December 23rd to December 28th, Julia worked nonstop. She verified my patent with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. She interviewed Dr. Hartwell and 2 other doctors who'd tested neural thread. She had 2 IP attorneys confirm the NDA didn't cover personal projects. She listened to every recording. Cole threatening legal war. Mom saying family doesn't sue family. Dad sounding disappointed, after everything this family has given you. On December 27th, she called. I'm publishing December 31st at midnight Eastern. Are you sure? I looked out my window. Christmas lights still up. Families together. Happy. My brother tried to steal 2 years of my work and erase me, I said. I think he can handle the truth. Okay, she said. I'll send the draft for fact-checking. This is going to be big. Good. December 28th. Mom called one last time. Jack, we're finalizing plans for New Year's Eve. Don't come. I'm your son. You're being difficult. Cole's bringing important clients. You make people uncomfortable. Your energy is heavy. My energy? You're always angry. It affects everyone. I almost laughed. I'm angry because you erased me. We didn't erase you. We just... She sighed. This victim mentality. For everyone's sake, don't come. Goodbye, Jack. She hung up. I opened my email. Subject. Re. Forbes draft approved. Everything looks perfect, I wrote back. Publish at midnight. I hit send. December 31st, 11:49 p.m. I sat in my studio apartment with the lights off. On the coffee table, my laptop, a cheap bottle of champagne, my phone. Outside, Boston glowed. Fireworks already popping in the distance. I opened Cole's Instagram. He'd posted 20 minutes earlier. The Greenwich estate lit up like a resort. String lights. A champagne tower. Mom in a black Armani gown. Dad in a tuxedo. Cole stood in the center of the photo, arm wrapped around Brooke, smiling like he owned the world. The caption read, bringing in 2025 with the people who matter most. Grateful. Blessed. Ready for another incredible year. Family New Year's Eve. Townsend Industries. 128 likes already. I refreshed Forbes. The article was staged. Ready to go. 11:57 p.m. I poured champagne into a coffee mug because my only glass was dirty. 11:58 p.m. Somewhere 2 hours south, my family was counting down together without me. I lifted the mug toward my laptop. Happy New Year. I whispered. Midnight. I hit refresh. The article went live. Neural Thread Incorporated goes public at a $2.3 billion valuation. Founder reveals attempted IP theft by Townsend Industries CEO. It opened with my name. When Jack Harrington filed a patent for revolutionary medical diagnostic AI in March 2022, he had no idea his own family would try to claim it. In an exclusive interview, the MIT graduate describes how his brother, Cole Harrington, CEO of Townsend Industries, allegedly attempted to steal his technology and how his family systematically excluded him when he refused to comply. 4,600 words. Every detail. Every email. Every recording. Dr. Hartwell's validation. Martin Kowalski's legal opinion. Patent timestamps. Audio clips embedded right into the page. Cole's voice. You think your little startup can withstand a legal battle with us? Mom's voice. Family does not sue family. My voice. Calm. Then Cole shouldn't have tried to steal my work. I watched the metrics climb. Twitter went first. 11 shares. 47. 183. Neural Thread started trending. 235. 3,800. Someone tagged the Townsend Industries account. Then again. Then 100 more times. The comments poured in. This is disgusting. At 12:03 a.m. My phone rang. Cole. I let it ring 3 times. Took a sip. Answered. Jack. His voice was shaking. Behind him, chaos. Glass breaking. Someone screaming. What did you do? Dad just saw the news. He's clutching his chest. Mom is screaming. What the hell did you do? Happy New Year, Cole, I said. I documented the truth. You can't. He was breathing hard. That Forbes article. Those recordings. You signed an NDA. You're going to prison. You're going to lose everything. I refreshed the page. At 12:05 a.m. Mom called. I didn't answer. 3 patent attorneys had already confirmed the NDA didn't cover my personal IP. Paragraph 12. Jack, please, Cole begged. Take it down. We can fix this. We can. We can fix. More screaming. Dad's voice in the background. Get him on the phone. Get Jack on the phone. Get Jack on the phone. 12:06 a.m. Dad called. I didn't answer. 12:09 a.m. Unknown number. Probably a lawyer. I blocked it. 12:14 a.m. Cole texted, you just destroyed our family. I hope you're happy. I typed back, you excluded me from every holiday. You stole my work. You told investors I was just a consultant. You destroyed us years ago. I just made it public. 12:18 a.m. My phone started lighting up. Twitter, LinkedIn, emails, messages from old MIT classmates. Holy shit, Jack. Just saw the Forbes piece. The truth needed to be told. Proud of you. From Martin Kowalski, well played. Call me Monday. I poured more champagne. Outside, fireworks burst over the Charles River. Red. Gold. Silver. People cheering from rooftops. I stood at the window watching the city celebrate while my phone kept vibrating in my hand. By 1 a.m. the article had 235,000 shares. By 2 a.m. it was on Reddit's front page. 3 different subreddits. By 3 a.m. TechCrunch picked it up. Then The Verge. Then Bloomberg. Townsend Industries CEO accused of IP theft. Family business scandal erupts after leaked recordings. Neural Thread founder exposes brother's alleged fraud. I finally went to bed at 4:20 a.m. My phone was still buzzing. January 2nd, 2025. 9:52 a.m. Forbes reported that Townsend Industries stock had dropped 31% in pre-market trading. The article had passed 1.4 million shares. Cole's Wikipedia page had already been updated. My inbox was flooded. CNN, NBC, The New York Times, investors, partnership offers, and 1 email from an address I didn't recognize, from a former Townsend Industries employee. Mr. Harrington, I worked at your family's company for 7 years before being laid off last month. Everyone there knew Cole was lying about the AI. He'd read directly from notes you sent him and tell us it was his idea. We knew. We just couldn't say anything. Thank you for telling the truth. Megan Hartman, former senior engineer. I read it 3 times. Then I called Julia. Jack. She said. I was just about to call you. Have you seen the numbers? It's everywhere. Biggest tech story of the day. Maybe the week. How are you holding up? I looked around my studio. The empty bottle. The coffee mug. The window full of other people's lives. I'm okay, I said. And for the first time in years, I meant it. On January 3rd, Brooke posted on Instagram. Sometimes you think you know someone. The next slide was a corporate statement about an internal investigation and Cole stepping down. January 5th, Dad called. I answered on the 4th ring. Jack. His voice was small. Broken. Your mother is devastated. The club asked us to resign from the board. Cole's been in his apartment for 4 days. He won't see anyone. Why are you telling me this? Because you're destroying this family. I told the truth, I said. That's all. You could have handled this privately. Did you really have to humiliate us? My hand tightened around the phone. You humiliated me for 26 years. You missed my graduation. Forgot my birthday. You told people I was finding my path while you treated Cole like royalty. Silence. When I needed support, you told me to apologize, I said. When Cole tried to take my life's work, you took his side. You cut me out of dinners. Thanksgiving. Christmas. You said I made people uncomfortable. I didn't destroy this family, I said quietly. I just stopped letting you pretend everything was fine. I just stopped letting you pretend everything was fine. There was a pause. Then Dad said, Jack, I have to go. I have a board meeting. The call ended. January 13th. Neural Thread went public. Opening price, $86 a share. By market close, $131. Valuation, $2.6 billion. On paper, My net worth was $1.25 billion. I was a billionaire at 28. I was standing on the NASDAQ trading floor without my family's help, their connections, or their approval. Just my team. Dr. Hartwell. Martin Kowalski. 8 engineers who believed in neural thread back when it was just an idea in my apartment. Julia Torres was there too, covering the IPO for Forbes. She found me afterward. How does it feel? I thought about Cole's Instagram post. The people who matter most. It feels, I said slowly, like I finally matter. January 15th. The lawsuit landed. Townsend Industries v. Jack Harrington. They were suing for $520 million. Claiming breach of the NDA and misuse of company resources. Martin called me at 11 p.m. They're desperate. Clients are leaving. This is a Hail Mary. Can they win? No. Your patent predates everything. The NDA's clean. But they can make it expensive. Let them, I said. He hesitated. Jack. This is your family. No. I said quietly. On February 6th, Townsend Industries dropped the lawsuit. No press release. Just a one-sentence statement from their lawyers. After further review, we are withdrawing our claim. Translation, they knew they had no case and couldn't afford to lose in public. By April 2025, Neural Thread had signed partnerships with 19 hospital systems across the U.S. Dr. Hartwell's pilot expanded to Mass General, Johns Hopkins, and Mayo Clinic. The algorithm was saving lives. Real ones. The first confirmed catch was a stage 1 pancreatic tumor in a 5-year-old teacher in Baltimore. 2 radiologists had missed it. Neural Thread didn't. She sent me a handwritten note thanking me for not giving up. I framed it and put it on my desk in our new office on the 42nd floor, overlooking Boston Harbor. In April, I got an email from a blocked address. Subject, family dinner. Jack, I know I have no right to ask, but we'd like to see you. Just dinner. No expectations. Your mother misses you. I read it 3 times. Then I called Julia. You're writing a follow-up on Neural Thread's growth, right? Right? Yeah. July issue. Can you include this? I forwarded her the email. Then I replied to Dad. I appreciate the invitation. But I spent 26 years trying to earn a seat at your table. I don't need it anymore. I built my own table. And everyone here showed up for my graduation. I hit send. Then I called Dr. Hartwell. Elaine, are you free for dinner Friday? I want to celebrate the Baltimore case. Absolutely. Bring the team. She laughed. You're buying again. I have seen here of new. I can afford it now. In July 2025, Forbes published Julia's follow-up. Neural Thread hits $4B valuation. How family betrayal became the year's biggest tech success story. She included my email exchange with Dad. Jack Harrington has built more than $1 billion company, Julia wrote. He's proof that the people who underestimate you don't get to define you. Sometimes the best revenge isn't destruction. It's building something so undeniable they have to watch you succeed. The article went viral again. 51 million impressions in 3 days. I didn't read the comments. I was too busy. In October 2025, Neural Thread won the National Medal of Technology and Innovation. The ceremony was at the White House. The president shook my hand. Your work is saving lives, Mr. Harrington. The country is grateful. Your work is saving lives. Your work is saving lives. In the audience were Dr. Hartwell, Martin, my engineering team, Julia, friends from MIT, my old roommate's parents, the ones who took me to dinner after graduation. Not there, my parents. My brother. They were invited. They didn't come. That same month, I bought a house in Cambridge. Walking distance from MIT. Not Greenwich. Not Connecticut. 4 bedrooms, because sometimes Dr. Hartwell's team crashed there during late-night coding sprints. The closing was October 7th. I signed a loan. Drove over that evening. Let myself in. The house was empty. Quiet. Huge compared to my studio. I stood in the living room as the sun went down, turning everything gold. My phone buzzed. Cole. I almost ignored it. Then I answered. Hello, Jack. His voice sounded smaller. I saw the news about the medal. Congratulations. Silence. I'm sorry, he said. For everything. I was jealous. I was scared. I sat down on the cold hardwood floor. I don't know what to say, Cole. You don't have to say anything. I just wanted you to know we were wrong. I just divide my calm. 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 He paused. Do you think we can ever fix this? I looked around the empty house. Thought about the team dinner on Friday. The Stanford partnership starting Monday. The lives being saved. I don't know, I said honestly. Right now, I'm just focused on moving forward. Okay, he said. He sounded like he was crying. I understand. Yeah. Thanks for calling. I hung up. I sat there in the quiet. I didn't cry. I didn't rage. I just felt peaceful. My phone buzzed again. A text from Dr. Hartwell. Housewarming party. When? I'll bring the team and terrible wine. Saturday, 6 p.m. I replied. Bring whatever you want. Just show up. Always do, she texted back. That's what family does. I smiled. Set the phone down. Lay back on the hardwood floor and watched the light fade from gold to purple to dark. Outside, Cambridge hummed. Students heading to class, researchers working late. People building things that mattered. I'd spent 26 years being invisible to the people who were supposed to see me first. Now, I was undeniable. My phone buzzed one last time, a notification from Forbes. Your article is now the most shared tech story of 2025. I closed my eyes. And for the first time in my life, I fell asleep without needing to prove I was worth something. I already knew. At 17, my parents framed me for my brother's robbery. Dad kicked me out of the house, with a trash bag and said, your brother is an asset and you're a liability. 14 years later, they knocked on my office door, begging me to save him from prison. I'm Jake, 31 years old, and this is the night my parents chose a varsity jacket over their own blood. It started when my phone lit up at 11:47 p.m., on a Wednesday in February. It was Ryan, my 15-year-old brother. The kind of kid who could burn down an orphanage and mom would blame the matches. I was 17, working overtime at Thompson's warehouse, stacking pallets in the freezer section because the forklift was down. He didn't ease into it. Jake, come here now. I'm screwed. And for once, it wasn't his usual whining, it was real panic. The kind that drops your stomach. He was at Riverside High with his crew, 2 of his teammates. They'd jimmied open the maintenance entrance, found the safe with the athletics department money, cracked it with a pry bar, and grabbed cash from gate receipts. Then one of them tagged the walls while the other smashed the equipment room for fun. The motion sensors had already alerted campus security. I should have told him to deal with it. I should have told him to eat it. Instead, I ran. That's what 14 years of conditioning does. You're the older brother. You fix it. You take the heat. Dad drilled that into me every time Ryan messed up, which was basically once a week. So I sprinted 5 blocks in February, lungs burning, fingers going numb through my work gloves. All of that to save a brother who would throw me to sharks for $1. I hit Marshall Avenue right as 2 cop cars rolled up, lights flashing. 3 officers got out, hands hovering near their belts. Ryan was by the side door with his 2 friends, looking like prep school angels. The second he saw me running toward them in my warehouse jacket with the logo on it, sweating and gasping, he changed. Like he'd just been handed an exit. He shoved the pry bar into my hands. No hesitation. Then he looked at the cops, and said, Officers. My brother made us do it. He threatened to beat me if I didn't help. I just stood there, pry bar in hand, chest heaving, while the cops took in the scene. Winded kid in work clothes holding the tool versus 3 clean kids in athletic gear. Drop it. Hands up. Now. Officer, I just arrived. I said, hands up. Like an idiot. The cuffs bit into my wrists, too tight. They patted me down, took my phone and warehouse keys, and walked me to the cruiser. The back seat smelled like sweat and whatever they used to clean up after people. Through the window, I saw a 3rd car pull up. My parents. At midnight, my father stepped out of his Lexus in a sport coat. My mother followed in a designer coat, wearing that look she saved for the help. They walked past my cruiser without even looking at me, and wrapped Ryan in Mom's coat like he'd survived Normandy. Dad was already shaking hands with the lead cop and leaning in close. My father collected favors like baseball cards. Deputy Mayor, District Attorney, Watch Commander every Thursday racquetball. The officer opened the cruiser door and hauled me out. I tried one last time. Dad, check Ryan's phone. Check his call log. He has the money in his pocket right now. Mom's face went cold. Not angry. Calculated. She stepped between us, nails pointed at my chest. Officer, Ryan's a good kid. Honor student. Varsity track. College scouts have been watching. Then she turned it on me. Jake has always been envious of his brother's success. We tried counseling. Consequence structure. Nothing works. He threatened Ryan tonight. He forced him into this. That is not true. Don't you dare. I snapped. She didn't flinch. She just added more. You've been stealing from us for months. 50 here and 75 there. We should have seen this coming. I'd never stolen anything. But I knew what she was doing. She was writing the story out loud, right there in front of everyone. Another officer came over with an evidence bag. Found this on your son, ma'am. Inside was $950 in mixed bills. For half a second, I thought the truth might actually matter. Then Dad stepped in with his lawyer voice. Jake gave that to Ryan to hold. Told him there'd be consequences if he talked. My older son is bigger and stronger. He even leaned into it. Look at the size difference. Officer. Ryan was terrified. He paused like he was in court. He's been obsessed with that safe for weeks. We kept talking about it at dinner. I stared at him. He was inventing details in real time. I was 6'0" and around 170 pounds. Ryan was 5'10" and built like a linebacker. But none of that mattered. Warehouse gear versus Adidas. That's all they saw. The cops huddled up. I caught bits and pieces. First offense for both minors. Parents cooperated. Younger one seems traumatized. 25 minutes later, they had their deal. Warning and counseling for them. Processing downtown for me. Dad had name-dropped racquetball, the donations to the police athletic league, Ryan's bright future, the scholarships. As they led me away, I told one officer, "You're making a mistake." He didn't even blink. Kid, I've been doing this for 21 years. This story writes itself. I spent 4.5 hours in holding. Metal bench. Fluorescent lights buzzing. Industrial cleaner failing to hide the smell. Someone in the next cell singing Springsteen off-key. Then, at 3:41 a.m., an officer called out, "Miller, your parents are here." I thought they were taking me home. Wrong. Dad drove in silence. Mom stared out the window like I wasn't even in the car. Ryan wasn't there. He was already home in his room with his trophies and his future intact. We pulled into the driveway at 4:46 a.m. Dad didn't even open the garage. He parked in the driveway with the engine running, popped the trunk, and said, "Get out." He yanked a black contractor bag from the trunk and threw it onto the concrete. "Packed 10 minutes. What are you talking about?" "You heard me. You ruined this family's name. Police have you on file. If this goes to trial, Ryan gets dragged in. He's got scouts coming in March. D3 programs are looking at him. Do you think they recruit kids with records?" He stared at me like I was a broken appliance. "You're a liability, Jake. Ryan is an asset." "That's just math. I didn't do anything." Mom cut in, voice flat. "What you did was force us to choose. We preferred the son with a future over the son who has always been a problem." Her voice cracked, just enough to perform it. "Do you think this is easy for us? We're protecting this family. If Ryan's name gets dragged through the mud, it destroys everything we've built. You're 17. You'll recover. Ryan has scout opportunities. We have to think about what's best for everyone." And the worst part is, she meant it. I could see it in her face. She'd rewritten the whole thing so thoroughly that she believed she was the victim doing the hard, noble thing. I tried to speak and she steamrolled right over me. "Is making the sacrifice a problem? I work 45 hours per week. I make the honor roll." She corrected, like that only counted until tonight. "You're going to Uncle Bill and Aunt Linda in Pennsylvania. We called them. They agreed to take you in. That is 4 hours away. What about school? My job? You lost your job because you abandoned your shift. We contacted the principal. He understood when we explained your behavioral issues." Behavioral issues? Like I was defective. "Get your belongings," she said. There are 8 minutes left. I walked back into the house I'd lived in for 17 years. Past Ryan's room. Door closed. He was probably sleeping like a baby. My room looked the same. Unmade bed. Backpack with unfinished physics homework. Posters on the walls. Computer humming like nothing was happening. I grabbed the bag and started throwing things in. Clothes. Shoes. Textbooks I'd paid for myself. The $600 in savings bonds my grandmother left me. A photo of me and my dog Buddy from before they put him down without telling me. I came home one day and he was just gone. 10 minutes to pack 17 years into a trash bag. When I came downstairs, Mom was holding my phone. The one I bought myself. I'll need that. What? No. I paid. Phones are for family. She tucked it into her purse. Aunt Linda doesn't have good service anyway. That's when it clicked. This wasn't punishment. This was a deletion. They were erasing me. The drive to Pennsylvania was 4 hours of silence. I sat in the back seat with the trash bag, watching streetlights fade into highway darkness. Then nothing. No phone. No music. Just the hum of the Lexus engine and my mom's occasional sigh. Around 6:55 a.m. the sun came up. And we passed through farm country. Gray fields. Bare trees. Cold mist hanging over everything. It looked dead. Eventually we turned onto a gravel road. A mailbox with Miller written in faded paint. A long driveway leading to a white farmhouse. Peeling paint. A big barn. The smell hit through the vents. Wet earth. Animals. Manure. Uncle Bill and Aunt Linda were standing on the porch. I'd met them twice. Once at my grandmother's funeral when I was 12. Once at a family reunion that ended in a screaming match. Dad and Bill hadn't spoken since. Dad didn't turn the engine off. He got out, opened the trunk, and dumped my bag onto the gravel. "Appreciate you taking him," he said. "We could have pressed charges. Maybe farm work will straighten him out." Uncle Bill was tall and weathered, wearing Carhartt and work boots. He looked from the bag to me, then to his brother. Then he spat tobacco juice, landing an inch from Dad's shoes. "We didn't take him to do you a favor, Tom," he said. "We took him because we're not letting you throw a kid to the wolves." Dad's face went red. "How dare you? How dare I?" Bill shot back. "You show up at dawn, dump your son like trash, and expect me to what? Shake your hand?" Mom stayed in the car. Window up. Playing statue. Dad shoved an envelope at Aunt Linda. "Transfer papers. Emergency contacts. He's your problem now. Don't call asking for money. .16 it would not at a." Aunt Linda took it without a word. Her face was red. Her eyes were wet. Dad backed out, spun gravel, and took off. The Lexus disappeared down the road, leaving dust that settled on my clothes, got in my mouth, tasted awful. I stood there at 17, black bag at my feet, on a farm in the middle of nowhere, Pennsylvania. I was waiting for the lecture. The rules. To be told I was a burden. Instead, Aunt Linda walked over and pulled me into a hug. She smelled like coffee, fresh laundry, and warmth. "I'm so sorry, Jake," she whispered. "I'm so sorry." That's when I lost it. Not quiet tears. Full on, ugly crying. She just held on tighter. "Come on," Uncle Bill said softly, picking up my bag like it weighed nothing. "Let's get you inside. You look frozen." The farmhouse was warm. The wood stove was cranking heat. The smell of bacon and coffee filled the room. The furniture was old but solid. None of Mom's designer nonsense. Aunt Linda made breakfast. Scrambled eggs. Bacon. Hash browns. Toast with homemade jam. I ate like I hadn't eaten in days. "Your room's upstairs," Bill said, pouring coffee. "Used to be the spare room. It's yours now. Linda put fresh sheets on last night. We'll get you enrolled at Twin Valley on Monday." Linda added, "It's a 25-minute bus ride. Picks up at 6:45. "What about work? I need to save." "We'll figure it out," Bill said. "Right now, you need to rest. You've been through hell." I really looked at them then. They weren't rich. The farm was barely getting by. Outdated appliances. Worn furniture. Linda scraping the last bit of jam from the jar. They took me in anyway. "Why?" I asked. "Why are you doing this?" Bill set his mug down. "Because you're family, Jake. Real family. Not the country club kind. The kind that shows up when it matters." That night, I lay in my new room, staring out at fields going dark. I pulled out the one thing I'd hidden from Mom. My grandfather's pocket watch. Grandma gave it to me at her funeral. Inside was a tiny photo, her maiden name engraved, Mary Collins. I made a promise. On my 19th birthday, I'd kill Jake Harrington. I'd become Jake Miller. And I'd make sure the name Harrington meant nothing but shame. But first, I had to survive. That first night, I couldn't sleep. I kept waiting for the door to open. For Dad to say this was all a lesson. That I'd learned my place. Around 2:48 a.m. I heard footsteps. Linda checking on me. She didn't say anything. Just left a plate of cookies on the dresser and closed the door softly. I cried into the pillow so she wouldn't hear. Farm life was brutal. 4:30 a.m. Chores. School. Homework. More chores. Hands always bleeding from something. I passed out at my desk twice in the first month. Linda found me face down in my algebra book, around 2 a.m. She told me I was going to kill myself. Good, I said. Then they win. She slapped me. Just hard enough to snap me out of it. Don't give them that. I didn't. 2 months later, the legal papers arrived. Permanent guardianship transfer. Release of liability. They'd legally disowned me. Protected their assets in case I ever sued. I signed the papers at the kitchen table while Bill watched. You don't have to, he said. Yeah, I said. I do. I pushed the papers across the table. They want me gone. I'll be gone. That night, I started a notebook. Page 1, everything I knew about the break-in. Ryan's call time. When the cops arrived. What Dad said about the safe. The wrong details. I wrote down where he guessed. Where he made things up. Page 2, guardianship laws. Page 3, name change requirements. The day I turned 19, I walked into the Philadelphia County Courthouse and filed for a name change. I sat for an hour and 45 minutes with people escaping bad marriages, witness protection, fresh starts. When my name was called, I stood up. Jake Miller, petitioning for name change from Jake Harrington, Your Honor. I explained why. Harrington meant people who abandoned responsibility. Miller meant the family who took it on. The judge looked at me for a long moment. Granted. Next case. I walked out as Jake Miller. I sent a certified copy to my parents' address. It came back 2 weeks later. Returned to sender. Unopened. I graduated high school valedictorian. My parents didn't show. I got a full ride to Penn State. I worked 2 jobs. Restaurant nights. Legal aid clinic days. I slept 4.5 hours a night. Ate ramen and whatever the restaurant let me take home. Saved every dollar. My roommate asked why I never went out. I'm building something, I said. What? A way out. Law school came next. Then straight into the DA's office. Economic crimes. Not because I wanted to save the world, because I wanted to understand how they buried me. How cases get built when someone's already decided you're guilty. Timelines. Bank records. Phone dumps. Subpoenas. How people hang themselves with their own patterns. Timelines don't lie. People do. When my boss told me to make a case fit that didn't feel right, I quit. I went into criminal defense. By 27, I joined a small firm called Anderson & Associates. Not big law, but solid in white-collar defense. I worked like a maniac. 65 to 75 hours a week. No vacations. Always available. Not because I was brilliant. Because I was relentless. When I brought in 2 major corporate retainers and built a referral pipeline, they made me junior partner. The firm became Miller & Anderson. The first time my chosen name actually meant something. The first thing I did with my partner money was hire a financial analyst to pull public records on the Harrington family. He specialized in financial crimes and forensic accounting. Cost more than my rent. I needed a paper trail. No tailing. No photos through windows. No games. Just public records. Court documents. Liens. LLC filings. Credit histories. Not paranoia. Strategy. The analyst sent monthly reports, like clockwork. Dry memos. Dates. Case numbers. Patterns. 2 years later, at 31, I bought out the retiring founding partner. Senior partner. Youngest in firm history. An office with a door that locked. I sent Bill and Linda checks big enough to fix the farm. I built the life my parents said I never would. And then I waited. The reports kept coming. Every month. They told the story of Ryan's life falling apart through public records alone. Court filings. Business registrations. Property transfers. Once I was gone as the family scapegoat, the dynamic shifted. Ryan became the center of everything. And he bled them dry. The analyst pieced it all together going back years. Ryan flunked out of Penn State freshman year. Dad pulled strings and got him into Westchester. He lasted one semester before academic probation turned into dismissal. Then a third school. Some no-name place that would take anyone with a pulse and a check. That's where he got a girl pregnant before washing out completely. My parents pressured him to marry her. Big wedding at a country club they couldn't afford. 9 months later, divorce. A brutal custody battle where my parents burned tens of thousands on lawyers to fight for visitation rights to a grandkid they eventually ignored. Ryan never held a job longer than 11 months. He got fired for falsifying inspection reports at a car dealership, then for dealing steroids at a gym, then for forging insurance claim documents. Every time, Dad made calls. Pulled favors. Got Ryan another shot. The golden child was tarnishing fast. Then came the really good part. Dad burned every favor he had left to get Ryan hired at Meridian Properties. Mid-size commercial real estate firm. Acquisitions coordinator. Ryan still found a way to screw it up. The report that landed on my desk on a Tuesday in October was perfect. Subject line, Ryan Miller Federal Investigation. Over 26 months, Ryan ran a clean, systematic kickback scheme. He set up a shell company called Keystone Consulting Services. Submitted inflated appraisals to Meridian. Approved his own fraudulent contracts. Funneled $212,000 into an account he controlled. He used the money to feed a sports betting addiction. DraftKings. FanDuel. Offshore sites. Local bookies. Lost most of it. The rest went into a business venture that was really just leasing office space he never used and buying a BMW. Meridian's CFO caught it during a routine audit. Saw the pattern. Called the feds. Federal prosecutors started building a wire fraud and embezzlement case. Ryan was staring down 9 to 13 years in federal prison. And here's the best part. My parents were broke. The financial analysis laid it all out. They'd refinanced the house twice. Once for Ryan's divorce lawyers. Once for his business investment. They drained their retirement accounts. Maxed out 5 credit cards. Living on Social Security and fumes. I sat in my office chair, staring at the case summary pulled straight from federal court dockets. Ryan. Age 27. Case number assigned. Charges pending. I closed the file and slid it into my desk drawer with the others. I had 3 depositions to prep, a motion due by 5, and a client dinner at 7. The Harrington family disaster was background noise now. I'd moved on. Built something they said I never would. I turned back to my computer and opened the Henderson case files. 3 days later, my assistant walked into my office holding an intake sheet. She looked uneasy. "Careful, Jake," she said. "We just got a call. Potential clients for Friday. Federal white-collar case. Embezzlement. Wire fraud. They're desperate. Someone at their country club recommended us. Said we're the shark they need." I didn't look up. "Run the credit check. If they can't pay the retainer, pass them to someone else." "Already did." She paused. "They're underwater. Can't afford our rates." "But, Jake." The name. Something in her voice made me look up. She slid the intake sheet across my desk. "Tom and Susan Miller." The room went quiet. I could hear the ventilation system. Traffic 15 floors below. My own heartbeat. I stared at the names. The handwriting. The phone number with the same area code I grew up with. My hand started to shake. I pressed it flat against the desk. She waited. She knew enough of my history. She knew that name meant something. "Jake, I can refer them out," she said gently. "You don't have to book them." My voice came out steady. Cold. "What? What?" "Friday. 2 p.m. Conference room B. That's a conflict of interest. Emotional compromise. "Let me pass this to conference room B," I said again. "The one with the glass walls." She looked at me for a long moment. Then it clicked. "You want them to see everything. I want them to feel how far they have to climb just to beg." She hesitated, then picked up the intake sheet. Their credit check came back. "They're drowning. We normally require a $45,000 retainer for federal cases. They can't pay it." "I know," I said. "Book them anyway. I'll be in the room." She nodded. "Wouldn't have it any other way." After she left, I sat there staring at the empty spot on my desk. Friday. 2 p.m., Conference room B. 14 years later, they were finally coming to me. At 1:58 p.m. On Friday, I stood at my window in a charcoal suit and burgundy tie. Afternoon cleared. Phone off. I wanted total control the moment they walked in. At exactly 2 p.m., I headed for conference room B. Through the glass walls, I saw them before they saw me. They looked small. Dad had lost most of his hair. His suit looked expensive from a distance, but the cuffs were frayed. There was a stain on the collar he hadn't quite hidden. His skin looked gray and waxy. His hands shook around his briefcase. Mom had aged hard. Too much makeup trying to cover stress lines. A knockoff purse clutched tight. I could tell from the hardware. The pearls looked real. I'd bet they weren't. The real ones were probably sold months ago. They were terrified. I paused at the door, heart pounding. You are Jake Miller, I told myself. You are the shark. I opened the door and walked in. They both stood immediately, slipping on their respectable people masks. Mr. Miller, Dad said, extending his hand. Smile stretched too wide. Thank you for seeing us. I'm Tom Miller. This is my wife, Susan. We're in a terrible situation, and we heard you're the best. Actually, he added quickly, I believe we may have a mutual connection. Do you? I walked past his hand to the head of the table. Didn't sit. Set my leather portfolio down with a sharp snap and let the silence stretch. Dad's hand hovered in the air for 3 seconds. Then he dropped it. Sit. My voice was deeper than it had been at 17. Cold. Final. They hesitated. Then they sat. Mom tried next. Softer. Mr. Miller, we're just worried parents. Ryan is our baby. I'm sure you understand. If you have children of your own someday, you'll know what it's like to. I stayed standing. Opened the file. Started reading. Let her words die in the air. They still didn't recognize me. Why would they? The last time they saw me, I was a scrawny kid in warehouse clothes. Now I was a 190-pound man with a beard. Different haircut. Different name. And in their minds, Jake Harrington was probably dead in a gutter somewhere. He certainly wasn't sitting across from them. Before you say anything specific, I said, I need names and confirmation of charges. If this is who I think it is, I can't touch it. Mom tried again, her voice shaking. We're in a terrible situation, Mr. Miller. Our son, Ryan, he's a good boy. He's been targeted by his employers. They fabricated these awful accusations about embezzlement. $212,000. I said without looking up. Wire fraud. 27 transactions over 26 months. I finally met her eyes. That's not a misunderstanding, Susan Miller. That's systematic theft. I used her full name on purpose. Like she was a stranger. Because she was. The room went quiet. This is a setup, Dad snapped, slamming his hand on the table. Ryan handles millions in transactions. Why would he steal that amount? It doesn't make sense. Maybe because he's got a serious sports betting problem. I said. DraftKings. FanDuel. A couple of bookies in Atlantic City. Tens of thousands. Loan shark rates. They both went pale. How? Dad whispered. How do you know that? That's not in the police report. I do my research, Mr. Miller. I don't take cases I can't win. And I don't take losers. I finally looked up. Your son looks like a loser. I stopped there. Long enough to feel the shift. You learn to recognize it when you do this for a living. The government wasn't rushing. They were building. How dare you? Mom gasped, pushing her chair back. We came here for help, not insults. We have money. We can pay whatever. Do you? I asked. Because my background check says your house is underwater. You've maxed out 5 credit cards. Your retirement accounts are empty. You're living on Social Security and lies. Dad's face turned red. Now wait just a minute. We are the Miller family. We have standing in this community. Connections. Who do you think you're talking to? I closed the file. The sound echoed in the room. I stood up and slowly walked around the table, letting the silence stretch. You really don't know who I am, I said, do you? The tension snapped tight. Sweat beaded on Dad's forehead. I beg your pardon? He said. Mom clutched her pearls like they might save her. Have we met at the club? I let out a short laugh. No humor in it. The club? No. Susan. Let me tell you a story. No. I started pacing. It's about a 17-year-old kid. Honor student. Worked 45 hours a week. Saved every dollar. One night, his younger brother robbed a school. I stopped behind Dad's chair, close enough to see the thinning patch on his scalp. The older brother ran to help, because he'd been trained that family protects family. And what did his parents do? I didn't raise my voice. They blamed the older brother. Told the cops he was the criminal. Put him in a car at 418A. With a garbage bag and dumped him on a farm like trash. Took his phone. Took his home. Signed away their rights like he was defective merchandise. Dad slowly turned in his chair. His mouth opened. Closed. Jake. He croaked. Mom made a broken sound. Half gasp. Half sob. She covered her mouth with both hands and stared at me. Really stared. Like she was finally seeing me for the first time. My hand twitched. I clenched it into a fist. Nails digging into my palm. Then I let the mask slide back into place. Hello, Mom. Hello, Dad, I said. Or should I say Mr. and Mrs. Miller? I leaned back against the table and crossed my arms. Conflict of interest. I'm not your lawyer. This meeting is over. N. I pulled out firm letterhead, wrote 3 lines, signed it, and slid it across the table. That's your written notice of non-representation. No conflict waiver. Whatever you say next, you're saying to a stranger. They didn't move. Of course they didn't. Oh my God, Mom sobbed. Jake. It's really you. You're successful. You made something of yourself. Dad added quickly. Senior partner. I corrected. Youngest in the firm's history. The man you came begging to save your golden child. And stern to staff, a few mows together, Dad stood up, legs shaking, forcing a smile that looked more like pain. Son, Jesus. Look at you. We had no idea. We always knew you had potential. That's why we sent you to Bill's. To build character. Look at you now, he said, gesturing around the room. Success. Wealth. We did this for you. It was tough love. It was tough love. I just stared at him. The audacity was almost impressive. Tough love? I said quietly. You abandoned me. You didn't call for 14 years. You didn't care if I lived or died until you needed something. We were giving you space, he said. Space? I walked to the window. No. You were protecting your investment. Ryan was the one you poured money into. Ryan was the one worth saving. Jake, please. Mom cried, standing. We're family. Blood is blood. You have to help Ryan. He's your brother. He's in serious trouble. You're the best. We heard you're the best, Dad added. You can fix this. Fix it, I repeated. Like you fixed the school break-in. Like you fixed his DUI. His failed drug test. His domestic assault charge. You spent 14 years clearing his path. Erasing consequences. I turned back to them. That's why he's a criminal. You didn't raise a son. You raised a parasite. You raised a parasite. Don't talk about your brother that way, Dad shouted, old anger flaring. He made a mistake. He needs us. He needs you. He needs consequences, I said. I stepped closer. Lowered my voice. He stole $212,000. Ruined careers. Destroyed people who trusted him. And you want me to use my name, my skill, the career I built from nothing to save him again? You have to, Mom hissed. If you don't, we'll tell everyone. Your partners. Your clients. The business community. We'll tell them you abandoned your family. That you let your own brother go to prison when you could have saved him. How will that look, Mr. Miller? There it was. Blackmail. Classic Harrington. I smiled. It wasn't nice. You came here thinking you needed a defense attorney, I said. You forgot I used to be the other side. Go ahead. Tell them. I straightened. Because here's what I'm doing. I'm refusing this case. Conflict of interest. And I'm handing over every piece of evidence I have on Ryan's past crimes to the prosecution. The ones you covered up. I leaned over the table, both hands flat. And I'm going to tell them something my analyst found. Something beautiful. Ryan didn't just gamble that money away. He moved it. Into a shell account. I looked at both of them. Tom. Susan. You weren't just protecting him. You were living off stolen money. You knew he was stealing. And you spent it. Their faces drained. That's not, Dad stammered. Your mortgage payments for the last 14 months, I said. That account. Your car lease. That account. Country club dues you couldn't afford to drop. That account. I didn't blink. You're not enablers. You're accomplices. We didn't know, Mom whispered. I pulled a flash drive from my pocket and set it on the table. Corporate filings. Property records. A full timeline built from public documents. It's not privileged. I'm not your attorney. I leaned in. If the subpoenas line up, the prosecution doesn't just have a son. They have parents. I've seen people buried by timelines. And timelines don't care how charming you are. I met her eyes. Right now, Ryan's looking at 8 years. With your involvement, you're looking at conspiracy, receiving stolen property, money laundering. I let that sink in. That's federal prison, Susan. Not country club probation. Dad lunged forward. You wouldn't. We're your parents. You ended that relationship in writing, I said. I'm just respecting your paperwork. I pressed the intercom. Security to conference room B. Jake, please, Mom shrieked. We made mistakes. We're trying to make it right. You made choices, I said. You chose Ryan over me 14 years ago. Now I'm choosing me. 2 security guards walked in. My assistant followed behind them. These people need to leave now, she said. Wait, Dad said, grabbing the edge of the table. Jake, please. We're sorry. We were wrong. Please don't do this. I looked at him. Real apologies usually come before the bill. Not after. They were escorted out. I watched through the glass as they staggered toward the elevators, Mom crying, Dad holding her upright. My assistant closed the door and stood next to me. You okay? She asked. I'm better than okay, I said. I'm free. But I wasn't done. I didn't leak anything to the press. I went straight to the U.S. Attorney's office. Asked for a meeting with the assistant U.S. attorney handling Ryan's case. Monday morning, I sat across from her desk and slid over a manila folder. You're looking at Ryan Miller for embezzlement, I said. But you're missing the bigger picture. She opened the folder. Corporate filings. Property records. UCC liens. A clean timeline pulled from public documents. His parents were involved. I said. I don't know how much. But my analyst pulled this from business registrations. Property transfers. Court filings. There's a pattern. If your subpoenas line up, you've got more than one defendant. She looked up at me. Why are you bringing this to us? You're a defense attorney. Conflict of interest, I said. I refused representation in writing. This is just a concerned citizen handing over public information. I stood up and walked out. I let the system do what systems do when you feed them clean data through the right channels. 7 weeks later, after subpoenas matched the timeline, warrants confirmed the transfers, and a grand jury that didn't care about country club memberships returned indictments, the knock finally came. 6:12 a.m. It wasn't just Ryan who got arrested. It was all 3 of them. The FBI seized computers. Financial records. The Lexus. Neighbors watched from their windows as the Harrington family was let out in cuffs. Public opinion flipped overnight. The Golden family turned out to be fraud. By spring, Ryan pleaded guilty. 8 years federal time. The best part? He flipped on my parents to shave time off his sentence. Told prosecutors they pressured him to steal to keep their lifestyle going. Painted them as the masterminds. The Golden child ate his creators to save himself. 3 days before sentencing, Ryan showed up outside my office. He was waiting on the sidewalk when I left for lunch. Cheap suit. Ankle monitor. Bloated face. Red eyes. The varsity athlete was gone. Jake, he said, voice cracking. I kept walking. Please, he said, following me. I was 15. I was stupid. Dad told me what to say. I didn't understand. I stopped and turned around. You understood enough to hand me the pry bar. I'm sorry, he said. 8 years, Jake. I can't do that. Please. It sounded practiced. Hollow. Same manipulation. Different decade. Blood is blood, he tried. You can't abandon family. You're not family, I said. You're just someone I used to know who made his choices. His face collapsed. He dropped to his knees right there on the sidewalk. The golden child, finally out of favors, finally out of shields. I felt nothing. Call your lawyer, I said, and walked around him. For the first time in 14 years, I wasn't responsible for him. My parents were charged with conspiracy and receiving stolen property. Because of their age and clean records, they avoided prison. But by the end of the year, they'd lost everything. The house was foreclosed to pay restitution. Accounts frozen. Credit destroyed. Their reputation, the only thing they ever cared about, burned to the ground. Their name became shorthand for fraud. 2 months later, I sat in my office reading the final report. Tom and Susan Harrington were living in a subsidized apartment in Camden, surviving on basic social security. Dad worked night security at a warehouse. Mom sold makeup on Facebook. Their fall was complete. My assistant brought me coffee. It's over. It's over, I said. Do you feel bad? I thought about the kid with the trash bag. Aunt Linda's hug. Uncle Bill teaching me how to rebuild an engine. Telling me I had good hands. No, I said, I feel vindicated. I wrote a check for $45,000. Send this to Bill and Linda. Tell them to buy that land they wanted. Tell them the harvest came in early. I thought that was the end. It wasn't. 9 months later, I was walking to my car in the firm's garage when someone stepped into the light. My mother. She looked smaller. Older. Broken. Wet coat hanging off her frame. Gray hair in a messy bun. No makeup. Dollar store purse. Jake, she said. Her voice was hoarse. Susan, I said. I couldn't call her mom anymore. The word didn't fit. She flinched. I've been waiting 4 hours. I need to talk to you. What do you want? Your father, she said. He's sick. Heart problems. Diabetes. Medication's expensive. Medicare doesn't cover everything. The rent went up. We're drowning. Jake, please, just a few thousand to get through spring. You have so much. I waited for anger. For rage. For anything. There was nothing. Just distant pity. Like watching a stranger's car break down on the highway. Have you asked Ryan? I said. She laughed bitterly. He calls collect from Lewisburg every week. Asks for commissary money. Says we ruined his life. Says we should have hired better lawyers. He had the best lawyers money could buy. Look where it got him. Jake. Please. She said, stepping closer. Her hand reached out but didn't touch me. I know we hurt you. I know we made terrible mistakes. But we're old. We're your parents. Blood is problem. Stop, I said, holding up my hand. Blood is just biology. You taught me that. When you signed those papers. When you took my phone. When you dumped me like garbage. We were wrong, she whispered. We know that now. We're sorry. You're not sorry, I said. You're desperate. There's a difference. I got into my car. The door shut with a solid thud. I started the engine. The garage filled with noise. Through the rain-streaked window, I saw her standing there. Small. Defeated. Frozen under fluorescent lights. I didn't pull out right away. I lowered the window halfway and let the rain hit my face. You want to know the real joke? Susan? I said. I spent 14 years imagining this moment. Imagining what I'd say when you came begging. What I'd do to make you feel what I felt. She looked up. Hope flickered. And now that it's here, I said, I feel nothing. You're not my parents. You're not family. You're just two strangers who made bad choices and have to live with them. Just like I had to live with yours. Ryan gets out in 7 years, I added. He'll come to you for money. For a place to stay. For bail when he screws up again. And you'll give it to him. Because that's what you do. You'll choose him over yourselves. Just like you chose him over me. And he'll bleed you dry until there's nothing left. You'll bleed you dry. You'll bleed you dry. You'll bleed you dry. You'll choose him over me. I put the car in reverse. That's your legacy, I said. That's what you built. Goodbye, Susan. I rolled the window up and backed out. The headlights swept over her face one last time. Mascara running. Mouth open. Hand raised like she could stop time. I didn't look back. If you enjoyed this video, hit subscribe. It helps the channel and lets us keep telling stories like this. Thanks. The CEO is coming, don't embarrass me. My brother ordered before dinner, saying this night would decide his promotion. Minutes later, the TechCorp CEO walked in, froze, and said my name. Then, turned to my brother, "She's been on our board for 5 years." He turned pale. The group text hit our family chat 5 weeks before Thanksgiving. Big news. My boss, Nathaniel Cross, the CEO of TechCorp, is coming to Thanksgiving dinner. This is huge for my career. Everyone needs to be on their best behavior. And yes, that means you, Eliza. I stared at it. Read it twice. Then I looked up at the framed photo on my office wall, me shaking Nathaniel Cross's hand at the board meeting 2 quarters ago. My assistant knocked. "Dr. Monroe?" The TechCorp board documents just came in. Thursday's agenda includes the Q4 review and the merger discussion. "Thanks, Megan Holt. I'll go through them tonight." She paused, like she could tell something was off. "You're smiling. Good news? My brother just invited my board colleague to Thanksgiving dinner," I said. "And he has no idea we know each other." Megan blinked. "Oh, yeah," I said. "Oh. Because interesting didn't even cover it. My name is Eliza Monroe. I'm 43. And my entire life, my family has acted like I'm background noise. Lucas is 4 years younger than me, and from the second he was born, he was everything. The golden child. The sun. The air in the room. The one who mattered. I got straight A's. Lucas got participation awards. Guess which one Dad celebrated? I graduated high school as valedictorian. Lucas barely made it through. Dad threw him a massive party for getting it done. And if you not have since then for Mary, I got a full ride to MIT for computer science. Dad's response was, "That's nice, but who's going to marry a woman who's smarter than him?" Lucas went to state school on Dad's dime, partied for 6 years, and graduated with a 2.6 gigapascals in business. Dad called him a late bloomer, and bought him a car. I got my MERS in computer science, then my PhD in artificial intelligence. I published research, won awards, and got recruited to teach at Stanford. Dad's response? "When are you going to get a real job?" Lucas landed an entry-level sales job at a tech company. Dad bought champagne. I became a professor at Stanford. I published a book on AI ethics that became essential reading in computer science programs worldwide. I got invited to speak at conferences all over the world. Dad still asked if I'd made tenure yet, like it was a participation prize. Then I started consulting. Tech companies needed AI expertise. I had it. It started with modest $7,500 projects. Advisory work. Weekend consulting. Within 3 years, I was sitting on the boards of 5 Fortune 500 corporations. Board seats paid between $350,000 and $550,000 a year. I made $2.4 million annually just from board work. Another $900,000 from my Stanford salary and research funds. Plus consulting fees ranging from $75,000 to $250,000 per project. Last year, my total earnings were $4.9 million. My family thought I was a teacher making $85,000 a year, because I stopped correcting them. It was exhausting, trying to convince people who didn't want to hear it. Lucas had been at TechCorp for 3 years. Sales associate. One of 420 people doing the exact same job. He made $72,000 plus commission, but he talked like he ran the entire company. Every family gathering turned into the Lucas show. Stories about his major transactions, name-dropping executives, explaining tech he barely understood to parents who understood even less. Dad ate it up. "That's my son, moving up in the world." Mom would turn to me and say, "Eliza, you should ask Lucas for job guidance. He really understands business." Meanwhile, I had a PhD from MIT and 5 board seats. Lucas was cold calling small businesses, trying to sell cloud storage. And somehow, I was still the one who needed guidance. Last Christmas, Lucas announced he was being coached by senior leadership. Then he said it like it was the crown jewel of his life, "Nathaniel Cross knows my name." He even added, "He stopped me in the hallway last week and asked about my sales figures." Mom melted. "That's fantastic, honey." Dad beamed. "Eliza, that's what success looks like. Making connections. Getting noticed by important people." I sipped my wine and said nothing, because 2 days earlier I'd been in a 3-hour board meeting with Nathaniel Cross discussing a potential $8.6 billion acquisition. Nathaniel had asked for my take on the AI integration problems, and the entire board had waited for my analysis before voting. But my family would have had to listen to believe me. And they weren't going to do that. So, I stayed quiet. Lucas's Thanksgiving announcement didn't stop at one text. It came with 6 follow-ups. Dad, make sure the house looks nice. First impressions matter. Mom, we need good food, not the usual junk. This is a Fortune 500 company. Eliza, please dress appropriately. Nothing strange. And don't talk about your teaching experiences. It's boring. Then he added the real flex, like he was reading off a Wikipedia page. Nathaniel Cross is worth $520 million personally. Tech Corp is an $18 billion enterprise. This is the most significant dinner of my career. If this goes well, I could be promoted to senior sales associate. Maybe even account executive. Please do not embarrass me. I screenshot every message and sent them to Alyssa Grant, my colleague on Tech Corp's board. Her reply was immediate. Oh my God. Does Nathaniel know he's eating dinner with your family? She asked. Apparently not. Are you going to tell him? Not yet, I said. I want to see how this plays out. You're evil, she wrote. I love it. I called Vanessa Cole, Nathaniel's executive assistant. We'd worked together on board materials for 5 years. Vanessa, I said, did Nathaniel accept a Thanksgiving dinner invitation from Lucas Monroe in sales? There was a beat. Oh. You know about that? Yes. Vanessa sounded like she'd been waiting to tell someone. Lucas has been persistent. He sent 3 emails. Nathaniel finally said yes just to stop the requests. He's only going for an hour, max. I exhaled. Lucas is my brother. Silence. Then, I'm sorry. What? Lucas Monroe is my younger brother, I said. He has no idea I'm on Tech Corp's board. Vanessa actually laughed. How is that possible? My family doesn't care about my career, I said. They think I'm only a teacher. Vanessa laughed harder. This is going to be wonderful. Does Nathaniel know? Not yet. Vanessa sounded delighted. Dr. Monroe, you're diabolical. Can I tell Nathaniel? Maybe saying 7. Can I tell Nathaniel? No, I said. Let him work it out. This is the best thing that's happened all year. She said. And I couldn't even argue. The week before Thanksgiving, Lucas got worse. Eliza, I bought you an outfit. It's at Mom's house. Please wear it. You always dress like a librarian. I showed up to see a floral Target dress. Size. Big. I'm a size 6. I texted back, I'll wear my own clothing. Lucas immediately responded like I'd personally ruined his life. This is vital. Can you please not make everything difficult? I left him on read. Then, the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, he called without even saying hello. I need to prepare you. Prepare me for what? For meeting Nathaniel, he said, like he was introducing me to the president. He's quite successful. CEO of a major corporation. You should be respectful. Do not ask silly questions. Don't discuss stuff you don't understand. Like what? Like technology. Business. Everything corporate. He snapped. Just stick to teaching or whatever. I just sat there for a second, genuinely stunned. Lucas, I said, I have a PhD in computer science. I can handle a conversation about technology. Having a degree does not equate to real-world experience. He shot back. Nathaniel built an $18 billion firm. You grade papers. It's different. I counted to 10. Anything else? Yeah, he said. Don't mention your age. You're 43 and single. It's embarrassing. Embarrassing for who? For the family, he said, like that settled it. Nathaniel is married with children. Normal, successful life. I don't want him thinking our family is full of odd spinsters. Then he finished it off with the most insulting part, like he was doing me a favor. I mean, you're a tenured professor at Stanford. Which is nice. He said. But you're not a CEO or anything. Just let me chat tomorrow. You can smile and nod. And then he hung up. I was sitting in my office at Stanford, surrounded by AI research papers, book awards, and photos from board meetings, when I finally picked up my phone and called Nathaniel Cross directly. His personal cell, the one only board members had, he answered on the second ring. Eliza, what's up? Quick question, I said. You're having Thanksgiving dinner with Lucas Monroe tomorrow. He sighed. Unfortunately. Yes. He's been aggressively networking. I figured I'd make an appearance. Talk about his sales numbers. Be encouraging. Standard CEO stuff. Why? Because Lucas is my brother. Silence. Real silence. Then, I'm sorry, what? Lucas Monroe. Sales. The one who emails you weekly performance stats. That's your brother? That's the one. Another pause. How did I not know this? He doesn't know I'm on your board. I said. My family doesn't know I do corporate work. They think I'm just a Stanford professor. And then Nathaniel laughed. Not a chuckle. Actual laughter. You're kidding. Nope. He's been telling his family for weeks that his CEO is coming to dinner. Nathaniel said. He's coaching everyone on how to behave? Including me. More laughter. This is incredible. He told me not to talk about technology, I added, because I don't have real-world experience. Nathaniel laughed harder. You literally helped us navigate a $3.9 billion AI acquisition 2 quarters ago. You wrote the paper that changed how we approach machine learning ethics. You're one of the most respected AI experts in the country. I know, I said. Lucas doesn't. He thinks you grade papers? Yes. Nathaniel exhaled. Wow. So what do you want me to do? Nothing. I said. Just show up. Let it play out. He paused. I have to tell you. This might be the highlight of my year. Thanksgiving Day. I pulled up to my parents' house at 2 p.m., wearing a black cashmere sweater and fitted jeans. Professional. Comfortable. Normal. Lucas took one look at me and frowned. I bought you a dress. I'm wearing this. Eliza. Drop it, Lucas. Mom rushed over immediately. Eliza. Honey, maybe you should change. Lucas's boss is really important. I'm aware. Dad joined in. Your brother is trying to make a good impression. The least you could do is cooperate. I am cooperating, I said. I'm here. If his boss has a problem with cashmere and tailoring, I added, that's a concerning business strategy. Lucas pulled me aside, already irritated. Why do you always have to be difficult? Why? I'm wearing clothes. You know what I mean. This is important to me, he snapped. Why can't you just be supportive? I am, I said. I showed up. He stared at me like he didn't recognize me. Sometimes I don't understand you at all. The feeling is mutual. Nathaniel was due at 4 p.m. Lucas started checking his watch every 3 minutes around 3:30. At 3:45, he gathered everyone in the living room. Okay, here's the plan. When Mr. Cross arrives, Dad and I greet him. Mom, you offer drinks. Eliza, you can help in the kitchen. I'm not hiding in the kitchen. I'm not asking you to hide, he said quickly. I'm asking you to stay out of sight. Don't make this about you. I sat down on the couch. I'll stay right here. Lucas looked panicked. Eliza, please. The doorbell rang. Lucas jumped, straightened his tie. Took a deep breath. Everyone. Best behavior. This is the most important moment of my career. 1. He opened the door. Nathaniel Cross stood on the porch in casual slacks and a button-down shirt, holding a bottle of wine. Same guy from the boardroom. Just without the suit. Lucas. Happy Thanksgiving, Mr. Cross. Please come in. Nathaniel stepped inside. His eyes scanned the room the way CEOs do. Assessing. Reading. Calculating. Then he saw me. He froze. Completely. Eliza. I smiled. Hi. Nathaniel. Lucas's head snapped toward me. Then back to him. You know my sister? Nathaniel stared at me like I'd appeared out of thin air. Know her? Eliza? What are you doing here? It's Thanksgiving, I said. This is my family. Nathaniel looked at Lucas, then at me. I watched the realization hit him. Lucas Monroe is your brother. Unfortunately, I said. Lucas's face went from confident to confused to pale. How do you two know each other? Nathaniel didn't look away from me. Eliza sits on TechCorp's board of directors. She's been on the board for 5 years. We meet every month. The silence was brutal. Lucas made a sound that was half laugh, half choke. That's not possible. It is, Nathaniel said. Eliza is one of our most important board members. Her AI expertise has been critical to our strategy. Mom jumped in, confused. Eliza teaches at Stanford. Yes, Nathaniel said, she's a tenured professor. She also sits on the boards of 5 Fortune 500 companies, including mine. He turned back to me. How did I not know Lucas was your brother? Different last names, I said. I use my married name professionally. You were married? Lucas asked, his voice cracking. For 7 years. Divorced 4 years ago. You didn't notice because you never asked. Dad stood up. Wait. You've been on corporate boards since when? 5 years at Tech Corp, I said. 8 years total. Mom looked stunned. You never told us. I did. I said. Multiple times. You said. That's nice. And changed the subject. Nathaniel watched the exchange like it was a live case study. So you told them, he said slowly, and they just didn't believe you? They didn't ask for details, I said. They assumed it was something small. Lucas finally found his voice. You're on the board? Yes, Lucas. The board of directors. I'm on the compensation committee and the technology oversight committee. I gestured toward Nathaniel. Among other things, I approve his salary. Nathaniel tried not to smile. He failed. Eliza, he said. Your family thinks you just teach. They think you grade papers and publish articles no one reads. Your book on AI ethics is required reading at MIT and Stanford. It's been cited over 4,200 times. Lucas sat down. Literally sat down, like his legs gave out. Dad looked at Nathaniel. Is that true? Completely, Nathaniel said. She's one of the leading AI experts in the world. Companies pay her up to $250,000 per consulting project. Her board seats pay between $350,000 and $550,000 a year. He added. She makes more than I do. And I'm the CEO of an $18 billion company. That's not quite true, I said. Your compensation last year was $14 million. I make about $4.9 million. Nathaniel nodded. Fair. Lucas stared at me. 4 million? Give or take. Depends on consulting and speaking fees. Speaking fees? I do keynotes. Usually $60,000 to $90,000. No one spoke. Nathaniel broke the silence. Lucas, you told me your sister worked in retail. Lucas's face turned bright red. I said she worked at a university. No, Nathaniel said calmly. You said retail. I remember thinking it was odd. I don't remember saying that. I do. 3 months ago. In my office. I leaned forward. Lucas, why would you tell your boss I worked retail? I didn't, he said weakly. I might have simplified. You were embarrassed. I said. Of me. Of what you thought I did. I said. Of me. That's not fair. Isn't it? I said. You've spent years telling me to stay quiet. To not bore people. To let you talk because I don't understand the real world. Dad cleared his throat. Eliza, we had no idea because you never asked, Dad said. I stared at him. For 8 years, I've been on corporate boards. I've told you about meetings, decisions, projects. Every time, you nodded and changed the subject to Lucas's sales numbers. The first for you. Nathaniel watched the exchange the same way he watched boardroom arguments. Quiet. Analytical. He finally spoke. If I may ask, Mr. and Mrs. Monroe, what did you think Eliza did? Mom answered softly. We thought she was a professor. Teaching classes. Writing articles. Yes, Nathaniel said. She is. She's also one of the most influential people in tech. Her research has shaped government policy. Companies around the world are adopting the AI ethics framework she built. Dad shook his head. We didn't know. Because you didn't want to know. I said. Lucas's work was exciting. Worth celebrating. Mine was just academic. Lucas stood up abruptly. I need some air. He walked out to the backyard. Nathaniel glanced at me. Should I go talk to him? That's up to you, I said. As his CEO. Or as my colleague. He gave a small smile. I'll be right back. Through the window, I watched him approach Lucas. Lucas was animated. Gesturing. Nathaniel stood calm, hands in his pockets, listening. Inside, no one spoke. Finally, Mom broke the silence. Eliza. Why didn't you tell us? Really? Tell us. I did, I said. Last Christmas, I mentioned I'd been asked to join another board. You said, that's nice, and asked if I was seeing anyone. A board could mean anything, Mom said. It means exactly what it sounds like, I said. A corporate board. You just assumed it was something small, Because the idea that I was successful didn't fit your story. Dad bristled. That's not fair. When I got tenure at Stanford, you asked if that meant I could finally afford a house, I said. I already owned one. A 5-bedroom house in Palo Alto. Worth $3.8 million. Paid off. Mom blinked. You've owned a house for 6 years? You've never visited, I said. Never asked to see it. Never asked about my life beyond. Are you dating anyone? Dad sighed. We thought you were struggling. Single. In academia. We thought you needed help. I make more than both of you combined, I said. I have $9.5 million in investments. I drive a Tesla. I take 5 international vacations a year. I shook my head. What I don't understand is how my own family knows none of this. The back door opened. Nathaniel and Lucas came back inside. Lucas looked like he'd been crying. Nathaniel's face was unreadable. I think, Nathaniel said carefully, we should sit down for dinner as planned, and maybe use this as a chance for an honest conversation. We sat. Mom served turkey and stuffing in near silence. Nathaniel, ever the diplomat, tried to lighten the mood. Mrs. Monroe, this looks amazing. Thank you for having me. Mom nodded. Of course. Lucas didn't look at me. Nathaniel turned toward me. Eliza. I meant to ask. Did you finish the paper on algorithmic bias? The one from the MIT conference? Yes, I said, finished last week. It's published in the Journal of Machine Learning Research. It should be out next month. I'd love to read it, he said. It might be relevant for our hiring platform. I'll send it to you. Dad cleared his throat. Mr. Cross, what exactly does Eliza do on your board? Please, Nathaniel said, call me Nathaniel. And Eliza provides expertise we can't function without. Technology moves fast, he continued. AI especially. She helps us understand not just what's possible, but what's ethical and sustainable. Mom looked overwhelmed. Can you give an example? Nathaniel glanced at me. I nodded. 2 quarters ago, he said, we were considering buying a facial recognition company for $3.9 billion. Eliza spent 2 weeks reviewing their algorithms. She found bias that would have exposed us to massive legal and reputational risk. Dad leaned forward. She did that? She did, Nathaniel said. The board voted unanimously to walk away. 9 months later, he added, that company got sued for $480 million over the exact issues she flagged. Lucas stared at his plate. Eliza doesn't just sit on our board, Nathaniel said. She shapes our strategy. When we talk about AI integration or autonomous systems, we wait for her input. She sees things others miss. Mom whispered. I had no idea. Most people don't, I said. Board work is confidential. I can't talk about specifics. But when I mentioned meetings and committees and consulting, it was all real. You just never asked. Lucas finally spoke. I told everyone you just graded papers. I know. I told Nathaniel you worked in retail. I know that too. Why didn't you correct me? I looked at him. Would you have believed me if I did? He opened his mouth. Closed it. Nathaniel cut into his turkey. For what it's worth, Lucas, your sister is one of the most impressive people I've ever worked with. Brilliant. Insightful. And not arrogant about it. Unlike some people, I said, looking at Lucas. He flinched. Mom swallowed. Eliza, we owe you an apology. This ain't 46 Tivu. For what, exactly? For not seeing you. She said. Really seeing you. For assuming I was less successful than Lucas, I added. For telling me to stay quiet. For dismissing my career while celebrating his entry-level sales job. Dad shifted. Yes, you did, I said. Lucas was the son, the one whose career mattered. I was the daughter who didn't fit, too smart, too single, too inconvenient. The only sound was Nathaniel's fork against his plate. He finally said, quietly, I think this is a family conversation. I should probably go. Please stay, I said. You're the only person here who's actually valued my expertise. He stayed. After dinner, Lucas asked to talk privately. We stepped onto the porch. It was cold enough to see our breath. I'm sorry, he said immediately. For what part? All of it. Telling Nathaniel you worked retail. Coaching you not to speak. Acting like you didn't understand technology. He stared at his hands. I spent years telling everyone you were just a teacher. Making you feel small. Why? I asked. Because you scared me. That caught me off guard. Scared you how? You were always smarter. More accomplished. Straight A's while I scraped by with C's. A full ride to MIT while I barely got into state school. A PhD while I barely finished undergrad. He took a breath. It was easier to tell myself you were just theoretical. That I was the one doing real work. My work is real, Lucas. I know, he said. I always knew. I just didn't want to admit it. Why not? Because then I'd have to admit you did everything without Dad's help. Without family money. Without any of the advantages I had. He looked at me. You did it better than I ever could. I leaned against the railing. I never wanted to compete with you. I know, he said. But I competed anyway. And I lost. It's not a competition. To me, it was, he said. Golden son versus disappointing daughter. He laughed bitterly. Except the disappointing daughter turned out to be more successful than I ever dreamed. Lucas, he said quietly, I make $72,000 a year. You make $4.9 million. You own a house worth more than I'll earn in 50 years. You sit with CEOs and billionaires. He swallowed. I lied about you because I couldn't handle the truth. That my sister, the one I was told mattered less, was actually the most successful person in our family. I didn't say anything. I let him sit with it. Lucas swallowed. Nathaniel talked to me in the backyard, he said. He asked why I lied about you. I tried to explain, but he just looked at me and said, I see a man who's so insecure about his own accomplishments that he has to downplay his sister, just to feel okay. He laughed once, without humor. Nathaniel doesn't pull punches. He told me I should have been proud of you, that the first thing I should have said when I started at Tech Corp was that my sister sits on his board, that I hid you. Shrunk you. Made you smaller so I could feel bigger. I nodded. Yes. You did. He looked up. Can you forgive me? I studied him for a second. The golden son. The kid who'd been told his whole life that he mattered more. The one whose identity was built on being special, and who had just watched that identity collapse. I don't know. I said honestly. You didn't lie once, Lucas, I continued. You spent years making me feel like my work didn't matter. Like my education was embarrassing. Like my success was something to hide. You turned me into the family joke. I know, he said. And now I'm sorry because Nathaniel exposed it. I met his eyes. Would you be sorry if he hadn't? He went quiet. What if this dinner had gone the way you planned? I asked. What if he'd never recognized me? After a long pause, he shook his head. I don't know. Probably not. At least you're honest, I said. He rubbed his face. So, what do I do now? That's up to you, I said. But you need to understand something. I don't need you to be proud of me. I don't need Dad's approval. I don't need Mom's recognition. He frowned. You sound like you don't need us at all. I don't, I said. Not anymore. I took a breath. I needed you when I was 19 and alone at MIT. When I was 26, defending my dissertation. When I was 32, going through a divorce. You weren't there for any of that. You were too busy being Dad's golden boy. I looked at him. I'm not angry. I'm just done. Done pretending. Done making myself smaller. Done letting you feel superior by making me feel inferior. Lucas wiped his eyes. I messed this up. Yes, I said. You did. Can we fix it? I don't know, I said. Can you handle having a sister who's more successful than you? Can Dad? Can Mom? Or do you still need me to be the struggling spinster so everyone else feels better? He didn't answer. We went back inside. Nathaniel was getting ready to leave. Thank you for dinner, he said to Mom. And for the enlightening conversation. Dad stopped him. Before you go, I have questions. Nathaniel paused. All right. Dad looked at me. Is Eliza really as successful as you said? Or were you exaggerating? I opened my mouth, but Nathaniel raised a hand. Mr. Monroe, he said calmly, I don't exaggerate, especially about professional accomplishments. He gestured toward me. Eliza sits on 5 Fortune 500 boards. Most people can't get on one. She's published research that reshaped an entire industry. She consults at rates most executives never reach. Mom stared. She's been featured in the Wall Street Journal, MIT Technology Review, and Forbes, he continued. She spoke at the World Economic Forum in Davos last year. Mom made a small sound. Davos? Yes, I said. They invited me to speak about AI ethics and governance. You never mentioned that, Mom whispered. I did, I said. You asked if I enjoyed Switzerland. Then you changed the subject to Lucas's sales award. Dad turned to Lucas. You won a sales award? Lucas flushed. Regional top performer. Third quarter. Nathaniel nodded. Nice. Good job. Then he added, evenly, but it's not exactly Davos. The comparison just hung there. Dad sank back into his chair. How did we not know any of this? Because you didn't want to, I said. If I was successful, I went on, it would have broken the family story. Mom frowned. What story? That Lucas was the successful one, I said. The important one. The one who mattered. If I was successful, too more successful, what would that say about your priorities? We supported both of you, Dad said. No, I said. You supported Lucas with money, attention, validation, and connections. I supported myself with loans, scholarships, 3 jobs, and sheer determination. I didn't soften it. And I succeeded anyway. Despite this family. Not because of it. Nathaniel quietly stepped toward the door. I should really go. Nathaniel, I said, thank you for coming. I'll see you at Tuesday's board meeting, he said. And Eliza. He smiled at me. You're still my first call on AI strategy. Always. He left. The 4 of us sat there in silence. Mom. Dad. Lucas. Me. Surrounded by the wreckage of whatever story they'd been telling themselves for years. Finally, Dad spoke. Tell us, he said. Everything. Your work. Your accomplishments. All of it. You're. Why now? I asked. Why not 8 years ago when I got my first board seat? Or 5 years ago when I published my book? Or 3 years ago when I spoke at Davos? Mom wiped her eyes. We didn't understand. No, I said. You didn't care to. She nodded. We failed you. Yes, I said. Can we fix it? She asked, echoing Lucas's words. I don't know. I said. Can you handle knowing your daughter is more successful than your son? Can you celebrate my wins without shrinking them, so Lucas feels better? Lucas spoke up quietly. I can try. Trying isn't enough, I said. Either you accept reality, or you don't. I'm not making myself smaller anymore. Dad looked exhausted. What do you want from us? Nothing, I said. That's the point. I took a breath. I don't need your approval. I don't need validation. I built a life without it. A good one. I do not. I looked at Mom. You can be part of it. But only if you can handle who I actually am. Which is? She asked. Dr. Eliza Monroe, I said. Stanford professor. Board member. AI ethics expert. Consultant. Someone who makes $4.9 million a year doing work that matters. Someone who owns a $3.8 million house. Someone who travels the world advising governments and corporations. I didn't blink. Someone who succeeded even after being told she mattered less than her brother. No one spoke. Finally, Lucas broke the silence. I told my coworkers about you. I looked at him. After Nathaniel left my office today, he said, I told them my sister sits on the board. That she's brilliant. That she's one of the most respected AI experts in the world. Why? I asked. Because Nathaniel asked how I introduce you at family events, he said. I told him I usually didn't mention you. He swallowed. He said, if my sister were Eliza Monroe, she'd be the first thing I talked about. He shook his head. And he was right. What did they say? I asked. They asked why I'd never mentioned you before, he said. And I didn't have a good answer. He met my eyes. The truth is, I was embarrassed. By your success. Because it made my mediocrity obvious. He flinched, but he didn't deny it. Mom stood up and walked to the bookshelf. She pulled out an old photo album. Our family history. She flipped through it slowly, then turned it toward us. 17 photos of Lucas's graduation. 3 of mine, 12 photos of Lucas's sales awards. None of my academic achievements. 5 photos of Lucas's wedding. None from mine. This is who we were, Mom said quietly. Who we've been, I corrected. She nodded. Can we be different? That's up to you, I said. I left my parents' house at 9:45 p.m. and drove back to Palo Alto in silence. My phone buzzed the whole way. Lucas, I'm sorry. Really, truly sorry. I know that doesn't fix anything, but I needed to say it again. Mom, please come to Christmas. We want to do better. Dad, I'm proud of you. I should have said that years ago. I didn't respond. I went home, poured a glass of wine, and sat on my deck overlooking the city lights. Megan Holt texted me. How did it go? Exactly as expected, I replied. Complete chaos. My brother's brain nearly exploded. Did the CEO enjoy himself? Immensely. He's now aware that one of his sales associates lied about his sister's career. That should make for interesting performance reviews, she wrote. You're terrible, she added. I'm honest, I said. There's a difference. Monday morning, Nathaniel called. I need to ask you something as your friend, not your CEO. Go ahead. Are you okay? Friday was intense. I'm fine, I said. Actually, I'm better than fine. Why's that? I'm free. Free from what? From pretending. From making myself smaller. From caring what my family thinks. He was quiet for a moment. Lucas emailed me, he said. Apologized for misrepresenting you. Asked if it would affect his job. What did you tell him? That his personal life is separate from his performance, Nathaniel said. But integrity matters everywhere. Diplomatic, I said. I assume diplomacy is part of the job. Then he added. For what it's worth, watching you handle that situation. Calm, professional, completely unshaken. It reminded me why you're on my board. You see things other people don't. Thank you, Nathaniel. See you Tuesday. Tuesday's board meeting was normal. Strategy. Financials. Merger analysis. At the end, Nathaniel spoke up. Before we adjourn, I want to acknowledge Dr. Monroe. I had Thanksgiving dinner with her family last week. They had no idea she was on this board. Or any board. Or that she's one of the foremost AI experts in the world. The room went quiet. How is that possible? Alyssa Grant asked. She already knew the story. Because I don't advertise my accomplishments to people who don't value them, I said. Nathaniel smiled. Which is exactly why you're invaluable. No ego. Just excellence. The board applauded. After the meeting, 3 board members came up to me. I had no idea your family didn't know about your work. Most people don't, I said. I keep my professional and personal lives separate. One of them shook their head. Still. To have your own family not see your achievements. It's their loss, I said. Not mine. And I meant it. Christmas came with another round of texts. Please come. We want to celebrate you properly this year. I almost declined. I almost spent Christmas alone with a book and an expensive bottle of wine. But curiosity won. I arrived Christmas Eve. Brought nothing. Expected. Nothing. The house felt different. A framed copy of my book sat on the mantel. My Fortune Most Influential Women in Tech article was printed and displayed. A photo from my Davos speech hung on the wall. Mom caught me looking. We've been researching your work, she said. Your accomplishments. We printed articles. Bought your book. Watched your TED Talk. I've given 3 TED Talks, I said. We watched all 3. Lucas stepped in. I read your AI ethics paper. The one on algorithmic bias. I didn't understand all of it. But what I did understand was brilliant. Thank you. Dad came out of the kitchen. Eliza, I'm glad you came. Me too. Dinner was quiet. Polite. Careful. Halfway through dinner, Mom finally spoke. We'd like to hear about your work, she said. Really hear about it. If you're willing. I looked at them. All of them. They looked uncomfortable. Nervous. But they were trying. What do you want to know? I asked. So I told them. For the next 2 hours, I talked. About board meetings. Research. Consulting. The companies I advised. The policies I helped shape. The students I mentored. And for once, they listened. Really listened. When I mentioned a $250,000 consulting project, Dad didn't flinch. When I talked about a board decision that saved a company $480 million, Mom didn't change the subject. When I described speaking to the Senate about AI regulation, Lucas didn't interrupt or make it about himself. It was strange. Awkward. But real. At the end of the night, Dad cleared his throat. "I'm proud of you," he said. "I should have said that every day for the past 20 years, but I'm saying it now. Thank you. Can we start over?" Mom nodded. "Not pretend none of this happened. Just try to be better. Can you give us that?" I looked at Lucas. "What about you?" He didn't hesitate. "I told everyone at work about you. My sister, on the board. My sister, the expert. My sister, who's changing the world. I've been bragging about you for weeks." "That's new," I said. "I know." He swallowed. "And Eliza. I'm sorry. For everything. For making you small. For being threatened by your success. For lying about who you are." "Apology noted," I said. He waited. "Not accepted?" "Not yet," I said. "Maybe someday." He nodded. He understood that some things don't get fixed overnight. 9 months after that Thanksgiving, Lucas got promoted at TechCorp, not because of me. I stayed completely out of it. He earned it, hit his numbers, stepped up. He called me. "I'm a senior sales associate now." "Congrats," I said. "That's progress." "I told my new team about you," he added. "My sister who advises the CEO. They were impressed." "Good," I said. "I'm trying," he said quietly. "I know I messed this up. I know I was a terrible brother. But I'm trying to be better. I'm trying to be better." "I see that," I said. "It's a start." We had lunch the next week. Talked about work. His challenges. My projects. He asked real questions about AI ethics. And actually listened to the answers. It wasn't perfect. But it was real. Mom and Dad visited my house for the first time. Walked through my home office. Saw my awards. My books. My life. "This is beautiful," Mom said. "I'm sorry we never came before." "I know," I said. "Can we do better?" "You are doing better," I said. "Just keep going." And so then working stag. A year after that Thanksgiving, I was named to Fortune's Most Influential Women in Tech list. My family threw me a party. A real one. My accomplishments were front and center. My work mattered. Lucas raised a glass. To my sister, Eliza. Who built an empire while we were celebrating my sales awards. Who succeeded even when her family didn't see her. Who proved that real success doesn't need validation. It creates it. Everyone applauded. Mom cried. Dad smiled. Lucas looked proud. Actually proud. It wasn't forgiveness, not completely, but it was recognition. Respect. And sometimes, that's enough. I stayed on TechCorp's board for 10 more years. Helped guide the company through 3 major acquisitions, 2 CEO transitions, and the AI revolution that changed everything. Lucas stayed at TechCorp too. Made account executive. Then senior account executive. Nothing flashy. Just steady. Honest. No longer threatened by my success. And every Thanksgiving after that first disaster, we told the story. The time a CEO came to dinner expecting to mentor a sales associate's family and discovered his board member sitting on the couch. The time a family finally had to face what they'd been ignoring for years. The night everything changed because someone finally told the truth out loud. I never checked coats again. But I never forgot the lesson. Success doesn't need validation from people who refuse to see you. It just needs you to show up as who you are and let the truth do the rest. Entitled parents gave my brother $50 million while I have a dust gallery. Then I found the secret vault, and they stopped laughing. They laughed when I got the gallery instead of the fortune. Then the FBI showed up, and my brother was the one in handcuffs. While my brother received $50 million, my parents left me their failing art gallery. "Enjoy the dust," he said with a giggle. Then I discovered the secret vault of my grandfather. And something that caused my brother to faint was within. Long shadows were created throughout the deserted exhibition area as the last of the sunshine streamed through Mason Gallery's dusty windows. I stood there attempting to take in the events of the previous day while inhaling the familiar smell of old wood and oil paint. Janice Mason is my name, and yesterday I received what my family regarded as their worst letdown. Boston's downtown art gallery is in decline. My memory of the lawyer's office was still clear. The grandfather clock, the massive mahogany desk, and the smugly pricey fragrance of my brother Marcus filled the room. Marcus couldn't suppress his joy as Mr. Harrington read out the contents of our parents' will, which should have been a solemn event. To our son, Marcus Mason, we leave the sum of $50 million, our Hampton estate, and controlling interest in Mason Industries. Mr. Harrington had spoken in a cold, professional tone. To our daughter, Janice, we leave Mason Gallery and its contents. In fact, Marcus had burst out laughing. Finally. Dad always said you get exactly what you deserved, Janice. His Italian leather shoes, his well-tailored suit, and the way he sat in his chair as if he owned the space are all still in my memory. Now, in many respects, he did. The gallery's been losing money for years, he added, looking at his neatly striped nails. But hey, at least you'll have plenty of dust to keep you company. Maybe you can sell pencil sketches to tourists. It turns out that Marcus was correct about the gallery's financial status. For the previous 10 years, Mason Gallery had been having difficulties. Once Boston's leading platform for up-and-coming artists, it has steadily deteriorated into a barely profitable business that most serious collectors ignored. However, Marcus didn't comprehend, and neither did my parents, that I had always noticed something here that they didn't notice. I spent many hours with my grandfather, Gerald Mason, the gallery's founder, growing up in these hallways. Grandpa Gerald educated me about painting as my mother planned Marcus's route to an MBA and my dad was busy preparing him for the family company. True art. The essence of each artwork, not just the price tags and financial potential that my parents were obsessed with. He would say, "Janice, my dear," with his eyes sparkling beneath wire-rimmed glasses. "Remember that true value isn't always visible at first glance. Sometimes the greatest treasures hide in plain sight, waiting for the right person to discover them." I could still hear those remarks as I passed through the main hall of the gallery. Even in its current state, the room was stunning, with high ceilings, traditional crown molding, and large windows that could let in an abundance of natural light when they were clean. However, years of little care had taken their toll. Half of the track lighting had burned out, the walls shouted out for new paint, and the hardwood flooring needed to be refinished. My footsteps reverberated in the quiet as I arrived at the rear office. Although my parents finally turned it into a sterile storage area, this had formerly been my grandfather's haven. The walls were lined with filing cabinets, and everything was covered in dust. However, I could still sense Grandpa Gerald's presence beneath everything. I recalled the stories he used to tell me about the gallery's early years as I ran my fingertips along his old desk, which is now tucked away in a corner and covered in boxes. How, in the 1960s, he transformed it from nothing into a sanctuary for artists who would go on to become legendary. Rumor had it that throughout the years, he had accumulated an amazing private collection. However, nothing noteworthy was ever discovered after his death 15 years ago. Of course, my folks had looked. Persuaded that Grandpa Gerald had stashed away masterpieces worth millions of dollars, they spent months looking through the gallery. They came in appraisers, employed specialists, and even had the walls inspected for secret passageways. They only discovered the gallery's standard stock, which had respectable pieces but nothing noteworthy. They eventually gave up. Due to some residual sense of duty to Grandpa Gerald's memory, the gallery was abandoned and eventually turned into a tax write-off. Instead, they concentrated on Mason Industries, preparing Marcus to carry on the real family tradition. While I worked as a curator at lesser museums and pursued my studies in art history, I shivered as a sharp draft brought me back to the here and now. While I was absorbed in my memories, night had fallen, and the gallery had a new feel in the shadows. The few paintings that were still on show appeared to be watching me with sly eyes, and the shapes of the sculptures cast odd shadows on the walls. I was going to head out when I noticed something. I had never before noticed a small unevenness in the floors close to Grandpa Gerald's desk. I knelt down and rubbed the wood with my hands. There was undoubtedly a problem with the pattern. A slight abnormality that didn't seem to be the effect of age but rather deliberate. As I recalled another of Grandpa Gerald's favorite sayings, my heart began to race. The best hiding place is one that looks like it's trying to hide something else. Over the course of the following hour, I thoroughly examined that floor and its surroundings. I was about to give up until my fingers discovered it. A small lever in the wood, disguised as a knot. I pulled it with shaky hands. The mechanism hardly produced a sound because it was so well built. A thin gap appeared beneath the floorboard as a small piece moved aside. A leather-bound diary with yellowed pages was inside, and one key, which appeared to be far older than the gallery itself. It was my grandfather's journal. I instantly recognized his unique handwriting. These notes, however, were hasty, almost frenzied, full of calculations, doodles, and what appeared to be coded signals. They were not written in his typical flowing style. I looked at one page. It said, "The True Collection. For Janice's eyes only," at the top in bold letters. I turned the page with trembling hands. However, my phone buzzed before I could continue reading. Marcus had texted me. "Meeting tomorrow at 9 a.m., Time to discuss selling that dusty gallery of yours. I already have buyers interested in the building. I glanced at the letter and then back at the journal I was holding. What I just discovered was unknown to Marcus. And I intended to maintain it just that way for the time being. I made sure the floor panel was firmly closed before gently putting the journal and key back where they belonged. I felt different as I left the gallery that evening. I had changed the weight of my ostensibly useless inheritance into expectation. I was left more than a struggling gallery by my grandfather. He left me in the dark. And I would start revealing what Grandpa Gerald had kept concealed all those years ago tomorrow, while Marcus planned to strip this home for parts. The key felt more important in my fingers than ever when I secured the front entrance of the gallery. I grinned as I gazed up at the building's graceful exterior, recalling Grandpa Gerald's final words. Patience, Janice. The best stories take time to unfold. He was correct. This was only the start. The following morning, I got to the gallery well in advance of my 9 a.m. getting together with Marcus. I hardly noticed the deserted halls being tinted in tones of gold by the morning. All I could think about was the secret compartment and what was inside. I knelt down next to Grandpa Gerald's old desk and pressed the hidden mechanism once more. Now the key and diary felt heavy with potential. I located a peaceful spot and started reading. My dearest Janice, said the opening page. If you're reading this, you've already proven you have the patience and perception I always saw in you. What I'm about to share must remain our secret. The true legacy of Mason Gallery isn't in its walls, but below them. As I turned the pages, my heart was pounding. The notebook told a remarkable tale that lasted for decades. In addition to running a gallery, Grandpa Gerald had been a member of a group of art preservationists who fought to keep masterpieces safe during difficult times. It seems that the gallery's basement was used for purposes other than storage. A sophisticated network of secret rooms beneath the main floor was depicted in a number of intricate drawings. The diary said that Grandpa Gerald had been covertly altering the building's original foundation for years in order to create a climate-controlled vault that nobody else was aware of. The key, he said, opens more than just a door. It opens a legacy I've spent my life building. But be careful, Janice. Others have searched for this collection, and not all of them have honest intentions. I jumped as I heard a harsh knock at the front door. Marcus was standing outside looking impatient. I hastily tucked the journal away and gathered my thoughts before opening the door for him. Well, if it isn't the curator of dust, he said with a sly smile, walking right by me. I brought some potential buyers. They're interested in turning this place into luxury condos. 2 men in pricey suits stood behind him. They appeared to be developers. They treated the gallery's past like a nuisance that needed to be destroyed and started talking about load-bearing walls and square footage right away. One of them, looking at his tablet, remarked, "The basement would make excellent parking space. According to the original plans, it's mostly unused." I was cold. Should they begin excavating there? "The gallery isn't for sale," I stated. Marcus's expression grew serious. "Don't be ridiculous, Janice. This place is worthless as an art gallery. You can barely pay the utilities." I said no. Marcus lowered his voice and took a step closer. "I know you had some sentimental attachment to Grandpa's little hobby, but it's time to grow up. Take the money and walk away." I slowly looked into his eyes. "Like you did? Taking millions while contributing nothing?" His face reddened. "I earned my inheritance by learning the business, not wasting time listening to an old man's fairy tales about art. Get out." I spoke quietly yet firmly. "All of you." Marcus cautioned, "You're making a mistake," as I led them to the exit. "I'm trying to help you." "I don't need your kind of help." My heart thumping, I leaned against the wall after they had gone. Marcus was a man who never gave up easily. "I have to get things done quickly." I went back to the diary and carefully examined the basement blueprints. According to Grandpa Gerald's notes, the vault's entrance was concealed in the northwest corner of the basement behind a fake wall. If the key was used properly, it would trigger a mechanism. I inhaled deeply before descending the stairs to the basement. It was just as I remembered, rows of metal shelves with decades worth of paperwork, old show materials, and wrapped artworks and sculptures. I saw it differently today, though. I headed for the northwest corner as directed by the logbook. The bare concrete walls met at a straight angle, and it appeared solid at first glance. However, I noticed faint abnormalities in the pattern when I rubbed my fingertips across the surface. What looked like a tiny fracture in the concrete was precisely where the key fit. I turned it with trembling hands in the order recorded in the journal. 1/4 to the left, 3/4 to the right, and then back to the right. Nothing happened for a second. Then I heard it. A faint click, then the murmur of machinery that was hidden. Silently, The artificial wall swung in, exposing a steel door with an advanced electronic keypad. I was also ready for this thanks to the journal. The code was created in a particular manner and was predicated on a crucial date, the day Grandpa Gerald inaugurated the gallery. I meticulously typed the numbers. 1965,412. Climate-controlled air swept over me as the door opened with a soft hiss. I was astounded by the scene that was illuminated by motion-activated lights that flickered on. The vault was enormous, much bigger than it ought to have been. The walls were lined with rows of meticulously conserved paintings, each housed in a specially made cabinet. On pedestals, sculptures were displayed, their shapes creating elaborate shadows. Smaller items, including rare manuscripts, antiquated antiques, and things I knew from my art history coursework but had never anticipated seeing in reality, were displayed in display cases. A plain desk with a letter positioned exactly in the center stood in the midst of the room. My hands trembled as I opened it. Janice, my darling, in the True Mason Gallery, you will find complete documentation for every item in the vault, including its provenance, history, and most importantly, its rightful owners. Some of these pieces were entrusted to me for safekeeping during difficult times, while others were saved from those who would have destroyed them for political or financial gain. What you see around you is the result of a lifetime of work, not just mine, but the efforts of countless others who believed in preserving beauty and history. This collection exists to be safeguarded until the appropriate moment for each piece to return home, not to be sold or showcased for prestige. Because you recognize that art is about sustaining the thread of human creativity that unites us all, rather than about status or price tags, I have selected you for this responsibility. There's a smaller room at the back of the vault, and that collection is different, items I've lawfully acquired over the years, meticulously verified and documented, and those are yours to do with as you please. They should supply more than enough funds to keep the gallery and the vault operating as intended. Be cautious, be patient, and most importantly, be loyal to the role you have been given. With all of my affection, Gerald, Grandpa. I looked at everything in the vault in awe for hours. Works by masters I had only read about, pieces believed to be lost to time, and others whose existence had only been reported made up the astounding collection. I discovered hundreds of carefully chosen pieces by painters whose values had risen dramatically over the years in the private collection Grandpa Gerald had indicated. They are valued at much over $100 million, even by modest estimates. However, it wasn't the cash that made me cry. It was the faith my grandfather had put in me, the legacy he had, without my knowledge, set for me all those years before. The magic was broken by a notification on my phone. Marcus left several missed calls and sent a text message. "This isn't over. You're making a huge mistake." I grinned as I surveyed the vault's precious collection, which my brother would have sold without hesitation. I was absolutely sure of my direction for the first time since I inherited the gallery. I made my way back upstairs and carefully secured the vault. Work needed to be done. The gallery required remodeling. It was time to upgrade security. I also had a legacy to uphold. One thing Marcus was correct about was that this was far from over. However, he was unaware of what he was actually up against. I was suddenly the custodian of something far more valuable than money could buy, while he planned to take what he believed to be a building of little value. I said as I peered up at the gallery's walls, "Thank you, Grandpa Gerald. I won't let you down." The weeks that followed were filled with a lot of activity. I had contractors sign strict confidentiality agreements before I could hire them to restore the gallery's original characteristics. To keep curious onlookers away, the basement was marked as undergoing environmental assessment and remained completely off limits. I read through Grandpa Gerald's journal at night to discover the backstories of every item in the vault. Some had been saved from more recent wars, while others had been saved from Nazi theft during World War II. Every piece of art had a comprehensive file with information on its original owners and the events leading up to my grandfather's possession. Marcus, however, kept his word and wasn't giving up. The legal threats came first. His attorneys sent him a hefty letter demanding an immediate sale, arguing that the gallery's declining state amounted to careless handling of family property. I gave it to my own lawyer, an expert in art law, whom I had discreetly hired with money from the sale of a single small item from my grandfather's private collection. Then came the strain of money. Marcus interfered with the gallery's utility supplies, insurance, and even the property tax assessment by using his contacts. Every time, I used resources he was unaware I possessed to oppose his movements. The pivotal moment occurred on a soggy Tuesday morning. When I got to the gallery, Marcus and two unfamiliar men were waiting. "These gentlemen are from the Boston Historical Society," he replied. He had a razor-sharp smile. "They're very interested in examining the building's original foundation. Apparently, there are concerns about structural integrity." The way they handled themselves and the tiny bulges under their coats made it clear to me right away that they were not from any historical society. They were, at worst, private detectives. I firmly stated, "The gallery is closed for renovations. Any inspections need to be scheduled through proper channels." Among the men, one moved forward. "We have authorization to leave," I interrupted him. "Or I'll call the actual authorities." Marcus stayed after they had gone. "What are you hiding, Janice? There's something in this building worth protecting, isn't there? Something Grandpa Gerald left behind?" "The only thing I'm protecting is this gallery's future," I responded. "Why can't you accept that?" His face grew serious. "Because I know you. You were always his favorite, always listening to his stories. He must have told you something. Let me give you some clues." "The clue is in plain sight, Marcus. You just never cared enough to look." I realized that evening that I needed to expedite my plans. Marcus was becoming desperate, and individuals who are desperate tend to make bad decisions. I meticulously documented everything in the vault for hours on end. Then I called 3 people, the world's foremost authority on art repatriation, a contact at Interpol, and an old friend at the FBI's Art Crime Division. Marcus took action 2 days later. When I heard the basement door open, I was working late. 3 dark-clad males were seen on security cameras heading downstairs. I knew exactly who had sent them, even though Marcus wasn't with them. I calmly pressed the quiet alarm, which was a customized one I'd built that was directly connected to police enforcement, rather than the gallery's standard system. After that, I headed to the basement. The workers were already at the northwest corner, using specialized tools to examine the wall. When I walked in, they hardly gave me a look. I said, "Looking for something?" One snarled, "Lady, just walk away. This doesn't concern you." "Actually," I said with a grin, "it concerns me very much. So do the federal agents who just surrounded the building." Voices burst from above as if on cue. "FBI, this is a federal art crimes investigation. Everyone remains where you are?" What happened next was a haze of activity. The would-be robbers were taken into custody. Marcus was taken up at his house after being located via their phones. Everything was exposed by the search warrants, including his ambitions for the gallery, his hired goons, and even his ties to certain dishonest collectors who dealt in stolen art. The following morning, however, was the true surprise. At the gallery, I had scheduled a special meeting. Officials from several governments were present, as were representatives from museums and cultural organizations worldwide. We went down into the vault together. As the collection was unveiled by the lights, their gasps reverberated off the walls. As long-lost masterpieces were rediscovered, tears were shed. When artifacts that were believed to be destroyed were discovered to be completely preserved, museum directors embraced one another. I gave Grandpa Gerald access to everything, including his meticulous paperwork, documents, and the backstories of how each item had ended up in his custody. We would collaborate over the course of the following year to restore each piece of art to its proper location, bringing the gallery recognition on a global scale for what it gave back rather than what it owned. Marcus, who had lost his freedom and reputation due to his own selfishness, watched it all happen from behind bars. He would have plenty of time to consider his options because the evidence discovered in his house had linked him to other art trafficking enterprises. Regarding the gallery itself, I created a foundation devoted to safeguarding and conserving art in times of war by using a portion of Grandpa Gerald's own collection. The gallery evolved into a hub for activism and education, educating the next generation on the value of cultural heritage. I was standing in the newly remodeled main hall exactly 1 year after I had found the vault. The original architectural details had been brought back to their former splendor, and the room was flooded with light. As Grandpa Gerald had done when he originally founded the gallery, a special exhibition was about to begin, but it would feature works by up-and-coming local artists rather than priceless masterpieces. I have 2 items on my desk in my office, which used to be Grandpa Gerald's haven. His journal, which serves as a reminder of the heritage he left me, is the first. The second is a brief news article from the day Marcus was convicted, which serves as a reminder that genuine value lies in what you choose to preserve rather than what you can take. The Mason name is still used by the gallery, but it now represents something else. A dedication to conserving art for upcoming generations, not merely a family tradition. I sense Grandpa Gerald's presence every day as I pass through these hallways. He would be proud, I'm sure of it. Sometimes, when it's quiet in the gallery late at night, I reflect on how I almost gave up and allowed Marcus to turn this place into just another opulent development when I initially discovered the secret compartment in the floor. But I had learned a lot from Grandpa Gerald. Sometimes the finest riches are hidden from view. Additionally, some items have significantly higher values than their market value. There is no longer anything in the vault beneath the gallery. Although its contents have been returned to their proper locations across the globe, the area is nonetheless prepared in case it is ever needed again. A hidden chamber ready to guard the next historical artifact that needs to be preserved. And occasionally I share Grandpa Gerald's favorite quote with young artists who come to the exhibition with eyes that sparkle with the same fervor I once witnessed in his. True value isn't always visible at first glance. Sometimes the greatest treasures hide in plain sight, waiting for the right person to discover them. They never understand that I'm discussing more than just art. The gallery, which everyone believed to be useless, ended up being valuable not because of its contents but rather because of its legacy of preservation, protection, and the realization that some things are more valuable than all the money in the world. Marcus might have received the money from our parents' estate, but I gained something far more valuable: a goal, a purpose, and the opportunity to demonstrate that sometimes the best form of retaliation isn't getting even but rather doing the right thing. With its windows shining in the sunlight, the Mason Gallery is a tall building in the heart of Boston. It's no longer the dilapidated, dusty place my brother made fun of. It serves as a ray of hope, a defender of culture, and evidence that genuine value frequently extends well beyond appearances. And me, Janice Mason, the letdown who received the useless bequest, is no longer me. I am the guardian of a generation-spanning legacy. The guardian of a custom that prioritizes preservation over financial gain. And the evidence that, if you know where to look, the greatest things in life can occasionally be found shrouded in dust. Thanks for watching and being part of the drama. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a wild news story.